What is going on, everybody? We are live for day 3 of the NFL draft. This is the day where all of the hard work really gets to shine through. I did 284 players fully written up this year, went even further on the radar list. So hoping to have some genuine thoughts, analysis, and opinions on just about every pick here today. It's inevitable. There's going to be specialists, which I don't know if my lovely wife, our assistant, prepared her kicker rankings. She's letting me know that she didn't finish her homework, so we'll see if she can get some kicker rankings going for us. Long snapper rankings. We need maybe Ducky and Teddy's long snapper rankings. But very much looking forward to this. I personally think, as great as the first two nights are, and amazing as you guys have been with the super chats and all of the views and everything, it's been incredible as always. As great as the first two nights are, not to take anything away, this day I think is where I personally can bring the most to the table for you guys, really getting into the weeds on day 3 draft prospects. We are the sickos here on day 3 of the draft. So welcome aboard. I'm looking forward to this. We should have picks coming in pretty soon here. We're kicking this thing off right at about 11 o'clock. And, yeah, I'm excited. So I'm going to set Ducky down for a second. We'll see if he can sit still for a minute. We're going to put Ducky on the Teddy cam. Don't be confused. Teddy didn't triple in size, overnight. But
change out your graphic.
We need to change out. Oh, okay, yeah. I don't know why it does this every time we relaunch it, but yeah, let's get the graphic updated. Let's get. I forgot to put my. I don't have. That's kind of a slight problem. I don't have my phone, but that's okay. I'll put it up on my laptop. So let's get this updated. How's everybody doing? Last night was crazy, man. I feel like teams really kind of went off the script a little bit and started just doing Vontae Mack no matter what stuff. There was a lot of picks. I tweeted them out that were D and F graded picks for me that I thought were major reaches. I think we have a lot of really good players still on the board. Not that this doesn't happen every year, but it felt like maybe an extra, maybe 5 to 10% of picks were just like, what picks? Like WTF picks? This is my top 25 remaining big board here, and I think there's going to be some steals here, man. You got Jermod McCoy is a big story here in this draft. Was originally the 6th player on my big board. Well, not originally, but about 2 weeks ago was. And then it came out that he's, not going to play this year, and everybody's worried about degenerative knee problems, like crazy stuff. I just wish the best for him at this point. I hope he gets drafted soon and can go have a great career. I floated out the idea maybe he is asking his agent, like, hey, should I, go apply for reinstatement to the NCAA and, re-earn my draft stock in a year and get this thing back on track? I doubt that's going to happen or could happen, but it was a thought that I think crossed my mind last night. But he'll be interesting. We got Kyle Lewis. I'm not surprised Kyle Lewis didn't get drafted. We've talked a lot about this. If you've followed my content, he's an incredible football player, but he's a really undersized, weak side linebacker prospect. There's probably only about 5 or 6 teams in the league that genuinely have a role for him in their defense where he can get the most out of his skill set. So I'm not stunned Kyle Lewis is still there, but the right team could really find a difference-making. Honestly, I think potentially a Pro Bowl caliber talent in the right system with Kyle Lewis. Elijah Surratt will be interesting. So the Raiders have the next pick, I believe.
Yes, it was supposed to be the Bills, but they traded.
So the Raiders traded up. I've been harsh on the Raiders, so Raiders fans tuning in here. I've been very harsh on the Raiders for not getting a wide receiver for Fernando Mendoza. Say that 5 times fast. Because they don't have good outside wide receiver options, and you have Elijah Surratt was a day 2 caliber prospect for me, was Fernando Mendoza's glue guy. at Indiana, back shoulders, chemistry throws, you name it. I think it'd be a great fit with the Raiders, and them trading up here to get this pick, I would think has to mean they will be targeting a wide receiver here, because they went defense on day 2 of the draft, and I didn't even love the picks that they made. I think Stooks has a lot of potential for a 25-year-old. And honestly, I didn't see the hype on Crawford that a lot of people liked that pick. We'll see where, who's right about that. But for me, it was more about like, man, you have got to get some freaking wide receivers in here. So let's see what they do here. I need to log in to be able to look at the draft here because I forgot my phone upstairs.
You want my phone?
If you're willing to give me your phone, that would be great.
Just a second.
Okay.
They haven't started yet.
Okay, they haven't started yet, so we can keep talking here. Another guy I wanted to shout out here, just a couple. There's a lot of fun names at the top of this list that I could keep. You guys know I could keep rambling here, but Keith Abney, undersized corner. NFL overthought this, man. He was the 49th player on my board. But teams, they have these height thresholds, and they say, he's a 5'9" corner. Apparently, it didn't matter for D'Angelo Pons. But I think Keith Abney was an even better player. I think his zone stuff. He's a Darius Williams clone for those familiar with his game. So I think he's going to be a guy that falls to the early 4th round here because he's shorter and be a really good player in the NFL. Jalen Kilgore, I really liked. I bought into the tape on him. So, I hope he gets to go somewhere where he can be a big nickel. I really like his upside. He's still 21 years old. Zakee Wheatley, a really good safety, I thought would get drafted on day 2. I think a lot of teams missed on him, in my opinion. And then the last guy I'll shout out here, my guy, Carver Willis. This is one of those guys that, so I'm harsh on all these teams for reaching, right, on day 2 of the draft. Carver Willis is someone, and when I was doing my 7-round mocks on Patreon, I talked about this, like, I wouldn't mind taking him here in the early 3rd round, but I know I don't have to. And that's kind of, I think, an important point to make while I'm criticizing these GMs for taking their guys inside the top 75 of the draft. I think you still want to draft with awareness of consensus and where guys are going to go and have that kind of like market research. You don't want to buy, even if you think you're right, you don't want to buy something for $3 on the dollar or whatever. So I think Carver Willis, realistically, I would be drafting him late 3rd, early 4th. I'm curious if he comes off the board here pretty soon, and that would be a pick I get pretty excited about. He was kind of my biggest sleeper in this draft that I was willing to kind of stick my neck out for and throw him higher on the board, and Kevin Coleman Jr. as well. I've been hyping up for a while. So a lot of interesting players are going to come off the board here. Very much looking forward to this. We've got some super chats coming in already. Thank you guys so much. You've been so generous. It goes such a long way. It makes doing these streams so worth it. So very much appreciate you. Let's see if I can move the camera into a spot where, because the dogs just want to face us. There we go. That's better. So yeah, I didn't have time to update the Teddy cam graphics, so it's okay. It is still the Teddy cam. We just have a different Pomeranian on it right now. So shout out Ducky. All right, so we've got Jacob Master. What's up? Back for day 3. This feels like Christmas. Do you have the mindset? $2 super chat. If you're the Bills, who do you draft here? I like Bell. Yeah, I think on that board we were showing, Skylar Bell is a really good player. I would like to get some receiving talent in there. The Bills just haven't had the most exciting draft so far, in my opinion. So let's see if they can take one of these guys that would get me a little bit more fired up.
McCoy went finally.
McCoy goes with the first pick.
Probably because exactly like what you were saying yesterday, teams get so caught up.
Yeah.
And then they have the night to process, and then they're like, oh my God, nobody's taking McCoy.
Yeah,
yet.
no, excellent point. I think you guys can hear Anna on the mic, but yeah, I was saying late last night that we see this every single year, and I think it's to the point that it's like we can say teams screw up at the end of the 3rd round because things, bullets start flying on day 3 of the draft, and then you're like, oh yeah, nobody took McCoy. Like 2 weeks ago, we thought he was going to be the number 6 pick in the draft or, whatever. I know Cleveland wouldn't have taken him, but you get there in the third round and you have your third round board that you set and you're like, oh my God, we forgot Jermon McCoy was out there. I feel like that actually happens. I do. Like this stuff happens every single year. So,
That's where I'm saving. It's not in the right place.
There you go. So I think this is amazing. We were talking about Jermon McCoy like 5 minutes ago. He is, in my opinion, Christian Gonzalez as a cornerback prospect. I think he's phenomenal. He's got the height. Oh, hold on. I got to get this off the screen so you can actually see what's going on. So match zone, like everything you look for. He gets involved against the run. My jaw was just dropping watching him as a 19-year-old at Tennessee in the 2024 season, how good this dude was. And everybody said that coming into the year, and he wasn't able to play because he tore his ACL in the college football playoffs in the very start of 2025. And now he needs a cleanup procedure on his knee. And what I had kind of seen speculated is like, yeah, once that procedure's done, he's going to be able to get back out there. Like, it's not like it's horrible. Now, him falling this far maybe suggests that's not true, but, there's just all speculation in terms of why a guy like this goes at this point. But, I mean, we were talking about the Raiders. They got to go wide receiver here. They got to get Elijah. This is the only other pick they could have made that I could still get excited about because the talent is just so unbelievable and worth taking a risk on at this point. And maybe the Raiders can still get Elijah Surratt. Who the hell knows? But yeah, he's I just cannot believe you've got teams taking like backup guards, backup tackles, backup all over the place. We saw reaches and backups. Like, how do you not take a chance on Jermon? I think we got the next pick in.
Yes.
I got to get the highlight off the screen. So, Jude Bowery to the Bills, not a certified steal. It's a reasonable pick. I think this is Jude Bowery range, 4th, 5th round. He's got some potential, probably a swing tackle, but some developmental upside. The Raiders, the Bills have their. Actually, I'm not going to say I like it. I'm gonna hold off on that grade for a second because I think there's an added conversation. But I want to talk about who Jude Bowery is first. I thought he was a pretty stable early day 3 tackle prospect, which is kind of everything across the board was pretty solid. But I didn't see like crazy movements or crazy upside or anything like that. But yeah, I mean, as a backup tackle, maybe a guard developmental piece, like okay, whatever. Now, if I'm a Bills fan reacting to this, I can look at that board we just had and say, there's legit dudes here. Let's take a shot on Jalen Kilgore in the nickel. Let's add to our safety room with Zakee Wheatley. Let's try to get a crazy talented vertical threat like Brennan Thompson. I do think when you end up with one of these top 5 or 6 picks in the draft, I really do believe what I said about guys just slip. And when you do happen to end up with one of these picks, and you're a team like the Bills that's traded down a bunch to get a pick like this, I think there's a real opportunity to get a dude with one of these picks. And I mean, Jude Bowery's fine. But I think this is a fine pick, but I just don't agree. Like, I don't think the Bills have walked out of really with anything exciting in this draft. And you had a chance to maybe get someone to be excited about here, and I don't think they did that. And and Darrell Jackson is one of those players here to the Jets. I love this pick for the Jets. Honestly, this is a steal for me. Darrell Jackson was right near the top of that list. At a point, he was on my top 50 board. And then I saw his Florida game later after I had written up. I saw his Florida game, and his effort was really bad. Last game of the year, in-state rivalry. Florida State's obviously out of it, and I genuinely thought his effort was really bad, and I didn't see the same Darrell Jackson. So I bumped him down like a couple spots, like outside of the top 50, but still like his placement as my DT6 stayed the same. I still see a guy with all of the upside to be a disruptive starting do-it-all defensive tackle in the league. His traits are incredible. And if you can just get him dialed in, I do believe you're talking about, putting him next to Tavondre Sweat and having a really, really good. And by the way, you got to shout out Jawan Briggs, who was really good for the Jets last year. So I think this is a steal, an excellent pick for the Jets, who have made a ton of really fun picks in this draft. And again, this is someone I would have considered for the Bills. He reminds me a little bit of Daquan Jones, who's getting up there in age. I think this is the type of guy you want to spend these picks on. So I love this, man. Good work, New York Jets. All right. I'm just trying to get my own draft board in front of me so I can read all my notes out. I don't think I'm going to need my keyboard right in front of me. I'm just going to let you guys watch Darrell Jackson highlights for a minute while I get my shit together. All right. So we got some super chats here. Cardinals pick is coming in. We were hard on the Cardinals last night, man. Whew, that Carson Beck pick. Don't even get me started. All right. McFarland says Atlanta had Carver Willis in for a top 30 visit. So yeah, I think he would be a A+ pick for Atlanta. I would be really excited if they took him. I think he would probably at some point be your starting right tackle and maybe your starting left tackle with Jake Matthews. I mean, Jake Matthews just feels like he's going to be there forever and keep doing it. But it's been a long career for him at this point. Tommy says, hello from Germany to all football fans around the globe. Thank you, Tommy. 12 euro super chat. Shout out to our Euro crowd. We might have more of the Europeans or anybody out in Asia or all around the world. Australia's getting a football game this year. So if we got any people from Australia in the chat, shout out. But yeah, you guys, we might have more of you because it's not 3 a.m. for you guys. it's actually prime time for you guys. So, welcome aboard. Thank you, Tommy. Chris says this one goes out to all the sickos that will be here all day. Yes, this day is definitely for the sickos. We've got, QD, drummer, QDAH drummer, $2 super chat. Thank you. DC Smithers, you low on Keontae Scott. Where is he on your board? I am low on Keontae Scott. Good question. We will revisit that in a second. Ducky doesn't like my opinion about Keontae Scott there. He's like, you like Keontae Scott, Ducky? So Ducky does this. It's reverse sneezing. I'm assuming you can hear it. We found out after we named him Ducky that he does this, and it sounds like he's quacking, which is just incredible. You're good, buddy. You're good. You're fine. All right, he wants to sit with me. Okay. Yep. Okay. Yep. You're adorable. You're so cute. You done? Can we talk about football now? Okay. Good job. It did go through. So, okay. Gosh, Ducky. Oh my goodness. All right. Just for a second. All right.
Just put him on the ground.
Okay, Ducky's going on the ground for a minute. We'll get him back up here in a second when he's done. All right, Caleb Proctor. Fun pick for the Cardinals. So Proctor has an elite graded, A+ graded first step for me. He's a very interesting small school prospect. He had a game against LSU this year, and he actually showed up. He was beating those guys on the inside. Now I don't know that LSU's guards are necessarily like dudes. They've actually had some pretty bad O-lines in spots over the years, so I don't know too much about who they were going up against. But hey, it's still LSU, and you're showing up in a big spot. You gotta love that. But you did see in the run game, you saw him playing at 280 pounds, and he went about 10 yards backwards on every run play, and they used him as a 3-down player. What's really interesting about Proctor is, at first I viewed him as, okay, he's this tweener, 6'2.5", like 280-pound guy that's going to be a gap shooter. He'll be a designated pass rusher. Like, we see a few of those every year. However, he's bulked up to 295 pounds. So there could be a little bit more there. And, he can get away with at Southeast Louisiana. He can get away with playing as a 280-pound defensive tackle when he's already strong for his frame. So I think he's really fascinating. He's a really high upside player. I liked him right around this range. For me, I had Proctor, DT 14 with a 4th round grade, so it's right on the money. I would actually say that I love this pick. I think the opportunity for him to have upside and really be a slam dunk 4th round pick is the type of swing I think you want to take around this range. So that's a the Cardinals are getting back on track. It's been a rocky road for them. All right, Ducky, you want to get back? Oh my God, he just passed. He's just asleep. He's like, I'm going to bed. So we'll let Ducky get a little nap, and then. And speaking of being tired, I never took my espresso. But yeah, we were answering a question about Keontae Scott. I was actually lower on Keontae Scott. He had a lot of like 2nd round buzz. I certainly could not get there with him. He's a nickel. He's a 25-year-old nickel, which is already probably like you're maxed in my opinion, and that's kind of what I thought about Stukes too. Like 25-year-old nickel, and the nickel position is rising in value certainly, and I don't want to take away from Stukes because if you're a big nickel, there's added value there. We've seen that, but like a traditional nickel, like a real nickel cornerback, which Scott is, I do think has a limit and is replaceable. There's a lot of guys out there that are undersized that can be nickel corners. So that's like already, especially at 25 years old, you're already kind of capped as like a 3rd rounder. And then I got to the coverage tape and I was like, man, this guy gives up a lot of space in coverage, whether it's zone or man. I didn't think his reactive processing was really good. Awesome player against the run. I do think he should get drafted here pretty soon. But I was lower on what he's going to be at the next level. So we did just get a $50 super chat from Braden. Braden, you've been incredible all weekend, so huge shout out, Braden. Braden, I think he's making a big case for being the stream MVP, so we're gonna give the MVP chance for Braden. But says, speaking of international NFL fans, do you think Yoar Bernard can go today, the Nigerian D lineman from the International Pathway Program? Yeah, so you've got him and you've got Joshua Weru as well. I wouldn't be stunned if both those guys get drafted. International Pathway Program, they both got to have a private workout and crushed it, absolutely crushed it. So I would not be surprised if we see that at all. Oh, let's go. This is awesome. The Chargers just took Brennan Thompson. They finally got Justin Herbert. What I have probably for 4 years been screaming, like, just try it. Try and take a player like Brennan Thompson and see how it goes. They've put some vertical threats in the room, but none of them have like 4.2 speed like Brennan Thompson. I honestly, when you consider the value, the potential, and the fit, this is a certified steal. I really liked Brennan Thompson. He got a ton of hype in like February when the combine happened, and then everybody just stopped talking about him, and I don't know why. Ducky, it's okay.
Duck, it's fine.
Just mom's alarm. You're good. Ducky does not like our phone alarms. But yeah, dude, he can get down the field. He tracks the ball. He actually, like, he's got good release. He runs routes. He's 165 pounds. Like, that's how he's able to move like that and run routes like that. But when you have Justin Herbert, put him and take the top off the defense like this, give him, I mean, man, you put him with Mike McDaniel, like, doing the Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle stuff. This is incredible. I mean, this is the type of player that Mike McDaniel has proven that he can get the most out of. So this is a phenomenal fit. If you're in a dynasty league, your fantasy leagues, sleeper right there. That's a really exciting player. He could be a true difference maker for them. That's really exciting. Did that stop your typing? I just scrolled up a little bit. You're good? Okay. Couple more super chats here. Oh, never mind. We got another pick. It's gonna be a race trying to keep up with your amazing super chats and the analysis here. So another good pick off the board. Fabeki Nwayu, who I probably butchered that name, but I liked him a lot. He was one of those guys that you're grinding through day 3 offensive line tape, and for me, I always do those condensed. Like, I love to watch day 3 prospects all together, especially on the offensive line, because it becomes very clear when you're doing a game on a guy. It becomes very clear, like, who the NFL players are and who the guys that just aren't very good at football are. And sometimes you're betting on traits and that kind of stuff. But Wyu was, like, good at football, really good pass protector. Like, I think if you have injuries on that offensive line, you can put him in there and keep CJ Stroud upright. Not a great athlete, not a great run blocker. Like, he's going to be limited in that sense. He's probably always going to be someone that you could probably do better than, right? Because he's not a great run blocker. But as a backup guard, I think he brings a ton of value. Injuries happen all the damn time, and I think he can just keep the boat from sinking. So I think that's a really smart use of a 4th round pick there. Happy to see him go because I didn't see a whole lot of people talking about him. But yeah, let's keep grinding some super chats here. So from Kanger, the whole name's not shown for me, but Kanger Jory something, €20 super chat. Thank you so much. Year 6 for me, following your content as the Tennessee Titans fans in the east side of the Atlantic. What should we be looking for some of our day 3 targets? Happy day 3 of the draft from Spain. Greetings, my friend. Thank you for tuning in. So a day 3 target for the Titans. They still have yet to get a guard. Am I wrong about that? So I would love to see them go. I mean, Carver Willis would be an easy shout out there. I would say Connor Liu as a center, Jalen Farmer. Those are 3 names I would love to see the Titans do. Get some improvements to that O-line for Cam Ward. From Falcon says, day 3, let's get it. Thank you, Marcus and B. Lisa. Continued prayers for Teddy and go Chiefs. Very kind. Thank you, Z Falcon. Adrenaline, $15 super chat says we can get Teddy Cam, Ducky Cam going up again here. You need to just chill, dude. Just go sleep. He'll settle down. He's excited. He wants to be a superstar like his brother. Everyone been talking about when they found your channel. Not sure exactly which year, but I do remember your videos of you talking about Brett Hundley. So I've been around here since 2016. Keep up the great work. Yeah, that's pretty much since the very beginning, Adrenaline. And yeah, we definitely. I mean, I know a lot of you guys like just been OGs. We need to get some new mods going. So like, I would definitely shout out like Adrenaline, Falcon, and no disrespect to any of you guys. And if it's just my stupid brain and name recall, Jacob Master. I don't know if Anna's able to get those guys added. I'm gonna keep. There's a lot of you that. What'd you say?
I said not at the second.
Not at the second, but we will. We definitely got to add to the list of mods. I don't know where Vic and Moon God are at. I guess you guys just aren't fans of the channel anymore. Sheesh. But from Matthew, where do you think EMW plays for us? Nickel, maybe. So EMW, this is always my brain is just like, it's just a rush of teams and picks and players. Sometimes I lose my mind, just forgets where certain guys landed. I remember him going last night, and I'm just like, wait, where did he go? Emmanuel McNeil Warren went to, wasn't the Raiders? Hold on. I know. There's these little moments that you guys watching are like, what an idiot. How does he not remember where he went? But you just have these little brain fart moments when you're, the Browns. Yeah. I think he could play nickel. I think he probably starts. I think if anyone would play nickel, I would probably move Grant Delpit into the nickel, and I would put McNeil Warren and Ronnie Hickman deep. That's how I would do it. I think McNeil Warren might go into the nickel. I don't think Hickman would, but I think Grant Delpit probably in the nickel, and then McNeil Warren and yeah. So I think that's how I would do it. But it'll be interesting to see how they view that room. My guy Cy says best evals and coverage of players in draft. Period. I really appreciate that. That's a huge compliment. So thank you. And then before we get this Niners pick from Rish, hey TFG, love the draft streams. Eagles fan here, scared of Hurts going into this offseason, even though I love the playmakers giving me first 4 weeks of Kellen Moore vibes. So obviously I'm not the biggest Jalen Hurts guy. That's been pretty apparent, but I will say, like, yeah, with the scheme change, investing in Lemon, getting Eli Stowers, it's put up or shut up time for Jalen Hurts to like prove that he can run a different system, attack the middle of the field, play the way that the Eagles are envisioning this offense going. It's going to be it really is, I do believe, a big year for Jalen Hurts to prove that he can be the long-term guy for them, as his contract is kind of meeting that, getting to the end of he's at the bridge in his contract. I'll say that. So, or the fork in the roads in his contract. So Grayson Halton goes to the Niners, another pick I love. So really athletic guy, great get off. Him and Caleb Proctor were pretty similar prospects. Interesting to see Proctor go above Halton. Halton pretty much did the same thing, but in the SEC. And ironically, that first clip is against LSU, who we talked about Proctor going up against LSU. But yeah, I mean, you're talking about great first step. He's got the swim move. He's got a couple ways he wins with that lateral quickness. He's a penetrator. He is exactly what the Niners typically value in pass rushers on the inside. So I think he can get in as a part of that rotation, and Chris Kachurik is going to know what to do with him in terms of just having him crash at the line. I always talk about that system. So whether it's the Niners or the Texans or the Packers or now the Dolphins, the Jags, the Titans with Robert Saleh, those are the teams in the Robert Saleh coaching tree right now. And they like lighter defensive linemen, and they like to create this scene in the run game of, can I just close the highlights real quick? They like to create a scene in the run game where instead of typical, like, okay, you got your gap, your stack, peak, shed, control your gap, they like to make it feel like you're running into a hurricane. And I think it was Robert Mays that said that phrase originally, so I want to give him credit. Also a ring the bell moment for me with Jonah Coleman going in the 4th round just now. So we'll, and you guys are going to screenshot me leaving the grade up there for him. But maybe I do like it at this point. But that's a fun pick to talk about here. So we'll wrap this up on Halton. Good pick. They like to muddy things up with the picture in the run game, and he's going to be a good fit there. So really good value. Okay, so Jonah Coleman, I think this is a ring the bell moment. I don't know how Ducky responds to the bell. Oh, he didn't like that. You don't like that, huh? Yeah, Ducky's a lot more animated than Teddy, huh? But just relax, dude. You're fine. Go lie down. I never saw Coleman as this day 2 running back. I really didn't, man. He is really, really slow and really stiff. And everybody's like, you got to go back to the 2024 tape. He was way better. And I did. I went back and I still saw a guy that had stuck in mud feet, that didn't hit the hole hard. And I just don't know that he's ever going to be a guy that you feel comfortable giving the ball a bunch of times to. And I just think he's going to be really limited as a short yardage back in the NFL. And he's 5'8", he's 220 pounds. He's really effective in those moments where it's like, you're going to get up to the line, and we need you to just find a crease, get low, drive your feet, get us a yard, pick up a first down, score a touchdown. I think he's going to be really effective at that. And he's also really good at catching balls out of the backfield, screen game, check downs, and he's an excellent pass protector. So Broncos fans are listening to this like, hold on, that sounds a lot like a back we had for years in Samaje Perine. And that's right. That's my pro comp on Jonah Coleman, I think. So yeah, great. I think I like it. It's at this point, I think Jonah Coleman in the 4th round is totally reasonable. I think I ended up with a 5th round grade on Coleman. True 5th round grade. So I think it's totally reasonable pick. But yeah, I think he's a role-playing running back as a 3rd down back that's going to keep Bo Nix upright. They do not have that in that room. They have J.K. Dobbins, who honestly because he gets hurt, I think why expose him? Sounds good. I just want to wrap this up. I don't want to expose Dobbins to unnecessary hits at all, which pass protection is going to be that. And I think you got Dobbins as your running back guy. Your running back. You've got R.J. Harvey and Mc whatever. I'm trying to wrap this up as your scat back, and now you have a 3rd down pass blocker, a pass catcher. It's just going to be a total RB by committee, and they're going to take care of business. So Jaden Kennedy goes here. I loved Jaden Kennedy. I think everybody kind of got to Kennedy around the same time, I feel like, because I watched him and I was like, hold on, that's like a really nice early day 3 type of DB. I love this for the Chiefs. But I watched him, and then all of a sudden I started to see other people talking about him. I feel like he was one of those day 3 day Bs that draft analysts, we only have so much time in the day, so there's guys down the board that we get to later. And then the buzz kind of started to pick up, and here he goes, 4th round. So really just balanced defensive back. He played a unique role at Oregon. We've talked about how Thieneman in that defense was so good as a middle of the field safety that they actually, a lot of their coverages was a unique cover 2 structure, kind of the way that they used to run Tampa 2 with the Bucs way back in the day. But they would put Thieneman right in that mid read at about the 10-yard area, and he was half linebacker, half free safety, and just had the whole middle of the field. And then they did some really creative stuff with Kennedy and whoever the other safety was, kind of just moving them up and down the hash marks, and it was either going to be cover 2, cover 6, man-to-man. So he kind of did it all in that unique role, but he's got sticky coverage. He gets involved against the run. He's exactly that 6th defensive back role that always has a place in a Spags defense where you're half slot corner, half safety. So I think that's a really nice pick for the Chiefs. I still wonder why Zakee Wheatley hasn't gotten drafted, though. I will shout out Zakee Wheatley. Should be drafted by now. I thought he was a 2nd-round player. I think someone's going to get a steal in him. All right, Super Chats from Rish. Love TFG draft stream. Eagles fans here scared of Hurts going into this. Oh, wait, we already did that. I just didn't finish it because you said Kellen. Okay, I'm sorry. Brain fart moment. We already did that one. Wade says, praying for Teddy and the family. Thank you. So yeah, just an update on Teddy, you guys, because we have a second here. Just so everybody understands what we're dealing with. So Teddy has he has heart failure, and he's on medication. So his heart is losing steam. And yeah, this might be Teddy's last draft, you guys. So it sucks. It's been a lot to process the last couple of days. but he's responding to the medication well, and we've got him, and we're going to spoil the absolute living hell out of him, and we love him to death. And you guys have been so great with the support. And so shout out to Teddy, and for all of you guys sending thoughts and prayers. I think it's gone a long way. We were definitely afraid we were going to lose him a couple days ago. So yeah, thank you. Casio, $2 super chat. Rounds 4 through 7, less talent due to NIL. I still think it's a reasonably deep draft. I do. I think there's a lot of good players that are going to get drafted. I don't personally look at this draft and be like, this year is more thin than normal. I think what I'm noticing the most with NIL is that the small school guys have become a lot more interesting, where you can, number one, question, like, why didn't you transfer up? And number two, there's a lot less small school guys, and not even like your Southeast Missouri State. Sometimes those guys just might go unnoticed, even through NIL. But I'm talking about like your Bowling Greens, your San Diego States, like that second tier of D1 football. There's a lot less prospects from there because that group has all gone up. And I actually think you can make an argument that it has fine-tuned a lot of these guys and strengthened the class in a way where you're not having some of those level of competition concerns for a lot of those guys. So I think it goes both ways with NIL in terms of depth of draft class. I think what is left with this class is, I think this is the last year where we will have COVID-eligible players, where we're getting all these sixth-year guys like that got the extra COVID eligibility. I think this is the last year of that. So that's going to kind of get us back to normal with the age of a lot of these guys. Speaking of which, Cade Klubnik comes off the board. Although, no, Klubnik was actually, I was confusing him with Carson Beck, who played 6 years. Klubnik was 4 years. But Klubnik is a very reasonable fourth-round pick, in my opinion. I had a fifth-round grade on him, and was, other than Cole Payton, who's a small school project QB, which I don't think the Jets are looking for a project QB right now. They're looking at next year's draft class. I think they look at this as they've had a great draft. They don't have a whole lot of spots to fill holes. Cade Klubnik's going to be, for the next 4 years, a really good backup quarterback. And this year, if Geno gets hurt, because he did get hurt last year, he's 36 years old, he can step in and keep the boat afloat. Because Brady Cook last year, he wasn't doing that. I think Cade Klubnik had a very reasonable level of like processing. He actually extends plays. The one thing that I'll say about Cade Klubnik, this dude made some batshit crazy throws on the run that I was like, hold on, you have a C+ arm in my opinion, and you just off your back foot like dropped it into a bucket on the sideline. Like, okay, Cade Klubnik. But yeah, he's not your forever starter. But like, this is exactly why I was so hard on the Cardinals with the 65th pick. I saw Klubnik and Beck as the same player. We're 30-something picks later, and you can get this type of quarterback really at will in any given draft. That's why it was so especially hard when there was impact players there with the 65th pick. That's effectively a second-round pick. That was the first pick in the third round. It's just brutal. So I would say I like it for the Jets. I think it makes sense for them to go with one of the better backup quarterback prospects in this draft. All right. I can already tell I'm going to need some tea at some point. Hopefully this coffee helps keep my throat cleaned up.
Cage Casey just went to the break.
Cage Casey. All right.
Do you know what school
he's Boise State, Cage Casey.
And what's his
And
specific
he's going to be just do O-line for him, O-L. So I think actually I wrote Casey up as a guard. That's why I couldn't find him there for a second. Did I? I'm struggling. I can't find him on my... Just trying to find my notes on Cage Casey. Okay. So I had Casey a little bit lower, 6 to a priority free agent grade. So I'm going to say this is fine. I guess I saw a player that clearly, like, the technique was there, the effort was there. There's not a ton to coach him up. Like, he probably could be a solid backup. He played tackle, could probably be a guard. But I just saw 6'6", 310 pounds, not a good athlete, 32 3/4 inch arms, so like shorter arm length for a tackle. And I at least wanted to see like good play strength for him. And even against his level of competition, I thought he wasn't the strongest guy. So I think he's a fine player as a day 3 guy. I do think there was better tackles available, like straight up, like a good amount of them. So not my favorite pick. And then we've got Drew Shelton. So, like, example of someone that I think would have been a better pick for the Broncos. I think Drew Shelton has developmental tackle upside. I actually love this as a pick for Dallas. Shelton for me was a 3rd to a 4th round grade, so we're getting into value territory here. He has the traits. Like, again, when you start watching day 3 tackles, it is evident who the backups and the future guards are and who the guys are. There's a select couple guys down the board where it's like, okay, this guy actually has the size. He's 6'6", 315. He's got 33.5 inch arms. He actually has the feet and the range to be left on an island as a tackle. Like, he has the requisite NFL starting tackle traits that you want to see those boxes checked if that's what he's going to be. And his tape wasn't bad. It was just inconsistent at times. So I really like him as a backup. I've been really hard on those Cowboys tackles. Like, huge year for Tyler Guyton coming up. If he doesn't take a step, he's not going to be your answer. And at right tackle, you know, I love what they get from a run blocking perspective. My brain is struggling today. But I like what they have at run blocking at right tackle, but pass blocking is a big issue there. So I think as a developmental potential starter, but even just a quality backup, and he's got the frame that could be a guard for you too. So I think that's a great use of a 4th round pick, in my opinion, for Dallas. Good work, Jerry. You didn't drop the ball on that one. All right, from where did we leave off? Man, you guys are awesome. So Ash says, went to the draft yesterday to see our Packers pick. I'm taking full credit for them making some good picks since it was also my birthday. Happy birthday, Ash. I hope you enjoyed the draft. Hope Pittsburgh was treating you well. That's exciting, man. And yeah, I am very pleasantly surprised with how the Packers did yesterday. 0 complaints. Literally 0 complaints. Braden, we gave you some love. We'll give you some more love. Thank you for the super chat. R2 tuning in for day 3. So R2 is a Patreon supporter. We love our international viewers. And I every year I try to get closer to getting better at pronouncing your name. But it sounds like you woke up, watched the day 2 stream that you probably weren't watching at 2 a.m, which I cannot blame you. And now we're here for day 3. So good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the support and the super chat. Vodo says, I hate everything about the things the 49ers choose to be. Why is John Lynch the way he is? Yeah, man. I mean, the Niners would have a Super Bowl by now, right? If they didn't just light picks on fire every year. You know, Stribling will be interesting because I could at least see. I think the best way to put this is like the Niners' philosophy is broken. They can't just every pick be against consensus and they just always beat to their own drum. I think it's okay to do it occasionally. So if they were a normal drafting team and then just on a one-off occasion we're like, you know what, Stribling is like the perfect fit for us. This is our guy. Like we're gonna trade out of the first and take him in the early second because we just don't want to miss out on him. If that was a one-off thing, I could get behind it a lot more. But it's just like you do that, and then you also do the 3rd round running back thing again, and don't even take, in my opinion, the best running back available. Like Emmett Johnson would have been a much better pick for them if they actually wanted to go running back there, or even taking a swing on Mike Washington Jr. I think would have at least been like, you know, okay, we're trying to replace what we thought we had in Isaiah Pacheco, who was good his rookie year and then went off the rails. But yeah, I'm with you, man. I'd be really frustrated as a Niners fan. I feel like they it's like there's a roadblock on their way to the Super Bowl that they put in front of their way, and they have to, get around it every single year. It's not necessary to do that. Ty Kendall, reports were that Waiu were the number one player on the Bengals board. Oh, like for today, I would assume you mean. I had never heard of him, so I was very cautious about the pick, but if he was good, I may be a bit sad now that we don't get him. So if heading into today he was the number one player on their board, that would make more sense. I think he's a good player. I do. I think the pass protection is really good for him. It's just not a great run blocker, so it's a trade-off. Okay, Jalen Farmer to the Colts. Okay. This guy's going to be a starter someday. I will say that. I love this. I think Jalen Farmer, if you could just compile his best blocks, both pass pro and run blocking, you're like, that's Trey Smith from the Chiefs. Like his best reps, it's like that's what an all-pro guard looks like. Size, strength, gets after it, like gets off the ball, like really fun player to watch. The problem is it's a roller coaster, dude. Like there's great plays, and then the next play he's either letting a guy cross his face, or he completely misses a stunt, or he misses with his hand. Like everything is just glitchy right now with him. It's like a broken stream with bad internet with him. But the Colts are really good at developing offensive linemen, and if you can straighten that line, you've got a steal here in the 4th round. So I think that's a really good pick for them. You get to learn from Quentin Nelson. Like, I love that.
Let's take a quick break so you can grab your phone.
Okay. I'm going to take literally a real quick break because I need to grab my phone. Anna needs her phone, which I'm using to be able to watch the draft, and I need it to also be able to watch the draft. So just give me 20 seconds to run upstairs and grab my phone. All right. We got some exciting picks. So Devin Moore, did you say he was not Cowboys, right? He was.
I thought he was Cowboys.
Was he? Because the Cowboys had just taken.
Yes, it is Cowboys.
So they had back-to-back?
No, the Colts took Jalen.
Oh, told you my brain's not working today. The Cowboys take Devin Moore, big, lengthy corner. Kind of the same thing with Takario Davis, where he doesn't move really well, but I thought Devin Moore had just better tape. Like, he was just closer in coverage. I think he anticipates things better. Like, I think he gets it. He's just not the best athlete, but he's got great length. He's a fascinating player. There's some stuff to like there as a 4th rounder. So I would say I like it. I had him right around this range, I believe. Yeah, 4th, 5th round. And then the Raiders, this is why, like, I wouldn't have taken the edge rusher out of Auburn or Traden Stukes. One of those two picks.
The Ravens.
No, I know, but this is who I thought the Raiders should have taken. I would take the Keiron Crawford pick back from the Raiders to take Elijah Surratt there in the third round, who the Ravens just grabbed in the fourth. To me, better player than Jacoby Lane, who they took in the third. Everything okay over there?
No.
What's going on? You couldn't find the mouse?
Yeah. Okay. Surratt should be up there.
All right, there it is. So this is a steal, dude. So if you just flipped Surratt and Jacoby Lane with where they got drafted, that would make a lot more sense to me. I think this only makes me feel more confident in my take that Jacoby Lane's not going to really see the field, because I think you're going to get to practice and it's going to be like, oh my God, one of these guys is a hell of a football player and the other guy just doesn't really get it. And Surratt, to me, was a top 10 wide receiver. He was on my top 50 big board. This dude catches everything. There's a lot of Michael Pittman in his game. I think I even have the clips on him. Like, he was clutch for Mendoza. He was the back shoulder glue guy. This is the kind of like chain moving, like, think of what DeAndre Hopkins was for this team. You're going to get that in Surratt, and he's kind of sneaky good after the catch too. Like, he's got contact balance, he's got some shiftiness, creativity. He's a really good fit for what they need. He's going to run block for you in a way that Jacoby Lane won't. Like, I think they I don't know if they had like people dueling in the draft room over Jacoby Lane, which would make sense, right? Like, Lane was okay. I just got to get the highlights off there. Lane was such a divisive prospect that I would not be surprised if there was some back and forth in the war room there that was like, we want Surratt, we want Lane, and then they were like, you know what, we'll try to get them both and see how it goes. The Ravens love the double dip strategy just as much as me, and I think those as a pairing is fun. But I would absolutely put my money on Surratt being the better out of those two. And then Keontae Scott, who we got a super chat about not long ago, I said probably going to come off the board pretty soon. I had a third to a fourth round grade on him, which, I guess I could ring the bell. I don't know. It always feels weird to ring the bell when a guy's falling. But he was, I guess, kind of a not my guy. But at this point, I love it. Like, this is exactly where I think Keontae Scott should go. And I see a comment there from Buccaneer Bryce in the chat saying he's such a Bucs corner, and I could not agree more. I mean, they do kind of value being a maniac, run defense, speed over coverage. And that has its pros and cons. Like, there's some times where you watch the Bucs secondary and you're like, yeah, they're kind of allowing a lot of green grass out there, but they kind of suck to play against. And that's Keontae Scott's game. It's like, you can get him when it's third down. Like, you can throw the ball against him. He's not the stickiest corner. But, dude, blitzing him, playing the run, being a locker room presence, like, 100%. Reunites with Reuben Bain. Like, this is absolutely a Bucs pick. And at this stage, I do think that's exactly where I think Scott should go. I don't know that he'll be a full-time starter just because of the coverage stuff. He's a little older, but they needed some help in that nickel area, and they got it. So good work. All right, let's go back to some super chats here. So, Reed says, I didn't watch last night. What's your opinion on the Bears picks on day 2? I'm very unimpressed. So, yeah, as much as I appreciate the super chats, guys, comments like this, like, I'm probably not going to have time to, like, give you the answers that you deserve. Like, there's so many picks flying. I can't remember everything off the top of my head. I will remind you guys, I do every team, every division, every pick. Like, we get into it, so there's going to be time to, like, really get my thoughtful, like, prepared analysis on all this stuff. I will say I hated what the Bears did on day 2. I thought they absolutely reached on both their picks, so I'll give you that. But again, we'll get into it more thoughts on why in the coming days. But thank you, Reed. Monty as well. What's up, Monty? Welcome back for day 3. He says Coleman will be fantastic for when we're 3rd and 1 and call a trick play that loses 8 yards instead of handing it off to him. Monty, I love you because you're just like me. You're such a skeptic of your own team, and you know exactly what buttons to press that are hilarious about the Broncos. So shout out to Monty. All right, so Travis Burke out of Memphis. Yeah, he makes sense as a 4th-round pick. I got to him a couple days ago, and I thought he was all right. I mountain of a man, like 6'8", 300 something pounds. 300. I would hope he's 300 something pounds. 325 pounds at 6'8.5", 34.5-inch arms, and I've kind of expected him to not be able to move very well. It wasn't the case. Like he's decently athletic for being as big as he is. He's naturally, like, his feet are going to be a little bit heavier, so I wouldn't say he had like I'm comfortable leaving him on an island type of athleticism as a pass blocker, but with his reach and his length, like he's able to recover because of it. So there's that, and he gets after it in the run game. Again, not the most coordinated athlete at all times. He leans and falls off blocks, but there's developmental upside there for Travis Burke. You know, maybe they're a little bit worried. Rashawn Slater, long term, there's some injury stuff. Like we saw what happened when those tackles went down last year. They're like, let's get a backup tackle we like. And I think the floor is decent enough, and the upside is certainly good. So I had a third to a 4th-round grade. I think I would actually upgrade this to love it after talking it through, which sometimes we just need to get through it before we put the grade on there.
He rolled her to Michigan.
Hey, to the Panthers, or to who?
To the Lions.
Oh God! Screw you, Lions fans. One of my guys in this draft, Jimmy Rolder, goes to the Lions. God damn it. So I had 2 of my guys out of Michigan, and they both go to Detroit, so that's very fitting. That's what I get for liking players out of Michigan. Kind of a ring the bell moment for me. I had him in this 3rd to 4th round range. He made my top 10 linebackers list. It was kind of everybody had him more like 5th, 6th round. And I was like, I don't know, man. I think he could start and be a sleeper. He was a highly recruited guy, had some injuries that it took some time for him to get on the field at Michigan. But when he did, it really clicked. Green dot guy, gets everybody lined up. He's got quick feet to kind of dance around blocks, but he's 238 pounds on top of that. So like he can hit, he can get off blocks. I don't have a whole lot of questions about him in the run game. He's got shorter arms, so that can have some deficiencies in terms of block shedding and tackling at times. But the one thing I felt about him was he was super underrated as a coverage player. He doesn't have speed, and he wasn't able to run his 40, but I think if he did, he probably would have hit about 4.7. But because he moves so well and he's got great eyes, like he's adequate in coverage, in my opinion. Honestly, there's a lot of Alex Anzalone in him. I compared him to Drew Tranquill. I love this pick. I tempted to even call it a steal, but this is about the range I had Jimmy Rolder. But yeah, man, great pick for Detroit.
And then the Jags traded up for Wesley Williams.
All right, Jags. I mean, dude, James Gladstone at this point, I've got questions. I think he is, I'm not gonna say he's on the hot seat, but like, because they did a good job, obviously, like year one, obviously, like the free agency and the coaching and some of the existing players like really came through for them. But I've got a lot of questions about these draft picks. Just kind of, they feel like they're kind of in their own world a little bit. Wesley Williams, for me, total jag. I mean, I had a 6th, 7th round grade on him. I had him as a rotational day one, like rotational defensive lineman, kind of just pluck him on the end of the draft. And, you know, that's kind of it. I think he plays hard. He's got a sturdy frame. They would collapse him a lot. Like, he fits the scheme in terms of, like, I described him as a Robert Saleh type of DN, so this is that system. I just don't think you have to take this player in the 4th round. Like, he kind of just has this sturdy frame. He's got a nice first step. He kind of just puts his head down and pursues the ball. But there's not really a skill set there with a lot of upside. I wrote down high motor, disruptor in the run game, burst despite the lack of long speed in his 40 time. And he leans into blockers with, like, okay pop, but not a lot of balance. So, like, I don't know, man. I think it's a reach, again, for the Jags. They have really reached, in my opinion. And it's why we do draft grades, right? It's why we revisit draft grades. Like, I would love to be wrong, but I think they've made 3 major reaches in Jacksonville. And they're all guys, I will say, like, they're all guys that will play, but they're just like, in my opinion, the Jags are overvaluing role players and not getting difference makers in spots where they maybe could. And I just don't think that's a good draft philosophy. So, Super Chats from Adrenaline. What round do you think we're going to get a kicker punter analysis from that franchise wife? My guess is early 6th. That sounds about right. I don't know if there's any kickers that are highly sought after this year.
I looked them up. I'm ready to go.
All right. That franchise wife is ready to go. Ducky's got some opinions breathing right into the mic. You just want to lie down. You just want to go to sleep. Should we grab Teddy? Come here, Ted. Your turn. Come here, bud.
Your Packers took Danny Dennis Sutton.
Hey! Of course they did. Danny Dennis Sutton was the guy I was terrified the Packers were going to take in the 2nd round because he was way overhyped, in my opinion. And I got a lot of comments like, top 10 edge video drops. Where's Danny Dennis Sutton? How do you not have this guy in your top 10? I had a 3rd to a 4th round grade on Danny Dennis Sutton. He is a pure traits-based developmental edge who doesn't really get it on the football field, in my opinion. But I'll be honest, at this point, this is a Danny Dennis Sutton pick that I can say I love it. 3rd, 4th round grade. He's my 16th edge, my best edge available. And they needed something like this. So he's got, like, flashes, right? That's what you're going to see with him. You got to tie it all together. The weaknesses list is extremely long for him. Tall and tight, bad bend, will never be great at it with his height, but still has room to improve his pad level, so he's got to keep his pads down. Uncoordinated, unbalanced athlete, poor eyes in the run game, struggles with instincts and technique to shed blocks when guys approach him. Can be clunky getting out of his stance with room to improve his get-off, so he doesn't maximize his speed to power ability. He just, long way to go for him. True, like, mid-round developmental edge type prospect, kind of like what, like, Josh Sweat was when he came out. Like, Josh Sweat was not a good football player when he came out, but it clicked. Like, sometimes you got to just gamble on the traits and see if you can get it to click. So at this point, yeah, there's upside in this player, and they need some more guys in that edge room. So I'm excited to see what he can do at this point, and I'm just glad we didn't take him in the 2nd round because I knew we liked him. And he's exactly the Packers type, just like RAS God who's bad at football. But yeah, I mean, I'm cool with it here. Absolutely. Pick 121. Oh my God, Caden Wetjen just went. All right, so I think the Steelers, number one, they feel really good about their defensive roster. I'll say that. Their draft strategy is kind of interesting to me because they've loaded up pieces on the offense, and then they took Drew Aller as a total dart throw in the 3rd round, and now they're taking a returner in the 4th round, which is interesting. I mean, if you don't think anybody you pick at this point is going to make your team, I mean, that's just wrong. Like, there's guys that, like, Kyle Lewis would have been a really fun pick out of Pittsburgh, but Caden Wetjen's fun. Like, I kind of will say I like it. Like, I definitely thought Wetjen should get drafted, middle of day 3. I think I ended up 5th to 7th round grade on him. So we're getting closer to the 5th round. It's not crazy. Great returner, and I actually thought when he got to run routes down at the Shrine Bowl, he looked okay. It's Iowa's passing game, and they didn't use him as a receiver all that much. They would give him like jet sweeps and stuff for the most part. But I think it's a reasonable pick. There's other guys I would have rather seen them go with, especially when that linebacker room is what it is. Like, there's still some linebackers I like. Keyshawn Elliott would be a good fit for them. But Wetchen's a really good returner. Really good returner. So that's what you're getting there. Alrighty. I do want to ask you guys, if you are not subscribed to the channel, take a look and make sure you are. I have a goal to get to 115K subscribers by the end of this stream. We're like 200 short, so we've got 2,400 of you watching. I would bet that 200 of you are not subscribed. So if you could do me a favor and like the stream as well. The views on these streams after the fact have actually been really good, and I think it's because you guys have been hitting the like button, so please continue to do that. Make sure, in the 7 hours that you're going to be with us at some point, if you could just navigate your thumb down to that like button, it's just a tiny little thing that really does go a long way. Like, if all 2,000 of you hit that like button, YouTube sees that, it catches it, it pushes it out there. So I know it's annoying to ask for likes, but it's a big deal. So please hit that like button. But let's do some super chats here while ESPN's in commercial break. So, what'd you say? Well, next commercial break, I'll go get my phone so you can have yours. I know you don't want 7 hours without your phone. But yeah, I have a bunch of super chats, so I want to catch up. So Gregory says, Bills fan here. Literally feels like this year Bean went into the draft and was like, oh no, we lost AJ Epinesa. We need to replace our number 4 edge. So predictable. Bean is starting to lose Bills Mafia. Yeah, dude, he's lost me. I mean, they just don't draft well. They get a B- draft every year, and it's just not enough when you're trying to make that push. Caleb talks, are there any round 1 or round 2 beat to their own drum picks you can remember that most analysts hated that actually worked? So I was thinking about that, actually. The first guy I can really think of is Jordan Brooks for the Seahawks. Was everyone thought was a 3rd round guy. The Seahawks took him in the 1st round. Now, it took him a little while, but he was all right for the Seahawks as a 1st round player. It wasn't he was probably an average 1st rounder for them. And then if they would have re-signed him, they would have learned that he was still getting better, and they let him go because he was coming off a year where he missed a bunch of tackles, which wasn't really characteristic for him. Jordan Brooks was a 1st-team All-Pro for the Dolphins this year. So, they were on to something there. They should have re-signed him. They navigated it well by going to get Jones, but that's definitely a good answer for that question. Ravens, $5 super chat. This is for Teddy. Also, please draft Sam Hecht. Ravens. Yeah, Sam Hecht's a nice player out of Notre Dame. I think he could be a starter, but a really nice, flexible interior offensive lineman that should go around this range. Real Talk says, been watching since 2020. Shout out. Howie Roseman and TFG makes every draft fun. Go Birds and go Teddy. And shout out to you for sticking around. I know I can tick Eagles fans off with my Jalen Hurts opinion, but I'm not until he makes me change my opinion by shifting. It is what it is. But I do appreciate my Eagles fans that stick around, because I get it. When an analyst hates on your team, you don't want to hear it. But I don't hate the Eagles. I actually think the Eagles are freaking awesome. And it annoys me that they're as good as they are and that Howie is as good as he is. But I do happen to have opinions about their quarterback. Ty Kendall, lost my 18-year-old black lab that I had since I was 3. I know how much it hurts. I'm sorry for your loss. Prayers up for you guys and for Teddy. Wishing y'all the best. Thank you very much. Yeah, it does. It really freaking sucks, man. I've been through it a few too many times at this point, and it never gets easier. So yeah, very sorry for your loss, Ty. Braden, one of my Wildcats to my Colts. I love it. Trying to remember what they did, but congrats, Braden, and thank you again. Oh yeah, the lineman. Yeah, Farmer. Kentucky Wildcats. I was thinking of Kansas State Wildcats. I was like, who did they take from Kansas State? VJ Payne? I didn't do that. Jack, $2 super chat. I was late. Did McCoy get certified steal? Yes, he did. Very much pulling for McCoy. That Raiders cornerback room is like the most athletic cornerback room I've ever seen in my life.
Okay, Raiders came in with Washington Jr.
Mike Washington Jr.?
Yeah.
I don't get it. I mean, I get the pick. I get this pick, and it's a ring the bell moment for me. I'll ring the bell on this one because I was pretty damn hard on Mike Washington Jr., who got like second round buzz, and I'm like, I don't know, man. He's a day 3 running back that everyone's hyping up way too much. He's got athletic gifts, but at this stage, I think you can justify Mike Washington Jr. I had him, I think, 4th to a 5th round grade. Yeah, 4th to 5th round, which is exactly where we are. They need a backup running back. So I think you, as a pick, as a value, like even as a need as a backup running back, I just don't freaking understand why we're not taking a wide receiver. I liked the McCoy pick. That was like, dude, I get it. Like, go get the guy that's falling, that has top player in this draft potential at the top of the 4th round. But here, look, okay, Mike Washington's fun. Like, you can find backup running backs. We need some freaking wide receivers, dude. Skylar Bell is still on the board. Take Skylar Bell. Sounds good. Roll the dice on Bryce Lance. I think guys like Kendrick Law, Jordan Hudson can play. Kevin Coleman Jr. is awesome. Like, we need some more freaking receivers in Las Vegas. I don't understand, man. Wade Woodaz. I mean, I think there's better linebackers available if you're Houston. I really do. Wade Woodaz is kind of a explosive north and south run defense oriented guy. I understand why D'Amico Ryans likes him. That's kind of their type. There's a little bit of like Azeez Al-Shaair in there where it's just like, go hit the football. Like, go hit the ball carrier. Go get it. That's their style. Like, I get it as a fit. I just think there's better linebackers, and that this is a reach. I think it's fine as a special teamer and a developmental linebacker for them. I think it's okay. He's going to be a really good special teamer because he gets down the field and hits, man.
All right, the Bears traded up for this.
All right. What's up, Adam? We know you're watching.
Malik Mohammed out of Texas.
Okay. It's a good pick. Malik Muhammad was a 3rd round cornerback prospect for me, so I love it to get him in the 4th. He cracked my top 10 cornerbacks list. He's developmental. His tape is a little bit all over the place. He's a little grabby at times. I think he's a little bit late to see stuff at times. His footwork needs a lot of work, but he's physical. He plays the run. He moves really well. He's got good length. Like, the traits are really there, and the flashes are really nice. Like, I do think he has some good stuff from zone coverage where you see some plays and you're like, okay, he understands like route combinations and where to carry and what to do in zone, and he definitely has the traits for man. So I would not be surprised if he turns into and the nice thing too is he has inside out flexibility. He can be outside, he can be a nickel because of how he plays the run. Right here you're going to see a nice closing play. But yeah, really good pick for the Bears. Honestly, if you flipped him in either of their day 2 picks, it would have made a lot more sense for me. So I love that. I would. It's even bordering on certified steal, but I don't know if I'm like in love with the prospect enough. Because certified steal is like, hey, I think they got like I really believe they found impactful starter here on day 3. I still think there's bust potential with Malik Muhammad, but there's, like I said, there's a lot to like.
Here he is, Skylar Bell.
All right. Good pick for the Bills there. I'm excited to see him in this offense. He's going to be a fun, like, fantasy football sleeper. Gets to stay in that neck of the woods, UConn to Buffalo. Although I think Skylar Bell has played, like, I think he went from Wisconsin to, I know he started at Wisconsin, but anyway, he's kind of got it all when you watch him. Like, I'm going to have to look at what my weaknesses on him were, but I had a 3rd to a 4th round grade on him. He ended up my wide receiver 14. But he gets down the field and makes really tough catches, and he's awesome after the catch. I want to say he led the NFL in run after catch. And this makes sense. My pro comp on him is Curtis Samuel, who was someone that the Bills like, and I think might even still be on the Bills. So that's very fitting in terms of like what they like in the player. But let's break it down. So effortless hands catcher who plucks the ball with outreached arms. Good ball skills through traffic, 65% contested catch win rate this year, 50% on his career. Sneaky great top speed when he's able to open up his gate. He has a good baseline of footwork and releases in his routes to get open. Quick feet after the catch to make guys miss. 15 missed tackles forced this year. Contact balance on top of it. And he's had a good developmental trajectory. Weaknesses, I said the frame is smaller. He gets disrupted within his routes or when attacking the football through physical contact, something that's going to get harder at a higher level of competition. He had painful drop issues in his 3 seasons before this year. So he had 14%, 15%, 14% drop rates in the 3 years prior. Goes to UConn, cleans up the hands. Has some low lows, trying to win tough catches or secure the ball, even if they might not register a full drop. So he does have some double catches, some moments where he's got it, but he gets hit and the ball pops out. So like there's shakiness with his ball skills, even though the drop rate came way down this year. And he does have some really impressive wins on tape with the spectacular catches. Had to transfer out of Wisconsin and face a lower level of competition to reach his production level, and he's an older prospect. He turns 24 before the start of his rookie season. So there's some of the knocks on him and why I ended up 3rd, 4th round on him, but really a good high upside pick, honestly.
And then the Bills picked again with Caleb Alarms.
All right. That makes sense. Developmental linebacker. He's in that kind of like D Winners realm coming out of TCU, just really athletic, traits-based guy. There's moments across the board with him, but Dorian Williams type of prospect here for them. Not gonna be someone that gets on the field right away, but you get him in the developmental lab, get him playing special teams. He's got really good traits. This is your classic like bet on a 4th round linebacker that you hope connects. This is kind of my kind of guy from a draft philosophy standpoint. It's not some absurd value or anything like that. It's just a good process, reasonable pick. So, all right, Bills, just as we had that comment about Bean, like I wouldn't be surprised if, especially Bell, but I wouldn't be surprised if either of these picks ended up being a more impactful player than TJ Parker or Noah Igbinosun someday. Not immediately, but someday. Wouldn't be stunned when we revisit the draft grades 3 years from now that we say, well, day 2 kind of stunk, but they got some impact players on day 3, which is kind of the Bills' way. From the other guy, here for my yearly support, thank you for the super chat. Where do you think, well, he says, thank you for all the content. You're the only way I will watch the draft. I appreciate that. Where do you think Nussmeier could land this draft that would excite you and make it worthy of a dynasty pick? That's a fun question. So, the Jets, I will say the Jets, I feel like when the Jets took Klubnik, it was like, we're kind of afraid Nussmeier might be good enough to be a starter, but we don't think he's like a, high upside guy. Like, we really want to get it. Like, they are so far in on the idea of like, we want Arch or we want one of these guys next year, whoever breaks through, that they were like, we don't want Nussmeier to be so good that we end up having to stick with him. So I actually kind of get that. But I mean, honestly, Cardinals, like, if the Cardinals come back and they're like, let's just get another one because we don't have any quarterbacks in our room right now, we could see a double dip strategy there. Vikings could sneak in there, just be like, hey, why not? Eagles wouldn't surprise me. Eagles take a backup quarterback every year. There's noise with Jalen Hurts. I think that's a pretty good short list for you. Miami could be a Nussmeier spot. All right. So while we got a commercial break, I want to shout out my merchandise guys. Wearing the draft season hoodie while I cover up my mouth. But yeah, if you want another way to support the channel, you can go buy some TFG merch. That link should be in the description below, but thatfranchisestore.com. I'm working up some hats, some new hats. We have hats on there. Hold on. I would say go buy a hoodie, go buy a shirt, go check out some of the stuff. Buy a TFG coffee mug. But hold off on the hats because we got some exciting stuff coming with the hats. If you like the NFL Stock Exchange hats, working with the same guys to get some dope TFG hats. But that's another way to support the channel. If you guys want to rep TFG out in the wild. From where do we leave off here? I lost where I was. Here we go. From Riley Sullivan, were you unable to get to your safety or tight end rankings videos? Appreciate everything you do. So, yeah, unfortunately, I fell short on the position rankings videos for a second year in a row. I hate to say it. Like, it was a big goal of mine to do it, and I failed at that goal. I'm still extremely proud of all the draft content we did. I think the draft guide is stronger than it ever was. The evaluations this year I feel really good about that. But it was a lot of time grinding tape, and we fell short. The draft came a week earlier this year. This week we had the situation with Teddy came up, which eliminated my chance to do that video. So that was the final, straw that broke the camel's back in terms of not getting to it. But again, if you want to check out those evals, you can get it through the draft guide there, YouTube membership, Patreon. And when I react to the grades, when we do draft grades videos, I will be analyzing these players. So it's not like we're not going to analyze those players. Unfortunately, yeah, we missed the rankings. Hopefully next year can be in a place to get that done. And I know it's a bummer for a lot of people, but I can't beat myself up about it too much. It's a lot of work.
Carver Willis. Is he an offensive tackle?
Let's go!
Offensive tackle.
Who took him?
The San Francisco 49ers.
Let's go!
I don't know what his position is. I think it's an offense.
Just do O-line, yeah. Let's go, Teddy! Carver Willis in the 4th round. I'm not crazy! I'm not crazy. Bonafide steal, you guys. Bonafide steal. Carver Willis. I'm playing the reel for you guys. This is like my one-off absolute, like, I'm on an island. Literally nobody's talking about him. I had a 2nd round grade on Carver Willis. I talked about it earlier. Like, I wouldn't have actually drafted him in the 2nd round because I understand I'm so crazy with this player. But I don't see how this isn't a starting tackle in the NFL, or a guard, or a center. The positional flexibility is just a cherry on top. But this is absolutely a Kyle Shanahan type of lineman. Like, the way he gets off the ball, he's awesome. He has that dickhead mentality that you look for. He had a breakout season at Washington. Like, the narrative on top of the tape is But the narrative on him is really, and we're going to catch up on some of these picks. We'll get a break here in just a minute, I'm sure. But this one's important, so I got to talk about it. But the narrative with him, he broke out. He transferred from Kansas State and came to Washington, which is an O-line factory, and just was killing it, man. And then he tears his MCL like week 7 against Ohio State in a game that he was dominating against Ohio State. They gave him a 4 to 6 week timeline. He comes back 6 weeks later. He puts Gabe Akis in a box. And then the next week against Wisconsin, by the second half, his knee was clearly bugging him. He started giving up some pressures. But to me, this is a long-term starter. Probably if he is the long-term replacement to Trent Williams, I would not be the least bit surprised. I'm very happy as a Carver Willis stan that he goes to such a great fit where I think he will have success. I get really excited about this. And the Niners, who've had a horrible draft, awesome, man. And then we have Connor Lew to the Bengals, another pick I really like here. Connor Lew's coming off an ACL. He's 20 years old, but moves extremely well. He's a dense player. He has the building blocks for like good play strength. He played at about 300. He's bulked up in his time during an ACL injury. I think that's really impressive. I don't understand how Connor Lew is not a day 2 pick. Like when some of the players that went off the board went, I think this is a long-term franchise center for the Bengals. In all reality, it's going to take a little bit of time, but I'm willing to be patient. Like most of these guys aren't going to be starters for you anyway. Like I go back to the Chargers pick with Jake Slaughter, and I could totally be wrong about Jake Slaughter. I know a lot of people. I've learned a lot of people like Jake Slaughter. If he's not going to start for you at center right away anyway, and maybe Slaughter's a guard, I get that, but there's other examples too. Why not take the guy that's like, yeah, he's going to need a little bit to get healthy, but I love it. Yep, got the certified steal for both of those. So those are a couple of really fun picks, man. Awesome job.
And then the
Panthers took Will Lee. Okay. Will Lee, I thought, was just like a really stable backup corner. Just not the traitsiest guy, but like the tape wasn't bad. I had him right in this range, 4th, 5th round type of guy, I think. So nothing wrong with the pick. I'm not, as a Panthers fan, I'm not going to be like jumping out of my seats. I had a true 5th round grade on him. Not going to be jumping out of my seat for this one, but it's not like a crazy reach or anything to fill in the cornerback room, which lacks some depth. I feel like they really need some guys in the nickel. Like I would have loved to see Jalen Kilgore for them to compete in the nickel, which would be a really exciting spot out of South Carolina. So that's, I would have much preferred that. But okay. All right, dude, Carver Willis, let's go. I'm so fired. That was the one thing where I was like, I need to be right about this one. Like that's as a draft analyst that like wants to have good takes, like find sleepers, like and be unique in certain situations. I'm so optimistic that he's going to be a franchise lineman for them. And the other thing is like they need help at guard. They need help at center. Like he can absolutely play those positions too. So like I feel pretty damn good that he's going to be a really nice starter for them, and that gets me really excited. Just to have good takes. Like that's what this is all about. So hell yeah. Trey Moore for Miami. Developmental. Trey Moore, developmental edge. Ran well, tested well, played a hybrid role at Texas, so you're going to probably project him to play off the edge, and it's kind of reminiscent, the Packers regime here in Miami, reminiscent of them going after the Oklahoma State edge that was kind of a hybrid last year. So I didn't end up getting to the tape on Trey Moore, but he's very much on my radar. Was the top player on my radar list with a 5th to a 7th round grade. And I wrote, will be a nice day 3 developmental piece for 3-4 style fronts. They're going to be more of a 4-3 style front, but they get hybrid. They get hybrid with stuff with Halfley. So reasonable pick. Even though I didn't get to the tape, he was very much on my radar. I know who he is, and very reasonable process, I would say, with that on Miami. All right, super chats. Okay. Just give us. I'm gonna run an ad at you for just 1 second. I am gonna get my phone. Anna needs her phone. I need to find my phone. I didn't get it on my last one, and I'm also a little parched. I'm gonna get something to drink, but just give us 1 quick second. Be right back. You guys are awesome. And we're back. Thank you for your patience. Finally found my phone. Genesis Smith goes to Arizona, staying close to home. So this is a guy that I think a lot of people recognize from your mock draft simulators. He was, for a long time, like on day 2 of the draft. So I think a lot of people who did a lot of mock draft sims are going to be like, oh my God, we got Genesis Smith at the end of the 4th or top of the 5th, wherever we are. That's about where I had him. Honestly, I didn't really see it with him. I think the coverage was okay, but nothing standout. And the run defense was really concerning for him. Like a lot of missed tackles, really bad angles from the back end. I didn't see a particularly instinctive, like impactful safety prospect. He's got decent size, but he's 6'2", 200. He's a little bit skinny. The speed's all right. Okay player, in my opinion. I think at this point there's nothing wrong with this pick, but I see him as probably a backup safety and a special teamer was kind of my most likely outlook on him. And then who else did we get?
Jeremiah Wright went to the Saints.
Jeremiah Wright, who's a guard. So I didn't ultimately get to Jeremiah Wright at the end of the day, but he was the top on the radar player at interior O-line. He is a developmental guard. So I actually like this for the Saints because they don't really need help right now, but I feel like at right guard with Ruiz, it's kind of like we're kind of looking to get better there, but right now it's like, yeah, Ruiz is fine as a weak link. But what I do know about Wright, even if I didn't get to the tape, I knew he was going to get drafted in this range, but he is like kind of new to high-level guard play because he started as a defensive tackle at Auburn and then tore his ACL. So he missed like the first few years, and then he's been playing on the O-line for a couple of years now. So he's still relatively new at this, 6'5", 330 pounds. The grading profile was really up and down, which is kind of to be expected, but as someone that they like the traits on, I think worth a roll of the dice there.
And then Matthew Hibner to the Ravens.
Matthew Hibner to the Ravens. Okay. Tight end, SMU. Decent player, decent tight end too, in my opinion. I got to check my notes because there was 2 SMU tight ends. I don't want to mix things up. A lot of tight ends went yesterday, so I kind of need to like adjust to the fact that he is probably one of my top tight ends available, even though he was tight end 21 for me. But I thought he was draftable, 6th to a 7th round. He's got like straight line speed, and wasn't a bad blocker, but he just doesn't have great strength. So he was kind of like, he's good at this, bad at this, good at this, bad at this. Just kind of like hard to see exactly how he lines up. He's got kind of these thin lower half. So he doesn't have a lot of like power in his lower half. It hurts his contact balance. It hurts his run blocking, like leg drive to be a true inline player. It's kind of like a poor man's version of what they just lost in my Iowa State guy that just went to the Chargers. That now I can't think of his name, but it's okay. A lot of tight ends went yesterday, so they probably were like kind of like crap. We kind of got to take a guy, and
Genesis Smith.
We did Genesis Smith.
You said some guy that went to the Chargers.
Oh no. Anyway, there were some other guys I liked better. There were I like Joe Royer is like similar type of player, but I think just better. Jack Endries, same idea. Dallin Bentley. There's some other guys I like better, but you don't have to go too far down the board to find Matthew Hibner. So they felt like they needed to get a tight end. And he's kind of ready. He's a 6-year player. So, all right, super chats. From CD Mac, 14 Canadian dollars. Thank you. Been watching since the 2018 draft. That's a long time ago, my friend. I think it's fun. You guys are all chiming in how long you've been around, competing against each other. I'm more OG than you. And 2018 is pretty far back, my friend. That is the Sam Darnold draft? It's pretty good. Adding to the TFG baby college fund. Yes. We'll have to start racking up. Just put all super chats towards her college education. Charlie Dodson, do you think the Titans not drafting interior O-line in the second is a sign that Zeitler will resign? IMO him a lot higher on Hill as a pick if that's the case. I do. I think Zeitler, I think will be back at this point, which is good. They got to get that taken care of for sure. There was nothing wrong from a value standpoint on Hill. I thought Pregnon was such an obvious choice for them. But Hill's got some exciting developmental potential with Saleh. From Barron, says, I don't understand the Lions pick. He duplicates skill sets existing linebackers have down the bad pass coverage. I don't see that he adds anything new. So again, I push back on the idea that you're not getting someone that can cover in Jimmy Rolder. I think he can. I think he can do a lot of good stuff there. He doesn't have a ton of range, but I disagree with that kind of common narrative on him. That's not what I saw with the tape. So I would be more open-minded there. And I think it was a really good value. And we know they like multi-linebacker sets. So I disagree with you on that one.
Kendall Daniels.
Oh, really? Okay, Kendall Daniels is fascinating. I didn't think he would go this early. Yeah, so he played safety at Oklahoma. He played like nickel corner, strong safety. And they announced him as a linebacker?
Yes.
Yeah. So he's 6'4". I'm trying to find him on my board here. Yeah, so he's 6'4". Actually 6'5", 240 pounds. He's got crazy length. But what was weird was he ran a 4.75, and I didn't think he looked that fast on tape. He was actually my lowest graded linebacker, you guys. I'm not a big believer in the player. They clearly are. But he's one of those, like, day 3 enigmas. I always say, like, I like drafting enigmas on day 3 because, okay, we got this weird, tall, like, slot corner. How does he look as a linebacker? It's like, you don't know. There's fog of war on the evaluation. I just didn't really like his tape, to be honest. And the fact that he ran a 4.75, I was like, I don't really see it. But he's a guy that at least he could surprise. I'm just not a huge believer in him. Then we have the Colts take Bryce Betcher. So the Colts have taken 2 really high floor linebackers. They might have their starting duo in this draft. I think Bryce Betcher is a really pro-ready linebacker. He cracked my top 10. There's nothing exciting about him from a coverage perspective. Like he doesn't really have great movement skills. He's a little more limited sideline to sideline as a blitzer. He's just okay, but he's kind of a little bit of a lower version than CJ Allen, where he gets off blocks, he finds the ball, he's smart. You know, I think they got a couple of dudes that are going to compete for playing time right away in a linebacker room that was desperate for anybody with some run defense and play now ability. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Colts were trying to get some more in free agency at linebacker and they struck out, and maybe that's come out already and I don't know about it, but this to me screams like we need immediate help. And if CJ Allen's knee is bugging him, or if he's not as good as we think he is, we still need another guy that we can back this up with, do the double dip strategy. It's 2 very similar archetype type players. And I think it's, at this point, it is a value. I really do. I kind of love it, honestly, because they don't have a ton of holes on this team. I loved what they did with getting Farmer for the O-line. And I think it's probably a pretty good process. So I love that. All right, Super Chats from Antonio. You after round 1. Yes, player I've never heard of. Good pick. Hey, we got Carver Willis, man. The Niners they've never been more back, the 49ers. Peter says, have to donate because no better way to spend day 3 than with all the sickos. Yes, and thank you, Peter. Joe Litt says, hey, Marcus, huge fan. As an avid CFL and NFL fan, I was wondering if you've watched much CFL. It ain't the NFL, but damn, it's entertaining ball. Cheers from Saskatchewan, Canada. Go Riders. You know, I don't get to too much CFL. I feel like it's not on enough out here, or maybe I'm just not looking for it enough. But I've watched a couple games. I agree, it's entertaining. It seems like they get some good energy going for those games. So I'm glad you are a CFL supporter. They've been going for a long time. I'm familiar with a few players that have come through there. So thank you for the support, my friend. Albino says, here's some change for the Saints taking Miller from the Packers yesterday to make you feel better. That's necessary. I would have loved Christian Miller, but I do like what the Packers did. But yeah, Christian Miller would have been even better. So thank you for making me feel better about not getting Christian Miller. Yeah, go Saints, man. Go Tyler Shuck. Let Shuck cook this year. Or I feel like that's a situation where you might go back to when everyone thought it was Shook So let Shook cook. I don't know. Miss Spanner, thank you for the super chat. Captain Chaos back again. Sounds like a title of a comic book. But TFG, I love the content. As an Eagles fan, I value your opinions more than almost all on TV analysts and you tell it how it is and can be. The Hurts analysis is warranted. He has good traits and bad traits. Go Birds. Thank you, Captain Chaos. Glad you can see through the smoke with Jalen Hurts and see clearly. Carson Gray, $5 super chat. Thank you. Ryan says, why are the Raiders refusing to draft their two biggest needs outside of quarterback, wide receiver, and DT? I like the players we've drafted. Don't understand the plan here at all, though. Spy Tech has underwhelmed. I agree. Especially with the edge pick, in my opinion. I can see the path for Stukes. I can. He's an exciting, explosive, playmaking DB. I was a little bit lower on him because of the age, the role. Was a little bit lower on his coverage tape. I think there's a reason he didn't do agility scores. But yeah, especially with the Kieran Crawford pick. Not that Crawford's a bad prospect, but you have edge players. That edge room is actually pretty deep. I don't really see a path for him. Obviously he could surprise. But yeah, I think DT or wide receiver with that pick especially would have made a lot more sense. And then even like Trey Zune's a good pick, but that was an opportunity maybe, if you went DT wide receiver would have made more sense. Austin Warner, love all your draft analysis. Thanks for the hard work, man. I think I'm the only Cardinals fan stoked about our draft, but that's okay. Go Cardinals. I'm not stoked about their draft, but they did make a good pick here today. So Jeremiah Love will be fun. I don't think it's the worst draft ever. Basantis was a good pick. It's not the worst draft I've ever seen, but the Carson Beck pick was just like, what? Yeah, I stumble over my words with that one. Probably the worst pick I've ever seen. Caleb Talks says, thanks for getting to my previous super chat. I had to up my game for this one. I'm a Falcons and Packers fan, so I'm used to frustrating GMs. No complaints on this draft, though. The new Falcons GM is on it. Yeah, dude. The Avion Terrell pick, one of the most fun picks of the draft, 100%. That was one of the standouts. All right, we got some picks coming in.
Raceland.
Hey.
North Dakota State.
Okay. So this is a situation where I can talk positively about Bryce Lance, where I push back on the hype like this entire draft process. I saw him going at one point I saw him going top 40, and I'm like, and all the Christian Watson comps, and I'm like, what are we watching? That's not who Bryce Lance is. As a mid to early day 3 dart throw at speed and size out of a small school, this is where I can get behind Bryce Lance. It's still not a huge steal in my opinion. I had him, for me, Bryce Lance was wide receiver 22 with a 4th to a 5th round grade. This is proper value for Bryce Lance. Exactly where he should have gone, in my opinion, this whole time. But now we can talk about this in a positive light, where he is a situational, designed vertical threat guy for Kellen Moore. He's a developmental piece at 24 years old, by the way. He's an older prospect that played at a low level of competition. There's some I take some issues with that as a prospect, taking that so early. But yeah, he can track the deep ball. He can outrun the future accountants that he played against. But my concerns on Bryce Lance, everybody says he has great hands. I don't think the tape showed that. I think he had a lot of, his drop rate wasn't that high, but he had a ton of double catches, balls clanking off his chest, and then he grabs it. When he goes to attack the ball in traffic, he elevates and then the ball hits his chest and he hugs the ball. Good NFL DBs are going to have a hand in there. That's not going to work. You got to reach out with confident hands and pluck it. I don't think he's a fluid athlete. I don't think he runs good routes. He's a one-track athlete. I don't think the crazy athleticism shows other than when he gets a few steps to really get rolling. So there's issues, but there's spectacular catches on tape. He can really get down the field, and he can track the ball. That's good. So there's stuff there to work with as a late fourth, early fifth round. I don't even know. Are we in the fifth round now? Like, I never know at this range where it cuts off. Okay. Yeah, very reasonable pick there. And kind of I mean, again, I don't love bashing on guys when they fall, when people are putting these big expectations on them, but I am trying to provide accurate analysis. So when I see pretty much everybody all on a guy and I'm like, I don't know, I think he's like a mid fifth, fourth type of guy. It's kind of, I want to provide the good analysis and ring the bell when it happens. So I think it's a good fit though. And when he went Carnell Tate in the first, or they didn't go Carnell Tate, they went with Tyson in the first. So I take that back. I got so set on them getting Carnell Tate that I thought it actually happened. All right, let's keep catching up on Super Chats. So Austin says, love your draft analysis. Thanks for the hard work, man. I'm thinking I'm the only Cardinals fan stoked about our... Again, it's the second time I've done that. Reread a Super Chat. But thanks again. You get 2 Super Chats read there, Austin. Brandon, after sleeping on it, are we feeling better about Jake Slaughter to the Chargers in round 2? So I put out that list of picks that I hated from yesterday. I tweeted that out. The one guy I got the most consistent pushback from people I respect, I mean, I respect everybody, but draft analysts and was Jake Slaughter. So I think at this point, if there's a guy on that list that I'm kind of prepared to be wrong about, could be Jake Slaughter. I still, in what I watched, did not see the play strength of a day 2 lineman. I will stand by what I saw. But I know Brandon Thorne liked him. That goes a long way. He's kind of the O-line guru. The Chargers like him. The Chargers know what they're doing on the O-line, I think. Last year with all the injuries, you might question that. But I'll call it like I see it, but I'm willing to be wrong with him. I'm not going to act like I watched 4 Jake Slaughter games. He was a day 3 projected guy that I did. I think I did 1 full game and then kind of a player in the SEC that I keep an eye on. So, it's very possible my eyes just didn't see anything in 1 game and I was wrong. But that's just where my grade was at on him. Ninja says, been here since the Mayfield rant at number 1. Yeah, that's the original rant. That might have been the first time I was live for a draft, was Baker Mayfield going 101 to the Browns. You're my only draft source. Appreciate everything you do. Surprised Green Bay hasn't taken O-line. Surprised Dunker fell and his teammate was taken before him. Kisses for the dogs. That can be arranged. The Mayfield rant was great. It's funny to think of how that aged because it's just been all over the place. It's I was wrong, then I was right, then I was wrong again, and now it's am I right again? I don't know. Sam Darnold's good now. That draft is crazy. At least I like Josh Allen, and for the most part, Lamar. I feel like I was higher on Lamar, so it wasn't all bad draft takes. That quarterback class was all over the map. I'm not as surprised that Green Bay hasn't taken offensive line. I think the depth needs some help, but I think you can find O-line depth on day 3 of the draft. I think those picks are probably coming, but I thought with certainty the first 2 picks would be in some order, cornerback and defensive tackle. And I've said that on draft shows. That would be a ring the bell moment of yep, I know my team. I know my Packers, man. I feel like I'm people can call me a biased Packers fans and that's fine, but I would say my Packers analysis is pretty freaking spot on, and I was very confident saying they're going to go corner and DT in some order, and that's exactly what they did. So I'm not surprised they didn't take O-line. We got a pick?
Yes, LT Overton to the Cowboys.
All right. So this is a good range for LT Overton. I actually kind of love this at this point. LT Overton was at one point looked at as a second round. And do you want to do me a favor and get the stream up so I can keep an eye on it? But got some early buzz, and then a lot of people were yeah, he's not that good. He's kind of a base end type of guy. He's a good run defender, but really doesn't give you anything as a pass rusher. So one thing I noticed with LT Overton that I think kind of slept under the radar, that I noticed it when I was updating all of the last 2 days I've been busy updating everybody's workout scores and finalizing the rankings. reslotting guys, like, just tweaking the draft guide to make it exactly where I want it right now. LT Overton bulked up like real quietly after the combine. So at the combine, he was at like 280, I think. But he got up to 287, or I think it was at 270 something at the combine. He got up to 287 at his pro day, and it seems to me that he's going to be an interior defensive lineman, not an edge. And I like that for him. I wish that Keldrick Falk would have gone in that direction, for example. But I think LT Overton as a heavy-handed, even 3-tech, but as a 4-eye and a base front, I actually think he can be a really useful rotational piece, which to get that in the 4th round, like someone that'll help you get off the field, I think he provides interior depth, which is what they need. Kyle Lewis just went to the Dolphins. The Dolphins are having a really fun draft. I haven't agreed with every pick the Dolphins have made, but they've made a lot of picks. Kyle Lewis, best player on the board, in my opinion, just goes to the Dolphins. And man, Jeff Hafley's going to have fun coaching Kyle Lewis, dude. Like, his tape is so good. I think this is Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, you guys. I do. He's a little bit shorter, not quite as good length, but, they're going to have a plan for how they want to use him as kind of a weak side backer. I would not be surprised if they do big nickel stuff and he's used as a slot corner a lot of the times. And you've got Jordan. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God, I just remembered they took Rodriguez. So you have Jordan Brooks, Rodriguez are your linebackers, and as a weak side backer and nickel player, Kyle Lewis, that is so fun. Oh my God, that's one of my favorite linebacker duos in the league. You have a little bit of everything there. That's incredible. Really excited to watch that. But I think Kyle Lewis is he has a case for being the best curl flat defender that I've watched ever. Like, he has a great feel from a weak side backer position to sprint out there. Like, he looks like a Madden user god. Like, oh, sorry, Ducky. Jeez. I tapped his foot and he freaked out. But yeah, dude, he baits quarterbacks out there. I'm over the moon, dude. The Dolphins got my two favorite, not my two highest ranked. I mean, they got 2 and 3. They didn't get Sonny Styles, but they got my two favorite linebackers to watch in this draft class. And wow. And then the Niners. Niners get another great pick here. Ephesians Prysock. I thought I should have gone ahead of a lot of corners that have gone. I think he was a lot better than his teammate, Takario Davis. And I don't know if I'm going full certified steal. I mean, we're getting close to that with him. It's definitely like an A+ pick. I had him late 3rd, early 4th. We're now late 4. I think he's high upside. I think he's got starting potential. He moves really well, looked good at the Senior Bowl. I couldn't really honestly understand the idea that Takario Davis was ranked ahead of him. I just thought the tape was so clear that one guy has the movement skills to play NFL corner and one guy didn't. Like, Prysock's an inch shorter, but he's still 6'3", and he actually can move. Like, I'll take an inch off of Takario Davis if it allowed him to actually move his feet and keep with guys like Prysock can. So I think that's a great pick. The Niners have made up a lot of ground here in the 4th round, which is pretty classic Niners. So good for them. And then we're going to get a Bengals pick here. I did see we just got a $50 super chat from JG. Thank you. Says, to join in on the trend, my earliest TFG stream memory was Alex Leatherwood. Hey, they say draft grades are useless. Well, look at what we said about Alex Leatherwood and tell me that wasn't predictive analysis for the draft. Huge thank you, JG, for the $50 super chat. He says, especially for Teddy, one of my favorite yearly traditions. Very kind. Thank you so much. Teddy's showing off his ugly leg right now. It's so put that thing away, Teddy. No one wants to see that. There you go. He just put his head on it. That's much better. There you go, Ted. That's better.
Okay, Colby Young to the Bengals.
Really? All right. So Colby Young he's the kind of player that frustrates me because he should be so much better than he is. Now, to be to be fair to him, the Georgia passing game was rough this year. Colby Young is like the definition of like, you can see why he's on Georgia, right? Like I would be willing to bet he was at least a 4-star recruit, right? Like the dude is big, he's fast, he's strong. Like he is strong, he looks the part. There's not a whole lot to write home about on his tape. He just doesn't run good routes. There's not a lot of instincts. He was at the Shrine Bowl and, really failed to stand out. Like he was kind of on lockdown all week. I don't know, man. I think between Takario Davis and Colby Young, I think the Bengals got a little bit away from drafting good football players and just drafting off of RAS cards. And I'm not a believer. I think there was much better players out there. This is not a player I would have bet on. So I'm against this one. All right. Let's keep catching up on the super chats. So from Ninja, no, we did that one. Ryan says, are the Steelers drafting poorly? Is this a case of a lot of hate for underwhelming picks? And Drew Aller, WTF, can we get Tomlin back for the drafts at least? I don't agree with that, Ryan. I'm higher on the Steelers draft. I really am. I love adding to the O-line. I love getting Jeremy Bernard was an awesome pick in the second round. I love how he fits with them. And I think the swing on Drew Aller is what I'd be doing if I were Pittsburgh. You need to figure something out, and they're not a team that is expecting to be drafting in the top 10. You have to take gambles on guys like Drew Aller. So, and I thought Aller was an early 4th round dart throw because of the arm. I'm not a big Drew Aller believer, but they've created a great infrastructure to develop quarterbacks. And I think Aaron Rodgers will be back. I've always defended Aaron Rodgers as a mentor. Oh, Ducky, relax. Thanks for letting me know you're down there. I'm not going to crush you. I disagree with you, Ryan. I think the Steelers have done a good job. Wet Gen pick was, I probably would have waited around, but he's a great returner at least. At least he's really good at what you drafted him to do.
And then Kamari Ramsey.
All right, Kamari Ramsey. So, Teddy, put that leg away. It's so gross. I'll just turn the camera off for a second until he moves. Kamari Ramsey, are we 5th round now? Or are we?
We are still in round 4, Marcus.
Jeez.
Stop trying to rush us.
I would be happy if it was 5th round.
We're close, though.
Take a big sip of my energy drink. We got a long day to go here. But, so Kamari Ramsey, here's what I'll say about this. Him and Genesis Smith were a couple guys that were in all those mock draft simulators, were like late 2nd, early 3rd. And I think everybody kind of eventually reached the point where it's like, yeah, Kamari Ramsey's not a day 2 player. I had a 5th to a 6th round grade on Kamari Ramsey, so it makes sense that he's fallen to this point. And at this point, it's not like a huge reach or anything. He's a good athlete. He has some moments in coverage. Everybody says the 2024 tape was better. I didn't have the time to go back to that. I threw it out there. I was like, someone please show me like some clips from him from 2024 that I can at least get the idea of what he was doing in 2024 that made him better. And I didn't get anything that really changed my mind there. But what bothered me about Kamari Ramsey was he didn't have any interest against the run. So I'm a little surprised that DeMeco Ryans likes him, because that's DeMeco Ryans' thing, is like he wants hotheads, he wants like high energy go-getters out there. And that wasn't him. That was not him. I felt like he was your typical like Cliff Kingsbury, the stereotype of the Big 12 defender, like, he's too good to defend the run. Like someone else can do that. Like he kind of had that mentality. But if you can light a fire under his ass, there's traits to be worked with, and he's got that kind of hybrid DB about him. So maybe they can get him to play more physical, which they did a good job with Kalen Bullock, to be fair. So maybe they can do that. But I have my questions for sure from the tape. But this is about the range now where I was more in Kamari Ramsey territory. So you're fine there.
This is officially the 5th round.
All right, officially into the 5th.
Carmona.
All right. Titans get their guard. He's a thumper. He's got really stiff, clunky feet. I don't see him as a starter, but he brings energy, like as now 5th round backup guard. Okay, this isn't a starting option for them in my opinion. But as depth, it's just fit. Day 3 O-line depth. I didn't see anything special in the player to be honest. Did watch him, just wasn't moved. He's got big, massive torso that he can kind of throw around and have some impact blocks, but it's not a super consistent, practical blocking style for him, in my opinion. All right, from Ty Kendall, if you swap the Davis and Lou picks for the Bengals, how would you be feeling about the draft? Yeah, I like it better, but I try to stay away. Like, I'll throw that out there as a fun idea, but when I actually do my draft grades, I don't like using that philosophy, because a bad pick's a bad pick. There's other guys, like, yeah, I like it better if you flip the picks, but I'd rather they just don't have Takario Davis, used that 3rd round pick on a way better player, and then still also got Connor Lew. Like, you know what I'm saying? So that's how I look at it. Like, for me, it's like you're making up ground with a good pick, as opposed to like, oh, let's do mental gymnastics and now say they're doing a great job. Like, I still think they made a bad pick, and that's bad process. Rufus says, I just want to say thank you. Videos have helped me get through the last 3 years of my wife's chemo and hospice. Oh, man. I'm sorry. And if what I'm doing is helping you get through that, that's incredible to hear that. I'm sorry. And he says, thank you and go Birds. Thank you, Rufus. Good luck to you guys, your family. I'm sorry you're going through that. That's just devastating, man. Fuck cancer. Like, that's just awful, dude. I'm sorry. Dylan says, how far do you think LT Overton will fall? He just went. So that is done. But thank you for the super chat, Dylan. Austin, and that's about the range I thought he would go, by the way, Dylan, if I was able to get to that a little bit earlier. Austin says, I've been following since 2018. I remember going to war with you about Baker Mayfield. Thanks for all your hard work, as always. Yes, Austin, as always, good to see you. Sports IQ, thank you for chiming in. For all the day 3 sickos, that's right. Bay Free, thank you for another great draft. TFG, Vikes fan, I like the players. I like us getting B-Flow, getting his guys, getting excited about what he can do with them. But our processes have made no sense. I don't know. I mean, there's definitely some other picks that I think you could say I'd rather do this and do that. But I think it's been an okay draft for the Vikings. I understand some of the criticisms, and I'm excited to kind of, once the dust settles, look back at kind of like the trades and how things have been navigated. I do think that Vikings defense could be pretty damn interesting with the guys they've got, and I get a lot of the stuff they've done. I didn't like the safety pick. I thought Zakee Wheatley, who's still here, by the way. Like, I wonder if Zakee Wheatley has medicals. Like, he's way too good of a player. Or teams are just overthinking the 40 time, right? Like, he ran a 4.62, but I don't think it shows on tape. That's probably what it is, why he's falling. And I just hate when teams overthink that crap. Like, it happened with Xavier Watts last year, and look what happened. Like, stop overthinking it. The dude's a football player. Take him.
And their timing here is really terrible.
Yeah.
They're waiting like 5 minutes for the Cardinals pick, and then I bet they're gonna just like shoot through the next like 5.
Yeah.
We've gotten to the point in the draft stream where they're not probably gonna talk about players. Sean McVay has been talking for a while. We're probably gonna get the puppies in here soon.
Yeah, great. Let ESPN keep doing their BS. Like, I love it. I love every minute of it. That's why viewership has gone up in the last 20 minutes. It's like, oh, great. The 5th round just started, and ESPN is already not talking about the players getting drafted. We're still talking about Sean McVay and Ty Simpson, which has been already covered the last 48 hours. Like, great work, ESPN. You're doing great work. Like, we on YouTube love you, ESPN. I'm just going to say that. Great. So, welcome aboard, guys. How are we doing on the subscriber goal? Has anybody been able to rack up those numbers?
I'll check in a minute, but the Cardinals just took Reggie Virgil.
Cool. Yeah, if you guys are not subscribed, I'm asking to hit the 115K goal would be amazing by the end of the show. But Reggie Virgil, I thought this was the better of the two Texas Tech wide receivers when the Dolphins, and we've praised the Dolphins, they've had a good draft, but that one pick they made, Caleb Douglas, I think they lost the script a little bit. I had to check my notes because I was like, wait, which Texas Tech wide receiver was that again? Because I actually like Reggie Virgil. I thought his tape was pretty good. And I thought he was really good at the Senior Bowl. Like, his releases at the Senior Bowl for a guy that was able to kind of get down the field, I was like, all right, we got something here in a guy that can get off press, work the sideline. He's 6'3", can attack the football. What was interesting with him is he ran a 4.57 at the combine and then backed it up with a 4.62 at his pro day. My tape estimated 40 on him was 4.4. So this is a trust your eyes pick, which I always appreciate when the tape just doesn't match. That's what 40 times are for, right? It is to see a speed, a track speed number, and then you can go to the tape and say, does it play? Does it not play? We were just talking about Zakee Wheatley. He plays way faster than 4.62. I wouldn't be worried about that. I think Reggie Virgil is falling because of the bad 40. But I wrote down crazy burst, surprisingly good release off the line, decent length, is very thin, and his ball skills are hit or miss, but he has some really exciting moments. And I think he can be a starting Z, like a Darius Slayton type of vertical Z, which is not what they have. Like, that's what I've wanted them to get, is someone that can win down the field a little bit more. So probably not someone that people are going to hype up because of the 4.62, the 4.57, but I saw some stuff that I liked from him. I had a fit to a 6th round grade on him, so it's not like a crazy steal or anything. I think Eric Rivers would have been a better pick, personally, for what they were looking for there, but I don't hate it. Sam Hecht to the Panthers. That's a good pick. So a lot of people had different centers that they liked in this draft. Sam Hecht was probably my favorite day one true center in this draft. Like, I liked him better than Logan Jones and Jake Slaughter, who went 2nd round. Now, I still had him down the board a little bit more. I had him 3rd, 4th round, but we are now in the 5th round. So I actually love this. Wait,
Sorry, it was the Panthers.
It was the Panthers.
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, something happened on the graphic. Sorry, guys. It happens. Anna's doing the Lord's work over there. We love Anna. Well, I love Anna. She's my wife.
Yeah.
Not
everyone loves Anna.
Just loves you for different reasons. But yeah, I think Heck's a nice player. Balanced profile, good tape, not great traits, but I think he could compete for the starting center job because they unfortunately lost what's his name to Detroit, who I really like, Cade Mays, and they need some help at center. So I think they got one of the better center options in this draft. So I like that pick a lot. Nick Barrett for the Chargers, very solid pick. Big, strong run defender, early down run defender type. Never really going to give you much as a pass rusher, but just D-line depth that can kind of step in and be a part of your rotation right away. Good job getting off blocks. Like, just nice, solid, like 4th, 5th round run stopping DT. I think that's a nice pick for the Chargers right there. I had a true 5th on him, so right on the money for that pick. All right, super chats. Here we go. From Hayden, Broncos fan, happy we got Waddle, but man, is this draft boring as hell. Based on the board, who could Peyton snipe for us? Whew, tough question to zero in on can't remember everybody they've taken, but linebacker, I feel like they already took. Did they already take a linebacker? I would say first guy that comes to my mind for you guys, and forgive me if they did take a linebacker and I'm forgetting. There's a lot of picks flying, but Keyshawn Elliott is still there. My comparison for him is Alex Singleton. You know, north and south, run stopping type of guy. I feel like that linebacker room could use some help, so that's someone I would maybe look at there. John Shepard says, are you lower on Besh, Thornton, Tucker for the Raiders? I get wide receivers in need, but the roster is so barren that the edge pick in the third is the only one I really dislike. Yeah, I hear you on that. It really is about that edge pick. Like, I think that edge room is plenty deep. I think Besh, I'm excited to see what he can do. I view Besh as a true, like, physical, big slot type. Thornton, Thornton is not stopping me from adding. Like, I think Thornton is a very fun dart throw, but anything you get from him is house money. Tucker is in the last year of his deal. I think Tucker is what he is. I think him and Naylor are good, like wide receiver 3 types. I need some size on the outside. I need some dependability. I want an X on that team. I wanted Surratt or Fields, like something like that. In that day 2, I think is a big missed opportunity and a really good wide receiver class for it. Blooming Cash says, can Prysock play? We got picks.
Yeah. Parker Brailsford to the Commanders. Nope.
To the Browns.
To the Browns.
That's fine. Brailsford's a really athletic, like undersized center, backup center type. It's fine. You know, we're running out of centers at this point, so I think this is probably a reaction to the run on centers, and they're like, crap, we gotta. I would have taken Billy Schrauth and seen if he could play center for me. Matt Golbin, I think, was a little better, but yeah, Parker Brailsford, 5th to a 6th round grade. It's fine. Not a whole lot else to add. I don't think he's got the size or play strength to hold up as a long-term starter, but he's experienced, and if anything happens injury wise, you can maybe get a game or 2 out of him without him, being completely lost. From Blooming Cash, can Prysock play safety for Morris or just a cornerback? No, he's a corner. I would definitely not be moving him to safety. Reese, Colts fan, see the need at guard and tackle if Goncalves needs to slide. Liked Wright more than Farmer. Thoughts, and what's with the unathletic defensive moves? Well, I think athleticism at linebacker is super overrated. Like, get linebacker. Like, if you don't have linebackers, they got guys that can play right now. C.J. Allen and Betcher, I thought were values where they got him. Like, we don't. I think what you're saying though is that's not the Ballard way. I think you're seeing a GM that knows he's on the hot seat that says I need to change my strategy or I'm out of here, and I respect that. That's looking yourself in the mirror and being like, look, I keep taking these freaking RAS gods that don't know how to play football, and my drafts suck. Let's watch the tape. The one time they went by the tape and took Jalen Jones, he turned into a decent like day 3 starting corner for them. He got hurt, unfortunately, but I respect it, man. I think they're adjusting well. I disagree with you on Wright over Farmer. Now, I will say I didn't. I admitted I didn't get to Wright's tape, so I can't be fully convicted on that. Unfortunately, I did 284 players. There's going to be some guys that slipped through the cracks. He was one of them. He was the top guy on my radar for the interior of the O-line. But I did think Farmer was. Like, if you liked Wright more than Farmer, that's fine, but I will defend the Farmer pick. Like, I think that was a value where they got him. I think his upside is really good, and it's just everything with him is like, it feels like it's coachable, like consistency stuff. So, I hope you're right about Wright, but I think Farmer was a really good pick. So I like what the Colts have done. JMP says, so confused how to feel about my Ravens. Love Venga, Zion, liked Surratt, and if we traded up for Hecht, I'd like that. But Lane and Hibner over Jolly, no. Yeah, the Ravens have had a couple picks I disagree with, but I think they've still, you still walk out of this draft with, I think, 3 starters. Venga, Zion Young, I think is a better edge than Mike Green right now. and I like Surratt. So it can't all be bangers, but I agree. There's some picks I would take back for them. I think you guys can see why Ducky has been outside of the room for the first couple nights. He's a little sensitive little jitterbug, aren't you, Ducky? He doesn't like being spooked when he's sleeping.
Josh Josephs.
Josh Josephs. All right, Josh Josephs. This is good value for the Commanders. He's got juice. He's a twitchy edge rusher. Really high-end plays on tape. There's, he was a part of that hockey line rotation at Tennessee. There's, I had heard there was practice stuff. Like, I don't want to throw shade at him, but I think there's a reason he's here in the fifth. I'll just leave it at that. But he's a talented player, and I think it's just we got to get him focused. We got to improve the professionalism maybe a little bit. But there's talent there, man. There's a lot of twitch. They needed edge rushers. I think there's a great value. He's someone that I thought probably should have come off the board in the third round. Just because good pass. I had him kind of in that cluster with Romello Height, where I viewed R. Mason Thomas, Barham, Danny Dennis Sutton. He for me was in that cluster. So I think it's a good roll of the dice. And he's got a chance. He's got a chance to make an impact for this team in a DPR, designated pass rush specialist. Dan Quinn's great at putting guys in positions like that, in positions to succeed. So it's a good pick. Super chat from Colton. Thoughts on Dallas viewing Barham as an off-ball linebacker? They alluded to him filling the Zach Bond role in Christian Parker's defense. Interesting. I don't hate it. Normally I'm against, no, that guy's an edge, but Barham played a hybrid role. He moves really well. If that's how they see him, I could see it working out. So I don't entirely hate it, and I think he could probably, give you some edge stuff on top of that. But, yeah, interesting. Very interesting. Good to know. Thank you for the super chat, Colton. Echo, thanks again, Echo. $10 super chat. We love you, Echo. You the man. We got to get an MVP chant for Echo as well. Echo's been coming in big the last couple days. Another one here. Did you get very much of Carson Ryan from BYU? Connor Rogers has him as high as a fourth round. I know Trevor liked him, but viewed him as more of an H-back type. I did get to Carson Ryan. Yep. And oh, shoot. No, I didn't. I was thinking of, who did I watch that? Oh, I got to John Michael Gillenborg out of Wyoming, but I did not get to Carson Ryan. But Carson Ryan is the top player on the radar list on the draft guide, which I'm sure you're aware of, Echo. I'm pretty sure you get the draft guide yourself. No, I didn't get to him, unfortunately. Just fell short. Basically you can tell the first guy on the radar list was just ran out of time to watch that guy's tape, but I do expect he will get drafted. What I wrote was broke out in 2025 with a really nice season, has height limitations, a little bit of lack of twitch, despite the impressive agility testing numbers. So, didn't get to him, but I know you love your BYU guys, Echo. Always finding ways to give him some love. We'll see if he comes off the board and what he can do at the next level.
To the Seahawks.
Okay. Bo Stevens. It could be Steffens. I don't know. We know a Steffens, but that's said that way. But I think she spells it with an F, if I remember correctly. But yeah, he's a frisky backup lineman that maybe surprises. He leans. His technique's a little bit unconventional. He kind of finds a way. He has those unconventional blocks that lead to wins, but it just, I don't see the great traits, but the tape was good enough. Iowa lineman in the 5th round. It's pretty hard to go wrong. Guard depth for Seattle. Reasonable pick, in my opinion. Rambo says, been watching since... All right, now we're talking. Been watching since 1250 BC. Now we're leaning into a bit. I love it. I love it, Rambo. Kind of surprised Emmett Johnson's still on the board. Thoughts? Yeah, super surprised. I love Emmett Johnson. He's got to go. He's got to be one of my favorite players left on the board. Been watching since 1250 BC. I watched the stream on the back of riding a pterodactyl through the woods. Love it.
JJ. Oh,
Another Justin Jefferson. Yeah. I watched the stream while the Roman Empire was falling. Love it. Yeah, Justin Jefferson is I'm not surprised to see him get drafted. I'm thinking back to a comment on my linebacker rankings. I had one commenter who was very mad that Deontay Lawson did not crack my top 10 linebackers, but I kind of had a feeling Justin Jefferson might get drafted higher. He tested really well. Weak side linebacker role kind of stuff, like didn't do a ton of real linebacker stuff, but he's a developmental, day 3 linebacker, reasonable pick. Little smaller, 6 foot, 218 pounds. They're looking for their JOK. Probably should have taken Kyle Lewis a little bit sooner. I think he's a much better football player, but if you're looking for an undersized, weak side backer, JOK role type of guy, he was an option for you. I preferred Torian York personally, but fair enough.
Raiders are making their pick.
And I actually did have a 7th to a priority grade on Justin Jefferson, so if I'm staying consistent to my grades, I would actually say it's fine. It's more of a reach.
Dalton Johnson.
All right, Dalton Johnson. I liked Dalton Johnson. Again, Raiders, no wide receiver. At this point, there's not a whole lot of guys left, so you're just, at this point, it kind of is what it is. It should have been done sooner, but at this point, I don't even know who the guy would be for you, but that's why I was saying do it sooner. Anyway, Dalton Johnson's a nice player. You end up with 2 DBs out of that secondary. I'm sure they loved trading Stukes, and they had the same reaction I had watching the Arizona Wildcats secondary, and was like, dang, like number 43 out there, he's making some plays. So Dalton Johnson was, for me, actually, I had him a tick above Genesis Smith. He was my number 8 safety, so we didn't get to the safety rankings. But another reason I didn't rush to get the safety rankings done, my number 8 safety has a 5th round grade in Dalton Johnson. So, it's not like this is some crazy steal, but there was a huge gap in this safety class for me. I had Bud Clark was my safety 6 with a late 2 grade. And then after that, Michael Taff out of Texas, 4th to a 5th round grade. So there's a massive gap in this safety class. So it makes sense why we're seeing a run on these guys now. But yeah, Dalton Johnson, a hybrid playmaking, like slot corner, split safety type of guy. Just good tape. Not the biggest guy, 5'10", 192 pounds, shorter arms. So probably don't want him in a box safety role, but I think he's got coverage skills and he plays tough. So, hey, let's get the sombrero. Let's fucking go. Panthers, I love you. We did it. Oh, I'm stoked. We got a certified steal on day 3, baby. Keep
Pounding.
Let's go. Hell of a football player. Talking about safeties, this is my number 5 safety with a 2nd round grade, and this is a huge need. This is a starting safety in the 5th round for the Panthers. Yeah, Ducky, tell him. Let's go, dude. I think Zakee Wheatley is kind of similar to what happened with Xavier Watts last year. I don't think he's not the same player. It's not. I don't think he's as good as Xavier Watts, but it's not that far off. I think this is the NFL overthinking a 4.62 40 time. This dude has a great first step. He's quick like a cat. I've actually at times compared him, just watching his tape. I know maybe the measurables or the physical tools, it's not going to line up to Malachi Starks, but I had a same reaction when I watched Malachi Starks, where it's okay, he's not a freak, but he's on top of everything. He processes things quickly. He's physical against the run. He's quick in the slot. He gets around blocks. I love him as a split safety player. I think he's a perfect scheme fit. I think he's a much better player than Lathan Ransom, who can now look. I love Lathan Ransom in a dime back role where he's a headhunter. He lowers his helmet. He would get a lot of targeting penalties in college football if they called it right. That kind of guy. Not great coverage range. Zakee Wheatley, drop him back there next to Trayvon Merrick and then let Lathan Ransom be a headhunter. This Panthers secondary is really coming together for me, so very nice.
And then Justin Jolly to the Broncos. Tight end now to NC State.
Cool. And I just saw the Packers made another good pick of Jaeger Burton. Such a Packers center. He actually reminded me of Josh Myers a lot, so that makes a lot of sense. But we'll come back to that. Justin Jolly in the 5th round is fine. Justin Jolly, very poor man's version of Harold Fannin Jr. is what I saw in Justin Jolly. He's 6'3.5", 240 pounds, not fast, he's kind of quick, but like the burst not there, the separation not there. Football player, dude. Like he is 100% that just big slot player that Sean Payton, like I love that as a fit. I actually would say if we updated the graphic for the Packers here, but I would actually say I love that just as a fit. Honestly, who he kind of is in many ways is, Lil Jordan Humphrey. He's like a better version of Lil Jordan Humphrey. Like I could see him carving out a role in that offense for sure because we know what that role is. So that makes a lot of sense. Really good hands, like some of the best hands in the catch, hands in the draft. Justin Jolly, and then Jaeger Burton to the Packers here. Really nice pick. I wouldn't be stunned if he ends up starting for them at center someday. This is kind of the classic Packers. Big, physical white dude in the 5th round. Like it's every time for the Packers. He was, for me, my number 11 interior offensive lineman with a 4th round grade. So honestly, like good value. He's got size at center. Like I think he's got the play strength that some of these other centers are lacking. Like even Logan Jones. Like I'll say it, Bears fans, we can have some fun with this one. It's not that deep, but I had Jaeger Burton just above Logan Jones on my board. I had 4th to a 5th round grade on Jones, true 4th on Jaeger Burton. We'll see who got the better center. Neither of these guys are going to start right away. So that'll be a fun little rivalry we can have, Bears fans. I actually love my Bears fans, by the way. Shout out to my Bears fans. I think you guys are one of the smarter, better fan bases out there that I have great interactions with, which is saying a lot coming from a Packers fan. So I love my Bears fans. And I will say business is good when the Bears are good. So you guys are great. And I feel like my Bears analysis has been pretty good over the years too, as a Packers fan. So it's good stuff. But yeah, we'll track that and see how it goes.
I think, did we miss Tyree to the Saints? Tyree Wilson to the Saints. Did you talk about that?
Trade?
Must be.
That would make sense.
Do you want me to look up the details?
Yeah, let's check that out. That's interesting if it happened. Tyree Wilson.
It definitely happened because a lot of people.
Okay. Yeah.
What's his name?
Tyree Wilson to the New Orleans Saints. There's been a lot of talk about the Saints trying to trade for an edge rusher, so that would make sense. The one thing on Jaeger Burton is he's kind of stiff and falls off a lot of blocks, but he's got get off and speed. Like he's got traits, but he's not agile. I saw Josh Myers when I watched him. I was like, that guy could probably start in the league and be okay, kind of like Josh Myers. Just don't draft him in the 2nd round like the Packers did. So you get Josh Myers in the 5th this time. I like it.
Let's talk about Jaden Duggar first.
Oh,
49ers.
Hell yeah. I love Jaden Duggar. I didn't know where he was going to get drafted. Unique player. Again, day 3 enigmas get me excited. He's not related to Kyle Duggar, by the way. I think a lot of people are going to ask that because I asked that. Different Duggar family. But Duggar, for me, 5th round grade. Kind of a ring the bell moment, I guess. Like, I like this guy. I didn't know where he was going to get drafted. Saw him at the Shrine Bowl. And when he was out there, it was like what is that defensive end doing at linebacker? And then you look more into him and you're like, wait, he's 242 pounds? 6'4.5", 242 pounds, 35-inch arms at the linebacker position. That's nuts. And, he was a little bit more of a late bloomer. Started to come on the last couple of years, but started to kind of click with run defense. He ran a 4.6 40, so like on a straight line, he has enough speed. He is really stiff. He's stiff as a board, so you got to kind of keep him in a phone booth. But next to Fred Warner, that could play. So the Niners have actually, I love this. I think the Niners have done some really fun stuff on day 3 to make up for some of the crap they did yesterday. DeMonte Capehart to the Bucs. Okay, yeah, he's a 6-year, highly recruited dude at Clemson that never really put the package together. Was a day 3 rotational lineman for me. I don't have really strong opinions on him. I had a 5th to a 6th route grade on him, so that's D-line depth. I don't see a whole lot of upside with him at this point, despite the athletic profile. If it takes you 6 years to just be an okay rotational player, like I don't think it's at Clemson. Like it's not gonna click in the league. But he can do what he did at Clemson in the NFL and just eat up some snaps and not get lost. And then we just had George Gums as well to the Colts. Big run on picks, and then we'll talk about Tyree Wilson. And we were just talking about Chris Ballard, always liking the RAS guys. And this year, maybe not drafting based on athletic upside. George Gums is going to be the classic Chris Ballard back to his old ways. But in this case, I agree with the pick. I think, at edge especially, that's been a position where, betting on traits has had more success than other positions. And Gums had a 7.3 cone, 41-inch vertical jump, ran a 4.66, which is fine. He had some pretty freaky testing. He's played undersized. He really wasn't productive at Florida. He's still figuring things out. He's a 5th-year player. But I definitely thought he was draftable as a day 3. I still think it's a little bit early because, I had a 6 to a priority grade on him. If you're a developmental guy and it's year 5 and it's just not there yet, I'm just kind of out. But, and then we got another pick, Keith Abney. Oh my God, Detroit. Can you just fuck off? Detroit's having an awesome draft, you guys. This is annoying, dude. Yeah, wow. They just got a 2nd-round corner, in my opinion, because the league is too stupid to, just ignore that he's 5'9" for a second. Things just don't always make sense to me. Okay, so Pons is cool to take early, but Keith Abney isn't. I just don't get it. I mean, both those guys were back to back, just really good football players that are just smaller. I actually had Abney over Pons, who went to the Jets, and Abney was more of a zone corner, and I am curious. I've talked about this with Detroit. They have had all these big press corners that aren't good enough to be man-to-man, and they've really struggled because of it, because they have this defensive identity that they're this is who we are, this is what we got to do. We're the big physical kneecap biters. Of course we're going to play press man coverage. I wonder if this could be an indicator that they want to be more of a zone team, with this insane offense. They don't need to be this lockdown, incredible, intimidating defense. They just need to hold teams under 30 points, play good bend, don't break defense. I wonder if this is a philosophy change for them. And I think that could be really scary. Because the one thing, again, when you go against Detroit, as a Packers fan, it's we're probably not going to stop them. Last year, you kind of could because the interior O-line was such a problem. But it's we're probably not going to stop them, but we might outscore them because we know what they're going to do. They're going to play man coverage all the time, and they can't do it. They don't have the horses to do it in the secondary. This could be a change because he really is a true off-zone, high IQ corner. But incredible. He's Darius Williams. You just took a young Darius Williams in the 5th round. That's awesome.
Okay, so Tyree Wilson.
Let's hear it.
So, the Raiders traded Tyree Wilson to the Saints for a 5th round pick. The Saints got Wilson and a 7th round pick.
Yikes. Yeah, just yikes for the Raiders. Like, that was the 7th overall pick 3 years ago, and you get a day 3 pick swap for him. Yeah, I mean, that pick was yikes. Always was yikes. Draft grades are meaningless. You don't know how these guys are going to work out. No, that was a bad pick at the time, and it's a bad pick now. Just saying. But he's turned into a nice, like, heavy-handed defensive end. I think getting him his depth for the Saints on the still relatively cheap, fine enough move. I don't think anything's really going to click for him. But yeah, for the Raiders, like, probably time to move on. So nothing crazy in my opinion. Like, he's a big name, but he's a rotational D lineman at this point.
And then Michael Toppe? Probably not.
The safety?
Right. The
Taff?
safety from Texas.
I think it's Taff.
Like I said, probably not safety.
Yeah.
Right?
Hell yeah. So he was, at this point, my best safety available. 4th, 5th round grade. I like Michael Taff a good bit, especially in a split safety system. Dude, the Dolphins, other than that 3rd round Texas Tech wide receiver, big fan of what the Dolphins are doing. That linebacker room is going to be sick. I love Michael Taff here. I wrote him up as he has to be a specific scheme fit. He has to go to a split safety, quarters-oriented defense. The odds of that happening were pretty high because more than 2/3 of the league, I feel like, runs that defense right now. It's the modern meta of the NFL, but that's why he was my number 7 safety, because he's such a great fit in that system. Really fluid athlete, really good coverage IQ. He ran a 4.5, 6.8 3-cone, 4.15 shuttle. So, like, that was a case where the agility testing really matched the athlete on tape. I think I might even have... no, I don't have Michael Taff highlights. But he's thinner and not a great run defender, but in a split safety defense, he does enough from those alignments to really succeed. So, like, I think he starts day 1, and I actually think he's, I think of, like, Jordan Poyer with him. I think of some of these, like, lighter split safeties that are good enough run defenders, but, like, really good coverage guys in that system. Chef's kiss, man. I think that's a brilliant pick. The Dolphins front office is kind of cooking, dude. Kind of cooking. I wish we had more wide receiver help for them. Like, I wonder if they could be like, I don't know if the Patriots would send Keyshawn Boutte to them, but I wonder if they could go get in the market to go get somebody to help at wide receiver. I wish if they just made a better pick in the 3rd round with that wide receiver, I would be on cloud 9 with this team. Max Bredesen is such a Viking. Oh my God. Dude, the Vikings are perennially destined to have a fan favorite fullback. Like, they have passed the torch from Kleinsasser to CJ Ham to now Max Bredesen. Like, I can't think of a team that is more destined to just have a fan favorite fullback. That's what Max Bredesen is. I didn't end up going to the tape because I just don't write up fullbacks. Just because it is what it is. It's one of those things that I'm just like, I'll just have these guys on my radar and kind of see how good they are, especially because, like, a lot of these are tight ends moving to fullback. But sure, fullback at this point, sure. I can't get too excited about it, but it makes sense. This is who they are. They are the perennial full. Oh, I threw out before CJ Ham, they had, I think his name started with a B. They had a good fullback before CJ Ham too. He went to the Titans. I can't think of his name, but they've always had a fullback, like, no matter what scheme they're in. Billy Schrouth to the Bucks, dude. Such a Bucks pick. Versatile Notre Dame lineman. Yeah, dude, I would not be surprised if I love that as a fit. Billy Schrouth's a good football player. not the strongest guy. He's decently athletic. He was my number 9 interior offensive lineman. I thought he was a 3rd to a 4th round guy. That's like borderline steal territory. I would be willing to bet he's a good backup, and then someday he's going to start it at left guard for them. I would, if you could give me 3-1 odds on that, I'd probably take it. Maybe 4-1 odds because we're going to be waiting a little while, but that's such a classic Bucs pick right there. Yep. Right up their alley. All right. So, Seemaser says thoughts on the Cards draft, tanking for 2027. We'll get to the draft grades video. The Carson Beck trade, infamously terrible. I feel like the rest of it, Jeremiah Love was not a good pick for where they are, in my opinion. Not the end of the world, but you still got Jeremiah freaking Love, but you're a pretty soft football team still. Like, the trench play is just not where you want it. But they've made good picks throughout the draft. But we'll get to it with them. Let's see. Where did we leave off? From Captain Chaos again, thank you. Kilgore or Wheatley to the Eagles would be a great fit. Wheatley would be the dream. Teddy Cam is goated and F Cancer. Go Birds. Thank you, Captain Chaos. Agreed with every word you said, other than Go Birds. Kevin Bowser, Jags draft has me shook. Any LBs better than Miller? At this point, you could go with Keyshawn Elliott is still there. Probably he's neck and neck with Miller. And I don't hate Miller. Harold Perkins is fascinating as a project. He's still out there just with his speed and bend and blitzing ability. And I felt like some things started to click for him in coverage. He started as an edge and has moved off. I think we should hear Harold Perkins' name pretty soon with him. I was pleasantly surprised for what he is. I thought Harold Perkins was like a late 3, early 4 kind of guy. K-Mist TV.
No, that's Chemist. That's my dad.
Oh, that's your dad.
Father.
Chemist Van Man. That is my father-in-law.
It's from Adam, though.
It threw me off because that's not how you spell chemistry, but I get you. Adam asks, Bears in the playoffs this season? Love to see Teddy and Ducky. Bears had a lot of close games last year. A lot of close games, a lot of late game heroics. They are a regression candidate, as we say in the industry, but I would say that if Caleb takes another step forward as he did this year, it's a pretty safe bet that they'll make it. You got to love the coaching. But yeah, you're hoping that you don't get a weekly heart attack every week with the Bears and it's a little more stable. But I think they'll be, the NFC North is going to be tough. But I think that at least as a wild card, it's a pretty solid bet that they should make it.
And we got a picture in the Dropbox of Adam today.
We did. Okay. We got a picture of Adam. Are they? We'll give Adam a shout out here. Let me find this picture here. Is it the one of us at the game or?
No, it's new from today.
Oh, in our Dropbox. Okay. Here we go. This is Adam today watching the draft in his TFG hat. Mm-hmm. What's up, Adam? Look at you. Dude, the Bears-Packers blend just always gets me. It always gets me. Adam is the biggest Bears-Packers combo fan on the planet. Huge Packers fan unless they're playing the Bears, in which case he wants nothing to do with the Green Bay Packers. And great looking hat there, Adam. We love you. Enjoy the draft. All right. Get that off. Why does it not want to go away? All right, there we go. Okay. We're all caught up on picks?
We are. The Chiefs are taking well, not the Chiefs. ESPN just loaded off a bunch and then we're waiting on the Chiefs picks. Okay.
So, Patriots media says your guy Kevin Coleman Jr. is still available. I know, man. I had a feeling this was going to happen because he just had no buzz. I don't know what. I mean, he's smaller, but he's not that small. He's 5'11", 178. I can't help but wonder if there's like something else, whether it's medicals or off field or something, like a bad interview. I don't know. He's clearly a better player than this, so we'll see where he goes, but I still will stand by Kevin Coleman as a steal, man. He didn't end up cracking my final top 50 big board as he originally was in there, but I think he still ended up close to 60, and he's definitely my best player available at this point. Adrenaline says, favorite thing about the draft positional grades and the deep dives is every time you call a player heady, I can't help but quote the movie Blazing Saddles and say, Headley. It's like a drinking game for me. I actually have not seen Blazing Saddles, but I'm glad you get a kick out of it, my friend. Thanks for the super chat. David says, which of your my guys from last year are in jeopardy this year? Maybe they drafted another one of my guys. I'm worried about Alfred Collins. Yeah, from an injury perspective, David Walker Jr., I mean, he was already an older prospect coming off the ACL. They've got Ruben Bain now. There's not going to be a ton of playing time. He's in jeopardy. I absolutely loved David Walker last year. Oh, the Chiefs just got Emmett Johnson. That's a steal, man. This is my RB3. I thought it was day 2 RB in a bad running back class. I think he's a great backup for Kenneth Walker. Really reminds me a lot of Aaron Jones. Just smooth runner, like hits the hole hard. Both Jadarian Price and Emmett Johnson had a lot of shades of Aaron Jones. I also wrote down late stage LaShawn McCoy for Emmett Johnson. Like after he lost the insane juice, like that's a better comp. Like he's more shifty than Aaron Jones ever was. So yeah, I guess late stage LaShawn McCoy. But yeah, good vision, savvy through the hole, good inside runner, which the Chiefs like to do. Really great pass catcher. Like you to me now have two guys that are kind of cut from the same cloth. Like Kenneth Walker's a much more explosive overall player, but I would say these guys are the same kind of scheme style archetype where it's shiftiness, pass catching ability. And now I think it's like, okay, Walker gets 2 drives, then Emmett Johnson gets a drive, then 2 drives for Walker, a drive for Emmett, and then Walker closes things out. Like really good value, man. I think that's a steal. Yeah, I just wanted to close the highlights real quick.
Chandler Rivers, quarterback.
Okay, good player. Chandler Rivers, another undersized guy who played inside out. Good tape. I mean, Chandler Rivers was what, you know, the easy way to just do the spark notes on a good coverage player is just say he's a sticky cover corner. Like it's just kind of the best way to describe it. Like whether it's man, off zone, space, like he understands how to stay close to the guys he's supposed to cover. Like he's just a sticky coverage player. It's overused, but it's convenient and it's true. As long as you're applying it to the right players. And that's what Rivers is. Now he's kind of like not big enough to play the slot from a run defense standpoint. He's not long enough to be like a consistent outside guy to like contest like big outside wide receivers, but he's just I love him as just a versatile chess piece in your secondary. Guys get hurt. Like he can just kind of plug in wherever. I don't know that he'll ever start, but maybe. Like I think it's a good player. So love it.
And then the Vikings take Charles Deming.
Nice.
I have never heard of this school.
Stephen F. Austin?
Yeah.
Yeah, can't blame you. I think they're in Dallas, or they're definitely in Texas, but somewhere down there. Somewhere in that triangle, the Austin, Houston, Dallas triangle. They're like a D1 AA program. Traitsy, developmental, small school corner. Like he is this year's just let's take a guy that he's 6 foot, 6'1", 193 pounds, 32-inch arms, ran a 4.41, 42-inch vertical jump, 132-inch broad jump, maybe not the best movement skills with the testing. Like he had, he ran a 4.25 shuttle and a 7.28 3-cone are some of the worst in the class. So might be worried about some of the movements out in space, but I had a 4th to a 5th round grade on him. I didn't have tape on him, but I did kind of write him up just because you kind of get the point with this guy, where it's like jumping level of competition is going to be a big deal. Like he's with those traits, he's going to be a good corner, like kind of by default against that level of comp, because he's a premium NFL athlete playing against future accountants. But nice pick. I think it's good value at this point. So, and you get Brian Flores, a developmental piece, cornerback room that needs some future planning. So, good pick. Teddy's conked out. What's up, Ted? Long day. We can kind of see Ducky down there too. His little toes. It's actually his face. It looks like his toes, but that's I think that is his toes. Yeah, that's his toes. The boys are sleeping next to each other. Lil Sketty. Love you, Lil Sketty. What a name. Jack Strand when? Who is Jack Strand? I got to search that on my big board because I don't even remember if I watched Jack Strand. I've seen that name. I actually don't know who that is. He's somewhere in the draft guide, I think. I just can't remember what position he plays. But thank you for the super chat. Also from Seth, thank you for the super chat. You guys are nice. Seth says, actually didn't write a message on my last one, LOL. So sorry you had to do it twice, Seth, but thank you for a combined $15 super chat. Very generous. Much appreciated. And just a little bit late to get you because he says, did Keith Abney kill someone? Why is he still here? Yeah, he goes, I think it's just the height, man. I think teams overthought the height, and congrats to Lions fans. You got a good one. And extra congrats if that means the Lions are going to run more zone coverage now, because that could be a big, big change for them. Hayden says, in all of your 20,000 years of draft streams, is Carson Beck still the worst draft pick, or was it Ugg to the Mesopotamian crop farmers in 2000 BCE? It's close. Ugg had some.
Ugg at least had some oily hips.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is Ugg had some oily hips. He had some upside. I don't know if Carson Beck has any upside. Ugg at least had some traits. Ugg at least had a chip on his shoulder. Although that might be the one thing going for Carson Beck. Oh man, this bit cannot die. I love it. Kodiak says, will you be doing a front office tier list again this offseason? I want to see how high Dan Morgan and Brant Tillis rank. Brant Tillis. Is that a real name? Am I an idiot? That's got to be one of the new GMs. Are you looking it up?
Yes. Executive Vice President of Football Operations for the Panthers.
Oh, okay. He's part of the Panthers front office. Yeah, I mean, I love those guys. I've gotten to know them a decent bit. Shout out Eric Eager. They're doing great work, man. They are doing great work down in Carolina. They have absolutely turned that organization around. And I will definitely, I mean, a video performed very well. I did it it was probably like last December I did that. So probably more of an end of season type of video, but we'll definitely do it. Tanner Koziel to the Titans or the Jags? To the Jags. So another tight end for the Jags. I like it. Tanner Koziel was definitely a mid to late day 3 type of guy. He was my number 13 tight end, 5th to a 6th round grade, so reasonable. He's fun. I don't know that he'll be any good, but maybe. Like he's okay, so he's 6'6", 248 pounds, no blocking at all. Like maybe the worst run blocking tight end in this draft. He's a candidate because he doesn't have play strength and he can't get leverage. And Nick Singleton just went, so that'll be a fun one to talk about. But Koziel did have 2 elite A-plus grades in my categories, which there's only probably 10 of them, if that, in the whole draft guide, like A-plus marks. So he does have a trump card. Catch in traffic and catch radius, A-plus grades. This dude was like clearly great ball skills, like an ability to use his size to box guys out. But that's literally all he does. He can't get open. He can't run block. Stiff, but dude, if you just need 4 yards and you have an accurate quarterback and you pin it on him, he can catch it. So like as a red zone threat, like I don't know that his traits are going to be able to really develop anything, but as an interesting chess piece to take on day 3, why not? Nicholas Singleton to the Titans. I like this as a fit, to be honest. This is their style of running back. All their guys are kind of in the same mold of like, speedy, athletic, guys that can catch the football. This is definitely the range that Nick Singleton should have gone. And I like Singleton as a return man. I think his receiving stuff is pretty good. I don't really look at Nick Singleton as this high upside, like, oh, he's going to be a future starter. Like, oh my God, look at his testing profile. If he ever develops, if he gets LASIK or if he ever takes the blindfold off, like my pro comp for Nick Singleton is like he's Saquon Barkley in Madden. If before every snap you had to turn the TV off and just run blind, like that is his vision. Like he has no idea where he's going. He's a true track athlete, and it holds him back. But I'll give him credit. Like he pass blocks, he runs good routes, he's got good hands. There's stuff in the receiving game, and as a returner, I think he can bring some stuff to the table for you. So as a third running back with juice, as a special teams contributor, maybe the development comes with his vision. That'd be great. I'm not expecting it at this point in the draft, but as a third down back, I actually think he could have a role. So right now, like obviously he's behind Pollard, he's behind Spears, but this is kind of where I think Singleton should go.
And then Keyshawn Elliott from Arizona State, linebacker, went to the Bears.
There you go. There's Keyshawn Elliott. Another good pick for the Bears. That's a great value. A third round linebacker for me. There's a little bit of TJ Edwards in his game. And that makes sense. Like TJ Edwards is coming off the injury. They don't know how healthy he's going to be. Elliott knows what he's doing, dude. He's big, plays the run well. He's really stiff. He's got decent speed. He's got like pretty good, like long striding track speed to like track guys down to the sideline. But, not a super high upside player, but as a TJ Edwards type in that linebacker room, he makes a lot of sense. If Edwards is going to get hurt, you got a guy in the 5th round that can step in and honestly like be pretty solid. Like this is in the 5th round, like that's probably kind of certified steal territory. Like it's a really good pick. It's an A+ pick.
Bills have 2 picks coming up. I need to take a break.
Okay. Anna needs a second. I will also take a very quick break and come right back. Love you guys. Be right back.
we actually haven't made a pick yet, so that was a
Perfect time break. We didn't miss nothing. But let's keep getting caught up. You guys are awesome with the super chats, keeping the show rolling smoothly here. So try to get caught up so we can be a little more on time with some of these answers. So from Crackjack, besides McCoy, what day 3 player would you be least surprised waking up in 20 years and he's a Hall of Famer? Whoa. Kyle Lewis is my quick answer there. The dude, Hall of Famer, is freaking nuts for a day 3 guy. That's like asking for a really crazy take. But yeah, I'll go Kyle Lewis. Or obviously Danny Dennis Sutton is obviously going to be the next Daniil Hunter. Clearly. Oh, there we go. Bills? Dude, Bills are killing it today. Bills just took one of my guys, Jalen Kilgore. Love that, dude. Put him in the nickel and prosper, dude. This guy's a stud. I really like Jalen Kilgore. He's not perfect, like, with the coverage right now. He's 21 years old. He had some coverage busts. His footwork needs to be cleaned up a little bit. But, like, you can see right there, like, he gets beat, but the recovery's insane anyway. But, like, he's got 4.4 speed at 215 pounds. He is the modern nickel, in my opinion. And I hope they put him there and not at safety because I think that's where he belongs. As a blitzer, blowing up screens, just really good playmaking instincts. He had, like, crazy ball production. He had, let's see. I have it in my notes. He had 21 passes defended over the last 2 years, 26 in his 3-year career. This guy's a beast, man. I really hope they use him the right way because that's not, they had a smaller nickel in Denver and Jim Leonard's coming in. I'm curious to see kind of where he sees him playing because a lot of people are going to view him as more of just a true safety. But I think this is a certified steal. Jalen Kilgore was either on my top 50 big board or just outside of it. Yeah, man, this is definitely a player I would have bet on much sooner than this. So this is one of my favorite picks of the draft.
And then the Lions traded up for Kendrick Law.
Okay. Yeah, Kendrick Law makes sense. He's like a poor man's Amon-Ra St. Brown. Good pick. Like, I think he's a really athletic, was underutilized at Kentucky, but he's got, like, thickness to him. He's got really good burst, run after catch ability. Not the, like, sharpest route runner or anything like that, but definitely you can see a path. I thought he had a path to being a starting slot in the league. They probably just really like the player. And, if Amon-Ra is going to get banged up, I think you can plug him into that role and, like, do the same stuff. You're not going to get the same efficiency, but to be able to learn from Amon-Ra is really, really good. So that definitely is another good Lions pick. The Lions are just picking really nice players. All right, let's keep going with the super chats. So Orden says, we need to send James Gladstone to Guantanamo Bay. Yeah, that Jags draft is going to be interesting to revisit. We thought we were past this with Trent Baalke, and now they're going, like, even more off the walls. It's weird. Brandon Swinehart, based on some of Campbell's comments, it does sound like he got with Shepard and they're changing things up. Dude, we've been on that. We've been on that from, like, I think, was that my Christmas, my I do the New Year's resolution? Was that, chat, remind me if you watched that video, was my New Year's resolution for Detroit a look in the mirror, like a identity reshape of their defense? I think it was. So that's, Detroit could be back, man. I'm getting really scared of Detroit as a Packers fan right now, especially if that's the case. Like, that's the biggest thing that we talked about. JG says, makes sense for my Lions. Amik did great for us. Yep. I don't know that you're talking about Abney. I don't think Abney is anything like Amik because Amik is like a big press corner. You're not big, but he's a press guy. Abney's playing off. So, like, I think it's similar in the sense that they're not afraid to have a 5'9" corner, but their styles are very different. Amik is much more press man style. Killer, thanks for the super chat. Does say message redacted, so I hope you weren't dropping some nonsense in the chat, but sometimes messages get redacted for different random reasons. But thank you for the super chat and for tuning in. Baron says, looking at your draft guide, I can't wait to see Koziel breakdown. He has a monopoly on D and A plus grades. Yeah, dude, Koziel he'll be, well, Madden doesn't really reward contested catches, but again, day 3 Enigma type of player. Okay, Riley Nowakowski to the Steelers. Dude, the Steelers just want the most diverse group of tight ends in the league. I don't really agree with this pick because I think that you already have a better version of this player in Connor Hayward. But if you are familiar with Connor Hayward's game, Riley Nowakowski is kind of the same idea, where he's this awkward, like 6'2", 250-pound guy that, he's got some speed, he's got some lead blocking ability, probably not going to play in line, kind of fullback, F, tight end, like hybrid type of guy. I do think Nowakowski, like, more productive in college than a Hayward, and probably better, like, run after catch ability, and maybe a better version of Hayward, but they just want all of the different miscellaneous tight end types. So it's an interesting pick. I don't think he's a bad player as a backup, like, type of guy. I had him 5th, 6th round for the right team. Then Joe Royer to the Browns. Okay. Yep, good pick. Joe Royer's had a rough go at it. I'm pulling for him. He's had a combination of injuries and dealt with, mental health stuff, which I fully respect, having to get the help he needed, and it can really mess with you. So he's a 6-year guy. He kind of really figured stuff out this year for the most part, but really good straight line speed, like kind of that speed train style mover. Really good, strong hands. And there's stuff to work with there as a developmental tight end for a 24-year-old. But why not at this point? I had a 4th to a 5th round grade on him. I see upside in the receiving game. He needs to. I think he's got the frame, I think, to add a little bit more muscle and become a better blocker. I think that's the next stage in his development. I've got a D+ run block grade on him. Like, he struggles in that phase. Now, if you're looking for kind of the replacement to David Njoku, this wasn't bad. I would have preferred that they got out of this draft like a Roush or a Cass Merrick, so that you can really let Harold Fannin prosper as as an F tight end, rather, as a playoff kind of guy. So I don't love the structure of that tight end room right now, to be honest, because I don't think Royer's really that big, strong Y tight end for you. But not a bad player for where they got him. Easton, super chat. I love the Jets draft besides Bailey at 2. Yeah, me too, man. Reese says, Gums was a wide receiver, 2-year D end. Put some respect on his name. Okay, I see you, Reese. I actually did not know that. Full disclosure, I missed that tidbit of information. That explains why he's so raw and why he looks so thin on tape. But I get it, dude. Draft traits on day 3. We'll see where it goes. So fair enough. We'll see. We'll see what the Colts can do with him. That's cool. I like the position change type of stuff. M. Gilmore, $5 super chat. I don't know how OG this is, but I've been watching you since I was 12 and I'm 18, so that's 33% of my life. Go Lions. Hey, and you...
That's crazy.
That is nuts. That is nuts. It makes me feel old.
Yeah.
But hey, and credit to you. That means you were 16 when I shredded the Lions on draft day and was dead wrong about it. So credit to you, a mature 16-year-old, for saying, you know what, sometimes people get things wrong, And it happens. And I still really like this guy because I know a lot of people that are like, I'm never watching this idiot again. And 4 years later are still coming at me for that. And I'm like, dude, how many times do I have to admit, like, I missed on that one, man? Like, yeah, dude, that draft was nuts. But yeah, credit to you for being mature at that age. Goes a long way.
Prunty?
Okay.
That's how you say it.
This is the first draft pick, but I have no idea who this is. Is that spelled right?
Yep.
That's it, huh?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Wow. So I don't think he's even on my on the radar list. I have about 37 names in the draft guide at cornerback. He was not one of them. So we are going to have to refer to our friend Dane Brugler and the Beast and get some information on who this dude is. Let's see if we got a diamond in the rough here. 1 second, I gotta log in. Let's see where he is on here. Prunty. Okay, nothing came up at first. I was like, all right, so to be fair, Dane Brugler didn't watch him either. So that goes to show you where we're talking about with this one. But 6 foot, okay. 6'1", 190 pounds. 4.45 40-yard dash. 123-inch broad jump. 6'8", 2 3-cone. All right, we might have something here. Those are some traits, man. That you can work with that. That's probably over a 9 RAS on that one. So how about we look at the PFF profile now and see if the grading liked him. I'm intrigued. I definitely thought the Patriots needed some developmental corners. So let's see. '84 coverage grade. 7 passes defended. Might have been a little diamond in the rough here. So we'll keep an eye on him. I'm excited to watch him. Was not on my radar. So we'll see if the Patriots just found the next total steal.
Then Lorenzo Styles Jr. from Ohio State.
Ooh.
Went to the same.
You know what's funny? Is I was thinking he actually reminds me a lot of Alontae Taylor. I think I said that in I gotta keep on the chat for 2 things because I think we said in the I think Teddy might be thirsty. He's looking to get down. I don't know if he has more water. Might need to get him some water. But in my Patreon 7-round mock draft, I think I said that he reminds me of Alontae Taylor, like a worse version of Alontae Taylor, where he's kind of positionless, inside outside corner, crazy speed, loves to hit, and just completely raw otherwise. Now, Taylor went in the 2nd round, but this is Sonny Styles' brother, ran like a 4.3 something 40. I'm intrigued by him. And I actually ended up with a higher grade on him than I expected to because, you would think, okay, Ohio State runs a 4.3. He's Sonny Styles' brother. You would think there'd be a little more buzz about him. And I just assumed because there was no buzz, I assumed this was kind of like, he's horrible type deal. Now, I'm not going to say he was good necessarily, but I did have a 5th to a 6th round grade on him. I like the fact that he was a wide receiver. He was a wide receiver at, was it Michigan? Did he go from Michigan to Ohio State? It was something like that. Or Notre Dame. Maybe. I think it was Notre Dame. And came to Ohio State to learn defensive back. And he wasn't really starting yet. He's still learning. But dude, he's got 4.27 speed that shows on tape. He loves to hit. He's going to play special teams. And then we'll see where it goes. I like him in the nickel for them. It'll be fun to see. It'll be fun to see where this goes. I like the flyer at this point in the draft. Bravo. Can you click on the clock?
Yeah.
And just, if you look on, so if you,
just come over here.
Well, just try this. Click on it so that it's selected.
Yeah.
And just quickly type in 100. You might have to type it faster than that. Use the number pad.
Just come fix
All right, I'll fix it
for
real quick.
me.
That just means the opacity went down. It's over here on the right side there if you want to learn. So you just...
Thank you.
There we go.
They didn't want to
All right.
interrupt you.
That will be fixed on the next updated graphic. All right, Hunter Super Chat. Your reaction to Carson Beck was freaking hilarious. My favorite part of your channel is when you absolutely trash picks. I get excited about the draft, man. I spend 4 months doing all this research and get passionate about the NFL. What would it be if I didn't get a little excited, man? So I'm glad it was entertaining. Andre says, thoughts on the Patriots AJ Brown trade? Thank you. I get it. I mean, he's Vrabel's guy. We don't know the details. I mean, I wouldn't give up. I guess I would give up a second. I don't think they'll have to give up more than that. It'll probably be a second next year, which I think is fine. I think that's a reasonable price to give up for AJ Brown. I think that ship has run its course. I think the Eagles, whatever is going on, like, it's a bummer that they've run a really good wide receiver out of town. I think Brown still was really good last year. He didn't look quite as athletic to me. Like, I guess, yeah, I mean, if it's anything less than a second, that's great. But if it is a second, it's like, I could see a world where it doesn't go great, because I think Keyshawn Boutte is a good player in that role. You've got a good thing going. You know, you're bringing in a loud, maybe regressing guy. So it's like, there's risk attached to it, but there's reward attached to it too. So it makes sense. It all makes sense to me. I'm not like, I don't feel like over opinionated on it one way or another. Lil Sketty says Jack Strand is the Moorhead QB. Shout out, fellow Minnesotan. I knew I had seen that name somewhere. Yeah, so I didn't get to the Moorhead tape, but hey, I will be pulling for Jack Strand to come out of Moorhead and be an accomplished NFL quarterback. That would be great. Maybe it could be like the next Tyson Bagent. Just be a nice, fun backup.
So you have Josh
Cuevas.
that went to Baltimore.
Think poor man's Jonnu Smith with Cuevas. Not a bad player. A little smaller. Not the best blocker, but like okay. And pretty good after the catch. Decent player. I had him right around this range. You know, the Ravens are doing their, we've spotted them. I think we had a super chat on one stream that was like, what's a team you could see doing the double dip strategy? And my mind immediately went to the Ravens. Like, this is what they do. So they took a couple of tight ends in this mold. They took a couple of receivers in a certain mold. I'm a big fan of it because you're being self-aware of the fact that you're not going to hit on every pick. But if you throw 2 darts, you're doubling your chances of hitting. So I think it's a reasonable pick there. But from my favorite commenter, official Josh Bell YouTube, how are our Twins doing today, by the way?
Let me tell you, they are
Please.
not playing yet.
Okay. Oh, 310. I'm still not going to be able to watch them then.
We should be done by then, right? We can race through 100 picks in 40 minutes.
That's only 78 picks left to go. Maybe we'll catch the 9th inning. Who's your favorite Josh Bell? You or actual Josh Bell? Baseball player, violinist, author, or is it me? Have a great rest of the stream from Josh Bell. You are my favorite Josh Bell, of course. Even though I'm kind of liking what baseball Josh Bell is doing for my Twins. He doesn't look bad. Violinist, I guess my sister played violin in middle school, so I'll say my sister is my favorite violinist.
No, there's a violinist named Josh Bell. You're
such a dummy. I don't know that. I thought he's saying.
You love your sister, though.
I thought he was going and saying, like, who's your favorite Josh Bell? Who's your favorite baseball player? Who's your favorite violinist? Who's your favorite? Well, shout out Sarah. She deserves a shout out. Shout out my family. Love my family. All right. Anyway, stupid me. On to the next question. Future MVP Carson Beck is actually the name. Oh God, I will. I think I said I will make an apology letter or apology video to Carson Beck if he's good. But I don't know about you, but I think the Cardinals have killed this draft. Hey, if you think Carson Beck is a future MVP, you obviously think they killed the draft.
Also, if that comment made me laugh because it says, I don't know about you, but the Cardinals have killed this draft. There's no I think, so it makes it sound like, I don't know about you, you're not killing the draft, but the Cardinals. I know that's not what he meant, but...
Yeah.
I don't know about you.
I don't know about you. Sevlo Real, in a dream world, I know, but if Malik Willis pans out, the Dolphins find a way to land Jeremiah Smith next year, how'd you feel about the Finns in 2027 with this draft? Yeah, dude, I've been loving what the Dolphins are doing. I think that defense, what they're doing to fill out the second level of that defense is really nice.
Okay, Adam Randall, running back from Clemson, goes to the Ravens.
I mean, why not just get this guy in the room with Derrick Henry and pick his brain? Adam Randall didn't really work out at Clemson. He, I would assume he was a highly recruited guy. He's coming out after his fourth year, but 6'3", 232 pounds, and ran a 4.5 flat. Like, he's got that speed train running style, but he is expectedly like really poor change of direction. My thing with him is like I only have a C+ power grade for his running style. Like, dude, you're 6'3", 232 pounds. Let's get downhill and freaking smash some dudes. I didn't see enough of it. But at this point in the draft, like in this running back class, I had a 5th to a 7th round grade on him. So like, I get it just to see like, hey, we really like what Derrick Henry's done for us. He's not going to be here forever. Let's get Adam Randall in here and see what happens.
Garrett, football
Garrett
says, Marcus, you meet Adam Randall in the A gap. Who wins?
So I'm assuming Garrett saw the same thing I saw, where Adam Randall is just not tough for his size. Well, it's a pretty even, honestly, like pretty even matchup. He's not that far off of my dimensions. So it'd be a fun board drill to see. I mean, actually, I take that back. I don't want to do board drill against Adam Randall. Who are we kidding ourselves here? But I get what you're saying, Garrett. I'm going to pick Adam Randall in that matchups, even though I'm lower on his trucking ability. I think he would go through my ass. All right. SGJ Films says, any players surprised that are still on the board? So at this point, we've seen most of those sleeper guys go. I'm trying to think. I think I have it over here. Let's see who the best player available on my board is at this point. It's a good stock check to look in on that. So I'm going through that list that I shared today. Garrett Nussmeier is still there. Kevin Coleman Jr. Oh, can I just drive for just a minute longer? So Nussmeier, Kevin Coleman Jr., let's see. J.C. Davis is a big smashing lineman out of Illinois that I liked. Katron Allen is a running back that I think can be a spot starter in the league. Rayshon Benny is still here. I think he's a nice like third DT candidate. Dion Burks, I know that's Trevor's guy. Didn't really produce at Oklahoma, but really athletic. Tim Keenan out of Alabama if you want a nose tackle. Eric Rivers if you want an exciting vertical threat. Seth McGowan, talented running back. Those would be your names.
Hezekiah Masses.
Okay. To
the Raiders.
The Raiders. I mean, Okay. Another corner for the Raiders. I guess if McCoy's not going to play this year, Massis is a nice like day one backup. He close to home, played at Cal, which I know they're not in California anymore. Vegas is, how far is Berkeley to Las Vegas? That's got to be pretty close, I would think. But I had a 5th round on Massis, so I think that's par for the course. I don't see maybe necessarily a starter. Like, he's a smart guy, but he's only 180 pounds at 6 feet, so he's kind of one of these lanky guys, but kind of a do-it-all, probably not, starter type of guy. So maybe he surprises, but just cornerback depth. Worst ways to use a 5th round pick. If he bulks up, maybe. He could become a more consistent player. But I worry about the play strength at that size to become a consistent starter. All right, Darth Yoda, nice name. Would you be upset with the Packers drafting a kicker? If not, who do you want? No, I would. At this point, no, I would not be surprised if the Packers drafted a kicker. Do we have kickers to get excited about this year?
Yeah,
there's some good ones.
There's some good kickers.
I would not be the least bit surprised if the Packers drafted a kicker. And honestly, I'd be pretty excited. Dude, the kicking has been so freaking bad the last 2 years. Well, McManus was good once he came in. But I was really mad that my Packers weren't the team that went and made a move for the thicker kicker or tried something else. And shout out, our kicker analyst was all over the thicker kicker when that draft happened. But yeah, I was disappointed that the Packers just ignored the fact that Brandon McManus regressed last year and just rolled that into the playoffs. B. Foster, $20 super chat. Thank you. Love from a Bears fan. You think too critically for a Packers fan. Living in MKE. Do you know what that is? Living in MKE?
Milwaukee.
Oh, Milwaukee. I gotcha. The amount of LaFleur, J Love defending I do is insane. Okay, so we're seeing eye to eye on this. Yes, he's a good coach. No, Willis isn't better. What drowning an MVP QB does to people, SMH. Yeah, dude, the Packers fans, I've had some bad exchanges with Packers fans out there, man. It's honestly not my favorite draft Twitter or fan Twitter to deal with. But I do love my Packers fans as well. Alex, what's up?
Cyrus Allen.
Oh, we got a pick.
Yep.
Okay, Cyrus Allen to the Chiefs. Yeah, nice slot receiver. Didn't get a combine invite, but should have. He's a nice receiver, productive, runs good routes. He's just a good player to have, third downs, I think he can get open. I don't think he's ever going to be a superstar. I don't. But nice football player. And not a bad use. I had him, not a bad use to a 5th round pick. I had him probably right around this range. Yeah, 5th, 6th round. So I feel like we had more crazy reaches yesterday, man, than we've seen today. I feel like teams have kind of gotten back on track. I know it's day 3. I'm not as critical. But even then, I feel like you could still have had some worse picks than we've seen today. All right. So Alex says, can't wait for deep dive season. By the way, Hayward is on Las Vegas. Oh, Connor Hayward. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. He's your Connor Hayward replacement. Okay, so there you go. That makes a lot more sense. Spot on. From Keegan, haven't been able to watch too closely today. How have the Chargers done? Chargers have done really good today, I think. I loved the deep threat pick. I'm excited for that. I feel like they've had a nice day 3 here. Blooming Cash, watching since 8th grade, college grad next year. Wow, man, it's the whole cycle there. That's crazy. Congrats on getting through college, Blooming Cash. Thank you for the $2 super chat. I love our college grads that are able to contribute what they can. I know I know you're squeezing for lunch money in college usually, so I appreciate it.
Did you eat his lunch money?
I will eat your lunch money. Happily. Adrenaline says, I really owe you. I survived the asteroid that killed the dinosaurs because I was in my cave watching your stream and franchising my guy. You win, Adrenaline. You win. Oh, gosh. That's so good. That's so good. I was looking for a good soundbite for that.
Holy crap. I don't know who the hell...
Oh, man. Oh, I do have the team on my back soundbite on here. All right. Very good. Well done. Well done, Adrenaline.
Kevin Coleman.
Kevin Coleman just got drafted? To who?
The Dolphins.
Oh, my God, the Dolphins? I'm a Dolphins fan. I'm in. Not Miami. I'm so stoked, dude. We were just saying that I wish that their third-round wide receiver pick was better. Dude. I will say this. Draft Kevin Coleman in your dynasty leagues and thank me later because people will probably say the third-round wide receiver is better. He's not. Kevin Coleman, perfect fit in this system. Top 10 wide receiver in this draft for me in the middle of the fifth round. Holy crap, dude. What a pick, Miami. I love it. I genuinely do not understand why nobody was talking about Kevin Coleman Jr. Great route runner, dominated at the Senior Bowl. I was watching Brett and EJ's stream yesterday, and the Carnell Tate got picked, and EJ was asking Brett, I bet you can't guess who was second in this class in contested catch win rate. And to no fault of Brett, couldn't come up with the right name because it's this guy. Kevin Coleman Jr., 81% contested catch win rate this year. That's why I compare him to Emmanuel Sanders, who did all the stuff you expect from a 5'11", 180-pound receiver, but he's tough as nails in traffic. Like, this guy will go get the ball. He attacks it. He understands angles, tracks the ball, like you name it. He's perfect in this system that's going to run a lot of play action crossers, which is what he ran a lot of. That was kind of the knock on him, is his usage in college. Like, you can see in this cut up, like, they would ask him on third downs to go down the field and make tough catches. But a lot of his plays are just running crossing routes and not asking too much of them. This is an incredible pick for the Dolphins, who have just, I mean, they've got like all my guys. They got Jacob Rodriguez, they got Kyle Lewis, Kevin Coleman Jr. It's insane. Man, the Dolphins might need to be my. I've been talking about maybe doing a Madden rebuild. We'll see if I have time for it, but I think it might have to be the Dolphins if I do, because they are sick, dude. What a pick. Wow.
It's too bad we will not go to Miami to see a Dolphins game.
Yeah, too bad. We won't be going to Miami to catch a game anytime soon. We didn't have the best experience getting to our... We had a great time at the game. At the game. Loved the stadium. At the game was great, but getting to and fro the Dolphins stadium when
by far the worst.
By far the worst. Like, well, Dallas was pretty bad too, to be fair.
Oh yeah, Dallas was bad too, yeah.
But we learned that if you want to go to a Cowboys game, don't stay in downtown Dallas. And probably the same case for Miami. But like we go to these cities, like we want to go check out the city, so we stay downtown. And then it's like, God, getting to these games with Miami and Dallas was a nightmare. But we checked that box. I know they were experimenting with like Uber helicopter rides. So maybe we'll go.
That sounds real safe.
Yeah, that sounds real safe. Something like they're like auto-controlled like helicopters or something like that.
The only reason I'm getting in a helicopter is for my job. Period. No vacation.
Yeah, you're
helicoptering.
You're a seasoned vet. No big deal for you. But all right, Miami, hell yeah. I'm like, I kind of want to call Broshmo and get all fired up about this Dolphins draft, but wow. So we got some super chats from Big Killa. Has Indiana Notre Dame Coogan left guard been drafted yet? No, but he'll probably come off the board. He's a scrappy day 3, like good backup type. Zenith says, been franchising my guys since around the Minneapolis Miracle. Sad times for me. Still waiting on the Nuss bus. Colts. Ooh, that's a great call. We got a question about Nussmeier, where he could be like a good dynasty pick. Colts would be a good one.
They just showed his family, and they look ticked.
Yeah. Yeah, his dad is the Saints offensive coordinator. Yeah, man, he should be picked by now. Like Nussmeier, I think it's kind of the same. Like, obviously, no one's going to talk about it because it's not Shador. But I do think some of the reason teams didn't want Shador, and there's your Eagles backup quarterback pick that we know, they take every year. They take a backup QB. Here's your Carson Wentz replacement. But I'll finish my thoughts on Nussmeier there. I think it's what I said. Part of the reason that Shador fell last year is there is a little bit of it that is like, if you think he's good enough to maybe be a starter, but you don't think he's going to be the traitsy, like, franchise quarterback, you get caught in a little bit of a dilemma where it's like the Desmond Ridder kind of thing that we criticized back in the day. But some of these teams are probably like, Nussmeier would be a really good backup, but if you're Arizona or some of these teams where he might end up starting for you, it's like, we like him. We think he could probably start, but we don't want to have him good enough that we can't justify replacing him when we don't think he's going to get us to be a Super Bowl team. Like, there's a little bit of that. I think that's part of why Shador fell last year. So that might be going on. He'll come off the board. His time will come. Cole Payton does go before him here, though. He's interesting. I could see it, right? The Eagles literally, like, they just draft a quarterback every year because if you find value in it, it's just like a cheat code. So this isn't necessarily like, oh my God, Jalen Hurts getting replaced here. We knew this pick was coming. They literally do this every year. Cole Payton played at North Dakota State. He started 1 year. Freak athlete. Like, he's 6'5", 230 something. He ran for almost 1,000 yards. He's got a cannon for an arm. Him and Bryce Lance were a great pairing at that level of competition. The knocks on him are like slow processor, no anticipation, kind of inaccurate, honestly. Tunnel vision. Like, he's a project. He's started a year at North Dakota State, and they paint. Part of the reason I think Trey Lance failed is the same reason that Zach Wilson failed. Like, his job was so easy in college that, yeah, the stats look great, but he was never really challenged. Like, it's play action, head gets around, and he's got wide open receivers. He's got all day to throw, and he can just stand there and launch it. And then even if it wasn't there, he would take off and run. And by the way, he bailed out of clean pockets like nobody's business. So maybe he is a good fit as Jalen Hurts' running mate there. But yeah, he's got traits. That's what the Eagles do. So, he'll be QB3 until he's QB2. And then maybe they flip Tanner McKee for a third round. It's just kind of their deal.
And Enrique Cruz Jr., OT from Kansas, goes to the 49ers.
All right. I think he was an on my radar guy. Yes, he was second on my on the radar for tackles. Had a 6th to a priority. Are we into the 6th yet? Almost. All right, we're getting there, chat. Yeah, ran a 4.94. So they probably see him as a wide zone type of guy. 6'5", 311 pounds, 33 3/4 inch arms. So sure, 35-inch I mean, those are great testing numbers. That's why he was on the radar. So yeah, I said made the most of his combine invite, but was far from consistent in his time at Kansas, making him an intriguing day 3 developmental option at tackle or guard. So pretty straightforward, fair enough. Like it pick on that. Jason says, if you do a franchise, check out Modded Madden. Yep, it's on my radar. I've done it before, so I will certainly consider that. Quick says, I've been watching you for many years. I've never heard you this positive on Miami's draft. Solely the truth. Cheers. Yeah, dude, great first draft for John Sullivan. I think both the Packers and Dolphins, like, as they've parted ways, both teams have had excellent drafts, in my opinion. Dolphins more so. They've had more picks and all that, but that is a good ringing endorsement of those guys for sure. Yeah, and it's just the old regime, man. Like you said, you've been watching for years, and I've always kind of had something wrong with the Dolphins drafts. That old regime had to go, dude. Chris Greer overstayed his welcome, to say the least. All right, we are, I think, all caught up. So if I missed any super chats, you guys can DM the TikTok. And we're going to take a quick minute here. Quick little intermission. And we're back. So we are trying to get to 115K subs. We're getting closer. It's going up. We are at 114,810. So we are 190 short. So if you guys are not subscribed, please do. If you enjoy the analysis, you want the draft grades, I will be doing every team thoroughly by division over the next 3, 4, 5 days. We'll see how quickly those get cranked out. It's free to subscribe. And I would really be happy and celebrate 115K with you guys. And please do like the stream as well. And thank you again to everybody for the incredible super chats. It's been another phenomenal draft weekend. I know you guys got a lot of options out there for enjoying the draft. And it's an honor for you to, it's an honor to have your, it's an honor for me. It's an honor for you to be able to watch my stream. Damn right you're here. You better frickin' believe it. You know what I'm saying. All right.
Sadu?
Oh,
can't.
did
I'm
they go with the
sorry.
international pathway guy?
You're asking the wrong lady. I just don't want to butcher his name. I think it's Sadhu Traore.
Traoa? I think I'm a little behind on my phone. Okay, no. I mean, he is repping a British flag. First draft pick from the NFL Academy. Interesting. I'll have to look more into this because I'm curious about his background. He's a fun player. He actually kind of reminded me a little bit of David Njoku. Just like he's really good at the ball in his hands. You know, kind of like a manufactured touch tight end type. Definitely thought this was a good range for him. He ended up. Oh wait, hold on. My apologies. I was thinking of Daquan Wright from Mississippi, not Mississippi State, who's another tight end. So we'll see if Daquan Wright gets picked. I did not watch Sadhu Traore. He was at the very top of my watch list. So my watch list for tight ends was Carson Ryan, who Echo was asking about earlier, and then Sadhu Traore, who is, he ran a 4.61, 40-inch vertical jump, 127-inch broad jump, transferred up from Arkansas State, and has kind of been developing on his way. I unfortunately didn't get to his tape, but definitely thought he would get drafted around 6th round. So kind of a, traits-based tight end project type. And we'll see where it goes for him. But I'm excited to look into his story there first.
He is from London.
Okay.
It looks like he played at Mississippi State and Arkansas State.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know much else than that.
Very cool. Love our Brits. Shout out to all of our international viewers in the house right now. I know we usually have a little bit more on day 3 because it's not 4 a.m. over there. So for some reason they just like slowed down a bunch with the draft. It feels
I know, it feels like we're slower than day 1 right now. It's very weird.
Yeah. I guess they were getting ready for this announcement here for Traore. So that's probably why. So we're probably gearing up for a huge run here. Now they're going to do an interview. I think it's really cool the international outreach the NFL's doing. There's so many incredible athletes outside of the States that if they're able to bring football to Europe, to Africa, wherever, South America, like the more outreach they can have, it's not just about money. I mean, of course, everything with the NFL is about money, but if you start getting these great athletes around the globe, like playing football instead of soccer or whatever, I mean, that's just good for the game, more good players. So I think it's really cool, like from both perspectives, to bring in more eyeballs. But I think it we've started to scratch the surface of it. Like we saw it with like Jordan Mailata's an all-pro left tackle, comes over from Australia, 7th round pick. Like we're starting to see it happen. So I think it's really cool. It's not just a bit. So I get why they're spending some time with it. Like it's worth a couple extra minutes on the draft to highlight it.
Sounds like he was part of the first intake of the NFL Academy in London.
Okay.
During its May 2019 launch, so it targets people from other countries trying to get into the NFL on an NFL roster quickly. And he trained with one of Travis Kelce's coaches.
Cool. Yeah, I'm all about it. He's all about it too. He's in the fan. He's got his flag on. He got a selfie stick. He's all about it. It's awesome. All right, I'm pulling for him on my Dolphins, my Miami Dolphins.
All right, we have Zane Durant to the Bills.
All right, Zane Durant. About right. Rotational defensive tackle type athlete, really athletic dude out of Penn State. Where have you heard that before? Yeah, he tested off the grid, but he's small. He ran a 4.75. I compared him to Tyler Davis, who started to come on last year for the Rams, but undersized athlete type. He's going to be good for stunts and games. Like, we're gonna learn a lot about what Buffalo's defense is really going to look like under Jim Leonard, but he's going to be like a hybrid base end for them. Really fluid, like twitchy athlete on the inside of your D line. That he's got a rip move, he's got a Euro swipe move, he's got a bull rush. Not a bad player. Not a bad player, just not hyper efficient or anything, and the size restraints on him are there, but very solid pick for the Bills here at the end of the 5th round. Did get a super chat here from Jacob. Safe to say that Loom is cooking. Go Saints. I think the Saints are definitely cooking. Definitely cooking. Just hope Jordan Tyson can stay healthy.
All right, we're officially on to the 6th round.
Let's go, baby. Let's pick up the pace here. Wake up. I might need to grab another energy drink real quick. I feel like we're getting ready for a huge run here.
Taylon Green just went to the Browns.
Oh, this is the most hilarious quarterback room of all time.
What is happening there?
Well, yeah, Taylon Green's not a quarterback. Like, I'm not saying this to you. I'm saying this to other people. Like, he's a quarterback. He thinks he's a quarterback. 5 years in college football, and he really never developed. Really bad tape, man. Like, dude blew up the combine. Everyone was freaking out, saying, "Oh, he's a better prospect than Jalen Hurts," Jalen Milroe from Alabama last year. I disagree. I think Milroe, I teased the idea like, yeah, that dude could be an elite running back, but I'm at least like, he at least had like developmental steps and like was a little younger and maybe even better tape like as a quarterback. Like, Milroe is much more open to the idea of try him as a quarterback and then if he fails, move him to running back. Taylon Green, like, dude, horrible decision making, spotty accuracy. Like, yes, he's straight line explosive, but he is not twitchy, man. Like, when he tries to get out of sacks, like, he's a lumbering athlete. He reminded me a ton of Tyree Jackson. I know you draft nerds like me are going to remember Tyree Jackson. He came out of Buffalo and ran like a 4.5, and I suggested he moves to tight end, and everyone's like, he's a quarterback. What are you doing? Like, don't tell him to change positions. Like, this is his dream. And I'm like, no, he should move to tight end. And guess what he did? He eventually moved to tight end. Like, I think Taylon Green should do that immediately. And, like, okay, maybe it's a year of, if you can come in and look better than Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson and Dylan Gabriel and you earn starts, good on you. For me, let's have him screw it. Like, screw that. He's already 24 years old. Like, if we're moving him to, and this is the team, by the way, that took Terrell Pryor and put him at wide receiver. So this could start sooner rather than later. But, oh, wow, they announced Carson Schrar as a linebacker. That is interesting. I'm just laughing because I just compared us all to draft nerds, and only a draft nerd would stop his train of thought and say, oh, wow, Carson Schrar, they moved him from safety to linebacker. That's really interesting. Anyway, let's get the tight end thing going. Let's be real about Taylon Green. The dude's got 4.37 speed. Look at what happened when they did it with Terrell Pryor. Or wide receiver, but like, let's get it going here, man. Let's stop kidding ourselves with him as a quarterback, because it was really, 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 really bad tape for a guy that started 40 games. Like, if he's only played 12 games, like, sure, that's one thing, but we've got enough sample size to know that he's not developing and he's not a quarterback. All right. So Carson Schrar, I like this, man. He had decent tape as a back end safety at Iowa, especially from a run defense standpoint. Like he's got good size, like good length. He's about 6'3". I think he's probably got good arm length. Oh, wait. I got the wrong guy. I got the wrong Iowa defender. I was thinking of Xavier Wampka, who I liked. Sherrar, I also did watch. I just got turned around. So I was thinking of a different Iowa defender. Carson Sherrar, 1-year starter at Iowa, tested off the charts. Kind of like Nick Neiman coming out of Iowa, kind of that same story, like got on the field late, tested really well, but the tape was just kind of like meh. And that's what Carson Sherrar's deal was. Like nothing really to write home about as his tape, but he's a 1-year starter, so like maybe it comes along. However, this dude was a special teams ace for Iowa. Like covered kicks, blocked punts, like that's what he's here to do, is play special teams and hopefully can develop as a linebacker. If he doesn't, you got a special teams ace, a 53rd member of your roster on the cheap, and I think it's a good use of a pick. I definitely would have drafted him. I had him as a 6th to a 7th round guy, and we are now in the 6th round. So, right?
Yes.
All right. I like it.
And then Jackie Marshall from Baylor, DT, just went to the Titans.
Okay. Jackie Marshall was a watch list guy for me. I did not get to him, but he ran a 4.88 40 hybrid defensive end type. So probably a move D tackle for Saleh. Do we think the dogs need to go outside?
Yeah, when you're gonna take a break, I'm gonna let them out.
I feel like this run of picks is going to be big, and then when we get to the next pause, we'll get the dogs out. And I would like. Are you going to run them for us? Okay. I'll probably just come back, and then if you could grab me another energy drink, that would be appreciated. We're still going strong, guys, including Twitter. We have 3,333 viewers, including Twitter, on the 6th round of the NFL draft. So phenomenal. So happy to have you guys here. I'll plug it again. If you follow me on Twitter, if you're watching this stream and maybe I caught you red-handed and you've never watched a video of mine, but you followed me on Twitter, check out the channel. The link is on the Twitter front page there. I would love if we could get to 115K subs by the end of the stream.
Okay, Bauer Sharp from LSU, a tight end, the Bucks.
All right. I don't think I watched him. Did I watch? No, did not. He was on the watch list. Tested well. 6'4", 250 pounds. Presumably, I would say he probably took over for Mason Taylor and started to come through a little bit. But I wrote, Combine invite showed that he's a good athlete, but was never a consistent producer at 3 different schools and lacks ideal size and play strength for blocking duties. So yeah, he's got a little bit shorter arms. The blocking profile was not great on him, but developmental tight end. I did talk about this with the Pewter Report guys. Shout out everybody over at Pewter Report, does great work for the Bucks, but they, I think, are going to want to run more 12 personnel. Just have the option to do it, and they don't really have any other tight ends. So to get a guy with some athleticism that can be more of a wing tight end next to Otten down there makes sense. So if they like him as an athlete and think he's going on the right track, I think that would make sense, especially if the blocking's not great. I think there were other guys I liked better. RJ Maryland has, I think he's interesting. I shouted out Daquan Wright earlier, but it's splitting hairs there, and Bauer Sharp definitely was in consideration for, I watched 25 tight ends. He was not one of them. Maybe I would have loved him. So we'll see what he can do. I wonder if Dane Brugler wrote him up, or if he also I think he at least had something on him. Let's see here. Yes, he was. Oh, there's no E at the end. That's why. Hold on. This probably would be the opportunity to go let the dogs out.
Yep.
All right. 1 second, chat. All right. Yeah, the pacing is interesting because they were flying through picks. Now I feel like we're getting going. And Bobby Jamison Travis, offensive tackle out of Auburn, or is that no defensive tackle out of Auburn? Another guy I didn't watch. So we're starting to get some of these guys. It's just the nature of the beast here. Is we're gonna start to get some guys that I didn't have time to get to the tape. I got to 284 players this year. He was on the radar for me. Big nose tackle out of Auburn. 6'3", 330 pounds, long arms. Didn't work out at the combine, but did it as pro day and didn't exactly crush it. But like nose tackle type for the Giants to replace Dexter Lawrence makes sense. Just, 6-year nose tackle that never really stood out, but he can definitely get in there and eat up some space. There's not a lot of nose tackles. I would question why not Tim Keenan over that profile, but other than that, there's not a ton of nose tackles in this draft. It's really not. Dante Corleone, but he's got a really bad foot injury. So you were looking pretty thin at nose tackles there. Katron Allen just went to the Commanders. So we're gonna miss having like the grades and the graphics on here just because Anna had to run to let the dogs out, and she is responsible for that. And now with the pace they're ripping some of these picks off, I don't know if she would have been able to keep up with this anyway. But I like Katron Allen. Katron Allen, in the Commanders running back room, I think raises the floor of that group, where they did need some extra backs in there. I think he's not explosive at all, and he kind of goes down at first contact a good bit, but really nice vision. I think he's a nice like spot starter for you, and could totally do that for them, and be a more of a reliable guy with Krosky Merritt, who's got a lot of juice, but maybe on like a have to have it 3rd and 3. Krosky Merritt can have some fumbling issues, some vision stuff. I think Katron Allen may be a little bit more of a reliable backup option for you. So I think it's a good, really good pick, honestly. Yeah, you're good. It's got the.
Oh, you forgot to.
Oh, what if I just slammed it?
Come on, Teddy.
Come on, Teddy. Inside.
Here's your treat.
In the room. Sounds good. All right. Yeah, they just ripped off a couple picks, but don't worry about it.
Just one.
Looks like there was 2, but it looks like they're just about to announce 1 here. So you can, yeah. Come here, Ted. Teddy cam time. There's Ted. What's up, dude? It's day 3 of the draft. Aren't you fired up? Have the Bengals had a good draft? Can we get you fired up? Is Joe Burrow going to have a good season? You tell me? Is Joe Burrow going to have a good year?
Tell me.
Yeah. What do you think? What about Lamar Jackson? Lamar? Joe Burrow?
Doesn't
Oh,
want to talk
you don't want to talk, but you're thinking about it.
Tell us.
Tell us. What do you think? What do you think? Yeah? Tell me. Tell me. Is Joe Burrow going to have a good season? What do you think? Oh, he wants to so bad. He's like holding back his thoughts.
Okay, so you talked about Bauer Sharp, Bobby, Jamison, Travis, and Keytron Allen.
Yep, we got it.
All right.
Yep.
We're caught up then.
All right, I got to pull up. We've gotten a few more subscribers in there. We're getting closer and closer and closer, you guys. We're 180 short. You're not going to want to miss those draft grades. They're coming hot off the press. Go subscribe. It's free. All right. You got any new? We do have a couple new super chats. Thank you, guys. Dylan says, in a wide receiver class this deep, how did the Raiders not come away with one, having 8 picks in the first 5 rounds? Also, thoughts on the Steelers' O-line outlook. Yeah, I like the analysis there, Dylan. Totally agree. To not get one wide receiver in a room with that many questions is, I mean, I would say unacceptable. It wasn't that much to ask in a really deep wide receiver class. Like, I think this is one of the deeper wide receiver classes we've seen, if not the deepest. And you drop the ball there. I love this Steelers offensive line at this point, man. They're still going to have to figure out, like, if they have a franchise, like, hopefully Ihanator gets there, right? Like, I don't know that the left tackle situation, I don't know if the left tackle play is going to be great this year, just because Ihanator, I think, still needs some time. But to get Dunker in there, you've got questions at left guard. So, like, him and Ihanator and Broderick Jones, like, between the 3 of them, let's get, and even Spencer Anderson, right? Who did some 6th offensive lineman stuff for them last year. Between the 4 of those guys, let's get our 2 best out there at left guard, left tackle. They've locked and loaded at guard, at wide receiver, at running back. They signed. They got Dowdle. I need like 10 Eric Collins games this year, please. Tagovailoa! Waddle! So good. I gotta get some Eric Collins sound bites. So good.
Okay, Inez Cooper, guard from Miami.
All right. Thumper. He's not bad. He's strong as an ox, man. Doesn't move well at all.
Sorry. He's not bad. Doesn't move at all. Okay.
What?
I mean,
That's not what I said. I said he's strong as an ox. He can't move well. Yeah, he's one of the least, like, mobile, like, linemen. But you said it was Jets?
No. Yes. Yes, I did.
Yeah, the Jets with Frank Reich. Reich has historically been more of a north and south blocking scheme. So, like, Inez Cooper could not go to a wide zone heavy team. It was not going to work. But put him in a phone booth. When he gets his hands on you, like, you're not going anywhere. He can struggle to stay square in pass pro, but I didn't hate him for a inside-oriented blocking scheme. And the Jets definitely could use... The Jets definitely could use some... it scared me. Some guard help after they let what's his name go back to the Ravens. But yeah, I had him 5th round, so like it's good value. I would actually say I love this. Like I wouldn't be surprised if he's like a spot starter. I mean, at some point, just having someone who's 6'6", 330 pounds, 34-inch arms, that's strong as hell, and is hungry, like hungry on the field. He's probably hungry off the field as well, but at a certain point, like that guy's something's going to translate. Then we had Xander Salos says, any sleepers at RB for Detroit? I feel like RB2 is an underrated hole, not sold on Pacheco. Otherwise, I'm so hyped about this draft and current roster. Yeah, Detroit has crushed it. No, this running back class is booty cheeks. But I guess Seth McGowan would probably be the guy that I would say would be a potential sleeper. He has off-field concerns. Got kicked out of Oklahoma for a felony, I think, as a highly recruited guy. And then he had to, that was really bad. And then he had to kind of climb back through the ranks to get back at Kentucky. And they say he's matured, but I would assume that's why he's still here. But I had a 4th to 5th round grade on him. He kind of reminds me of Antonio Gibson, if you're into that. I said Antonio Gibson minus the receiving chops, which is not much of a back, but that's what we're talking about in this running back class. After that, like maybe Noah Whittington would be like a poor man's David Montgomery for you. That's about all I got for you, though.
Okay, the Saints. Yeah, the Bengals. They let off 2 here. So
Okay.
Bengals took Brian Parker II.
Okay.
An OG from Duke.
An OG from Duke.
An OG.
Can never go wrong getting an OG from Duke. I wish I knew Duke basketball players better so I could rattle off some, Tyus Jones, OG from Duke. Brian Parker played tackle at Duke and projects as an inside conversion. I like this for the Bengals. I feel like the Bengals, between Connor Lew and a nice pick here out of Duke, I had him. Thought I watched him. Where is he on my list? At 5th, 6th round grade on him. Profiling probably as an inside conversion project. And I feel like between him and Connor Lew, you might have some long-term developmental options down the road for them. I think he's got some upside. He moves well. So, solid.
And then the Saints took Berrien Brown, a wide receiver from LSU.
Okay. So there's like 3 LSU wide receivers this year. And Berrien Brown was my second favorite of the group. No, just kidding. My favorite of the group. So I always have to come back to my notes because I struggle to keep these guys straight. I compared him to Trey Tucker. He's small, good route runner, maybe not the most consistent hands, but he gets open. And LSU's passing game had its ups and downs with Nussmeier, but he definitely contributed to some of the issues for sure. Drop issues, that kind of stuff. Like, gets open, but is he going to catch the ball? That kind of type. And he's tiny. He's like 5. Did he hit 5'10"? Sorry, Ducky's trying to get up here. He's getting jealous. Teddy's getting too much attention. He is 5'10". He's actually almost 5'11", but 185 pounds. So separator type, close to home. I had him as a 5th to a 6th round grade, so reasonable pick. He was close to my best wide receiver available. The only guys I have still available ahead of him at wide receiver, which I think some people will be curious about, now that Kevin Coleman's gone, I have Deion Burks is my wide receiver 18. Lewis Bond, physical, undersized, slower slot guy at 19. Eric Rivers, the deep threat. Jordan Hudson, who I like. And then Eric McAllister with injury questions out of TCU. So he was up there. Good pick if you are looking to fill out that wide receiver room, as they should be looking to do.
And then Josh Cameron to the Jags, Baylor wide receiver.
Okay. So Josh Cameron, we got a super chat about him yesterday. I really would like him if he would switch to running back, which I don't think he'll do. But all right, Ducky, you gotta just go relax, buddy. You gotta go relax. One of the weirdest, probably the weirdest wide receiver in this draft. Literally looks like a power back. Like 6'1", 220. 6'1", 220, great hands, like tough guy to get down at that size for for corners and stuff. But he was the only other receiver in this draft after Jacoby Lane who was a worse separator. And I just don't think his skill set plays as anything other than a gadget like receiver, and he's not that fast. So it's like I would teach this guy how to pass block in the backfield and have him run angle routes and check downs and use him kind of like, honestly, like how I profiled Jonah Coleman, Samaje Perine. But it's okay at this point. I mean, he's a unique skill set. Like, he's not a bad football player. It's just like, where do you use him? He's just weird.
And then we have J.C. Davis.
Nice.
From Illinois.
I love this. So I like J.C. Davis. I had a 3rd round grade on him. I'm tempted to put certified steal on there. I don't know if I'm that convicted that this guy's a dude like that, but he was my number 9 offensive tackle after Carver Willis with a 3rd round grade. I did like what I saw here. He reminded me a good bit of last year's 2nd round pick for the Packers out of NC State. Anyway, but just a little bit worse than that, but like really strong. I like him better as a guard than a tackle. And, they took Maui Noah. I wouldn't be surprised if J.C. Davis wins a guard job someday, but there's a lot of Jermaine Illuminor in J.C. Davis as well. So I think he could be in the picture someday. Not a bad player at all. He's just not like a great athlete to play tackle, but I thought he was one of the stronger offensive linemen in the class. I thought his experience, like he knew what he was doing. The tape was really solid. Good run blocker. I like that, man. Just keep getting tough in the trenches. All right. Got some more super chats. Very fitting. I didn't even see this, but Explicit said, who are the last standing wide receivers on your big board? So we conveniently just did that for you. Thank you for the super chat, Explicit. Zenith said, spending another $5 to let it be known how crazy it is to see Bauer get drafted before Noose or Perk. I'm not quite sure who Perk is, but yeah, Noose is, he's got to go, man. Someone's got to take him at this point. I'd be totally fine with my Packers taking Garrett Nussmeier. Is it Noose or Nuss? I need some clarity on that from the chat. Who's your favorite fit for the Patriots at 196? Thoughts on their draft overall? I'm not a huge fan of Gabe Akis in the 2nd round. Yeah, I'd agree there. I like them getting aggressive in the 1st to get Lomu. Again, we'll be breaking all these drafts down so I can go pick by pick and give you the thorough analysis. I feel like the Patriots haven't dropped the ball necessarily with this draft, but maybe not the most exciting draft either. They took an interesting corner there out of Wake, which I haven't watched, but feel like they've done okay. They took Roush. Did they get Roush? They got a tight end that I thought was a decent pick. Oh no, they took Raritan. Was a nice pick.
So Jack Kelly from BYU, linebacker, just went to the Giants.
Echo will like that. Echo and his BYU. Oh, we got a Lorem Ipsum.
Uh-oh.
Freak out chat. Lorem Ipsum spotted.
Sorry.
We got to get a Lorem Ipsum in there somewhere. Anybody that's used Photoshop is laughing right now. Because if you have the type tool and you accidentally click anywhere, it'll give you a Lorem Ipsum. Which means like the truth or the word or something like that.
Okay, there you go. Jack Kelly.
Lorem Ipsum spotted. Jack Kelly's a developmental athlete. Not bad. He was my 14th linebacker, 5th round grade. Really balanced athletic profile. Really good blitzer. Kind of a poor man's Jake Golday in this draft where, kind of just played this. I wrote, primarily played an attacking role that asked him to get upfield, shoot gaps, and get after the quarterback. They blitzed him a ton. So he's got a lot of like edge. I think he has a lot of edge experience. I could be wrong about that, but a lot of decent amount of missed tackles. Questionable, like how he's going to translate to more of a real linebacker role, but definitely has the athletic traits. Good upside, good pick to put in there. They definitely have some blitzers at linebacker, man. McFadden, they're going to use Reese there for year one. You've got Jack Kelly now. Honestly, McFadden's a good comp for Jack Kelly.
And then we have to the Titans, Pat Coogan from Indiana.
There you go. We had a question about him not long ago. Solid offensive line pick for experienced interior piece. I don't think he's got starter traits, but a reasonable, 6th round pick for sure. So from Raging Crocodile, fire Anthony Bradford into the sun. Yeah, that's one question on the Seahawks draft is not really getting that guard piece. I don't know that Bo Stevens, I think, was the guard they took. I don't know that he's going to beat him out necessarily. He'll give him a run for his money. Bo Stevens is going to come in and compete, but I don't know if he'll win that job or not. He's just not the traitsiest guy, Stevens. But I agree. We got to get Anthony Bradford out of there, and that Seahawks offensive line will be basically complete.
And then the Raiders just took Malik Benson from Oregon, wide receiver.
Okay. So I didn't finish the write-up on Malik Benson, but he's a vertical threat. So the Raiders get their wide receiver. He'll compete with Dante Thornton for that true vertical field stretching role. That's kind of all he is. I don't know that he's better than Dante Thornton, but he was draftable. It's fine. I disagree with the Raiders not going wide receiver sooner, and I still think there were probably better options. Like Eric Rivers out of Georgia Tech, I think, was a better option. But, hey, there's Echo. We knew Echo was in there lurking with the BYU pick. Let's go, Jack Kelly, baby. I'm pretty sure Echo was asking if I'd watched Jack Kelly in, like, January, like when I've watched, like, 8 players. And Echo's like, have you watched Jack Kelly yet? I'm like, no, Echo, I haven't watched Jack Kelly yet. but I say that because I love how Echo's just all over the BYU guys and a huge supporter of the channel. So we love you, Echo. Nicholas says, think David Easton gets selected. Go Gophers. Yes, go Gophers. I think he's going to be borderline. He, to me, was a 7th round, a priority free agent, spotted guy. I don't know. I don't know that there's like standout traits for him. He might end up slipping through the cracks. Warhammer guy says, what do you think of the Hawks draft so far? Again, tough to do this on the fly when I don't have the list in front of me for every team, and I will be breaking them all down. But I appreciate the super chat, Warhammer guy. Man, my brain is flowing so much, it's hard to even go back to first round. You're going to pull it up for me?
Yeah.
I'll give you a quick take, but...
So, round 1, they took Jerian Price. Round 2, they took Bud
That's right,
Clark.
Price.
Round 3, they
Clark.
took Julian Neal.
Mm-hmm.
Round 5, they took Bo Stevens.
Yeah. I feel like every one of those picks is like a single. Like, didn't screw it up. Nothing really, like, screams to me like steal or incredible, but I wish they would have gotten a guard sooner. I'll say that. Then we've got Ty Kendall. Let's go, bringing Brian Parker back home to Cincy. Okay, so he's from the area. Also, I have some new bragging rights. I can now say I played football with an NFL player. There you go. Let's go. That's sick. Who cares if it was in middle school before he transferred to a bigger school? It still counts. I agree, man. I agree. I also played football with Bo Allen, who played for the Eagles. So you and I are basically the same person.
How didn't I know that?
I've talked about it before.
Wow, you're such a
I know, I'm such a
celebrity.
big deal. Yeah, I was a sophomore. He was a senior. And as sophomores, we had a couple practices in the summer where we would practice with varsity. And I lined up against Bo Allen in his senior year when he was, getting recruited to go, he's like a 3 or 4-star recruit to go play at Wisconsin. And we did board drill, and I was like, shit, I'm going to die. And I died. It did not go well for me. Yeah, probably the worst rep I've ever had, which would make sense. But I have gone head to head with an NFL player one time. Did not go well. Did not go well. That's why I'm sitting in this chair. Adderall Ascension, $10 super chat. Thank you. I don't. There.
He says he wants to ask you your thoughts on the Chiefs draft, which I will pull up for you.
Okay.
Give me a second.
While Anna pulls that up, yes, I will remind you guys, like, I mean, I love the super chats. Will not say no to them, but preferably, like, just wait for the draft grades videos. Like, you're gonna get the thoughts, man. You're gonna get like 15, 20 minutes on every class, every prospect, my thoughts, you name it.
But we have Mansour Delane, Peter Woods.
Yep.
Mason Thomas.
Yep.
Jaden Kennedy.
Mm-hmm.
Jermod McCoy. And
wait.
What?
The Chiefs took Jermod McCoy?
That's what it says. Emma Johnson.
Jermod McCoy? I thought the Raiders got Jermod McCoy.
That's what Google says.
The AI was botching that.
Raiders.
Yeah.
Okay. Well.
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute. Chiefs got Jermod McCoy and Mansour Delane? My top two corners? Yeah, no, they did not get...
Mansour Delane.
Yeah,
You got the rest?
I got it. Yeah. I really like the Chiefs draft. I will say that. I think they're doing good things. I wasn't the biggest fan of R. Mason Thomas where they took him. I thought Cassius Howell going the pick later is the same type of player that's going to be a better pro on the Bengals, which could be really fun to track. That was something we were talking about around this time last year, is the kind of like draft rivalry stuff that is fun tracking. So my Discord family, and guys, you can join the Discord. Link is in the description below. Make sure you follow, subscribe, like the stream while you're checking that out. But these like little draft rivalries, I want Discord to track Logan Jones and Jaeger Burton, Cassius Howell, and R. Mason Thomas are fun ones. And anything else you can think of. $150 super chat from What's the Hype. Thank you so much. Jack Kelly was a steal for us. Great job every year, TFG. Shout out to Dude's wife in hospice from earlier. Praise out to her. Yes, 100%. Saying what matters there. That one just like, oh, heart goes out to you, man. And thank you to What's the Hype for very generous support right there. Thank you very much. And yes, huge thank you.
Okay, Demetrius Crowder.
So this, I think, is actually a ring the bell moment for me. Consensus board 3rd round pick. And I said, this dude sucks. Why is he in the 3rd round of the consensus board? And he falls here in the draft. I'm not a believer in this player. Now, you do reach a certain point where, okay, he's draftable. He's got the traits. He's 6'7", 35.5-inch arms, tested well. He was, I think, the worst tape that I watched out of the 284 players. And he ended up with one of the lowest grades. So, like, it's fine as a developmental tackle pick. If you think you can fix him, great. Like, more power to you. But this is more about, like, yeah, this was always a late day 3 true, like, project. Like, not a 3rd round pick at all. But, hey, I hope he figures it out because he's got tools. Logan says, went against Gervon Dexter as a freshman in my first game. Did not go great. Jesus, dude. I'm happy you're alive. Gervon Dexter is a freak. That does not sound fun. And that's a whole game as well. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what were some of those other draft day rivalry type things that we could track. We'll keep entertaining that, but hopefully the Discord's on top of that for us.
CJ Daniels. from Miami, a wide receiver, just went to the Rams.
Okay. Fair enough. He's a Rams type. He reminded me a little bit of Demarcus Robinson, actually, CJ Daniels. So that makes sense as a depth piece. CJ Daniels was probably the Demarcus Robinson college version, because he's not fast. He's an older prospect. Not really any traits. Never going to start in the league, but he was clutch as nails for Miami. When they needed a big catch, he would make it, and that's what Demarcus Robinson has done. He spent some time on the Rams doing that. So I think at this point that makes sense. If that's what you see in him, is a dependable, clutch, like played in big games, like you're expecting to maybe need some big moments from a guy. If a wide receiver goes down and you're in the NFC Championship, like he can step up in those moments. He's not going to be a full-time starter. He doesn't really have the separation or the traits or, any of that.
That's a TFGism, by the way. Clutch as nails. It's tough as nails.
Tough as nails, clutch as nails. Yeah, let's Discord while we're at it. Let's go add to that. I didn't check in on the Discord yesterday. Like, it's pretty much like just turn it off and turn it back on from day 2 to day 3 here. So I didn't check in on the Discord, but yeah, we got to get the TFGisms chat, and we got to get at least a list going of fun draft rivalries to track.
The Vikings just took DeMond Claiborne from Wake Forest, running back.
Okay. So Claiborne has some upside. He's really athletic. Had a really rough year, played through some injuries. I was not a fan. A lot of people said you got to go back a year, and I was like, look, man, he's my number 22 running back with a priority free agent grade. I don't have time to go back to 2024, to be honest, on this player. But I hope that proves true for him. I get it, tested really well, ran a 4.37, looking for a backup running back with some juice. Maybe can emerge in that role. So it's reasonable in this draft class. Like it's just not a lot to get excited about. So you kind of got to do that. He probably had about the highest upside of the remaining players. But he's 5'10", 188 pounds. Like from what I saw, and I thought the injuries were upper body and not really reflective of like, dude, he had skinny legs. Like guys would just swipe at his legs and he was going down. Like you just don't see him really break tackles. So I was not really impressed, but at this point it's okay.
And then Emmanuel Henderson Jr. from Kansas, wide receiver, goes to the Seahawks.
Didn't get to him. I know he was on the radar. He was at the combine. Ran a 4.44. 6'1", 184 pounds. Vertical threat type at Kansas. So kind of in the Torrey Holton, Rashid Shaheed mold. Like, I don't know how many of those guys you necessarily need. Like, you probably could have gone on the different archetype, but I would say that's fine. Like it, fine. I feel like there's probably better wide receivers available if we're being fully honest about it. Eric Rivers, again, I don't know why he just doesn't get mentioned. Deion Burks, I feel like would have given you a little bit of something else. Yeah. We did get a super chat from Dylan. Speaking of playing with NFL players, me and my cousin were two of Jordan Love's O-linemen in high school. You could tell day one he was different. That's sick, dude. That's absolutely sick. And that's cool because didn't he kind of not want to play football, and then his dad tragically passed away, and he kept playing to honor his dad. So you were pretty close to that. That's amazing. Thanks for keeping my quarterback upright at a young age. Shout out to you.
And then we have DJ Campbell from Texas, a guard.
Okay.
Going to Miami.
So Campbell was a guy, as I was filling out, I feel like I'm Chris Collinsworth right now. Now here's a guy. I was putting in his info on the radar list, and then I started kind of filling out his profile because I reach a point where I don't have any time left to watch some of these guys' tape that are pretty far down the board. but a 4-year player at Texas, and his profile stood out to me, and I was like, dang, I really wish I had just another 30 minutes, like, because I was crunching to finish the draft guide in time. I was like, I really wish I had 30 minutes just to go in and watch this guy because I was really interested. So obviously he's going to be the future starter for my Miami Dolphins here, but I like this profile. 6'3", 315 pounds, so he's shorter but stocky. 34-inch arms, like that's an easy leverage profile. Big hands, 10.25-inch hands. He played guard, but I think he could play center. Ran well, 501 vertical jump. I hope he didn't have a 5-inch vertical jump. That would be very poor. 501 40-yard dash. Vertical jump wasn't that great, 26.5. But I just wrote down intriguing profile in a bit of a smasher who played right guard, but best profiles as a center in the league. So I think it's an interesting pick.
All right, your Packers.
So I feel like the Pack, it says on the screen right there, 3 picks remaining, because they've been trading up a couple of times. I know they had a handful of picks in this draft, but
Yep, they took Dominic Jackson, cornerback from Alabama.
okay, yeah, that's par for the course. I would be surprised if he's good, but he's kind of like, you kind of just have to draft him because he was like a 5-star recruit and played at Bama and he ran in the 4.3s and he's 6'1" and all that, blah, blah, blah. He just isn't a good player, but this is the Brian Gutekunst way, right? Sort by RAS and press click. I don't like the strategy, but sometimes these guys hit. Yeah, I think he's a track athlete that hasn't really figured out. Like, if you couldn't figure out how to play corner at Alabama, I don't think NFL coaching is going to fix that for you. So I would be surprised if he's good, but like from a value preposition, it's fine. You know, like he was going to get drafted around this range. But again, I'd be surprised. Yeah, you go for it. I will switch to this real quick. Do have a couple super chats here. Some more high school football against pro stories, which I'm all into. So we've got Reese says was a 3-time. I'm assuming you're talking about your high school experience. 3 times victim against Jabril Peppers. Dude, that dude was a mega recruit. That's crazy. Also, what's the best team and scheme for Harold Perkins? I mean, immediately my mind goes to Vikings with Brian Flores as a blitzing linebacker. I would say Bucks would make sense. I'm gonna say Tampa Bay Bucks. For them. Andre, $5 super chat. He says if our friend who's dealing with his wife in hospice, if you drop a Venmo in the chat, they'd love to help you out. So if that could be arranged, absolutely in favor of that. Snapshot says $5 Euro super chat. Love your content. Looking forward to the deep dives. Just make sure you don't crunch them out before the season starts for your own well-being, okay? Yes, I'm starting earlier on the deep dives. It's going to be probably about a week off after I finish draft upgrades. Last week we had just bought the new house, so last year we had just moved in here. So like I was getting the studio set up. I really didn't start till like late May, so I'll be ready and primed to go. So you're gonna be.
We're on a time crunch.
Yeah, that's right. We got a time crunch. We got a baby coming, either early July, late June, and yeah, man, deep dives are gonna be great this year, as they always are. But get bigger and better than ever every year.
So the Chargers took Logan Taylor from Boston College.
Okay. Did not watch him. Was not on the radar here. So wait, I lied. I did watch him. This must have been a long time ago, because I don't remember watching him.
Clearly not an impactful player for you.
No, pretty low. Yeah, he's a 6'7" interior conversion player. Yeah, it's slowly coming back to me. I think I watched him when I did the Clemson D-line, which was pretty early in the process. So his write-up was a long time ago, so I don't fully remember him, but wasn't really moved. I wrote wide frame is a handful for defenders to move as a strength. Wide frame, it makes him a handful. Good play strength profile and anchor is adequate against power rushers. Plays with a confident demeanor in the run game. Offers legitimate 4-position flexibility, having started games at guard and tackle. 4-year starter at 2 different programs. So he's experienced, versatile, pretty strong. However, slow feet reduces range and upside as a tackle. Pass blocking losses show up often due to his lack of agility. Not a special athlete for the run game. So I'm a little bit surprised that Mike McDaniel likes this guy as a guard, because I think he's not a good athlete. And he's just kind of a bit of a tweener, because he's not a good enough tackle to not a good enough athlete to be a tackle, but at 6'7", is he too big to be a guard? So yeah, I didn't see it with him. Unfortunately, I'm not seeing eye to eye with the Chargers and their O-line evals this year. CJ Williams out of Stanford, huh? Don't think I watched him. Did not. So the Jags just keep doing their thing. So I had over 50 wide. I watched 41 wide receivers, and then I had another 14 jotted down with notes prepared for them to maybe get drafted. CJ Williams was not one of those guys. So let's maybe do a little digging. We did this with the Patriots and said, okay, I'm intrigued. Maybe they found something. Let's give James Gladstone a chance here. This Jags draft man has been out there. So Dane Brugler would probably agree here. He was 82nd on the list. Dane Brugler himself did not watch CJ Williams. He's 6 foot, 200 pounds. He ran a 4.53. Very balanced athletic testing profile. A 7.43 cone is awful. That is probably the worst 3 cone out of. I'm scrolling through it. Oh my God. All right. Kyron Hudson out of Penn State was worse. That's the 3rd worst 3 cone out of 151 wide receiver prospects in this draft. So we'll see. We'll see. But the Jags are just out in La La Land doing their thing this year. I don't get it. Maybe he surprises, but.
Somebody said in the comments that they don't even have a picture for him on the NFL draft tracker.
Yeah. Wow.
Okay. But we have Lewis Boyd, Bond. Lewis Bond.
Yeah.
Wide receiver. That went to the Texans.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think he's much like back-to-back picks, interdivision. Like, I don't know if you put the 6th-round picks on our little pick rivalry board, but like Lewis Bond has some Christian Kirk about him as that kind of chunky slot type, physical, wins tough catches. I like him as a player. I definitely had him like mid-range of this draft. Not a great man-to-man separator, but nice. I mean, I love it, honestly. Like, just good depth, dude. draft good football players. That's what he is. Didn't run the best, but he produced. He's got it. So I think that's a very nice pick. All right, got some more super chats here. Snapshot says, or no, we did that one. Zenith says, played with Kyron Lacey and DeMarcus Mitchell in high school and had to block Mason Smith my senior year. Rest in peace, Kyron Lacey. And I don't know who DeMarcus Mitchell, Purdue and Patriots. Okay. Having to block Mason Smith sounds like it sucks. That dude's another freak athlete. Legacy says 10-year sub here. Been watching since Madden 17. Now I'm 21, so almost half my life. That's crazy. Still hoping for that Matt Parrott year 7 breakout. Love the content. Hey, Matt Parrott started for somebody in recent years and wasn't horrible. I mean, obviously was one of my my guys that I was too high on, but Broncos, right? He's kind of a nice swing tackle for the Broncos and that good old line. I'm looking at his PFF profile here. Yeah, he played 190 snaps for the Broncos last year. Was a good swing tackle. He's hanging around in the league. Still playing at 29 years old. Good shout out, though.
We have Skylar Gill Howard, DT from Texas Tech.
To the Lions.
To the Lions.
Yeah. Athletic. Just athletic kind of get up field, finesse style pass rusher. Bring him in on third down, take Tyleek off the field and say, hey, go get after it. He had some good moments. He was injured his final year. If he stayed healthy on that defense that was nuts, he might have helped his stock a little bit more, maybe gone a couple rounds earlier. Good value. I mean, I definitely thought he was draftable, worth a flyer to see. But he's an older prospect. He's 23, 24 years old. Undersized, all that, but I had a 5th, 6th round grade on him, so nice pick for Detroit. See what he can do. Are they in here? Yeah, no, they are in here. There's not many left. Just pour them out right here. I'll have some. I'm gonna be ready for a good dinner after all this. Maybe we'll go take up our super chat friend that wanted to buy us a nice dinner for all this. Maybe we'll go take up that offer after this. Here, Teddy, you want a Cheeto? There you go, bud. Dan Super Chat says, Robert Tonyan shredded me at QB in high school. He was quarterback, huh? I didn't know that. That's cool. Ollie Marpet destroyed me like I'm at Hobart. Yeah, Ollie Marpet was a beast. He retired early. And then Thami says, would you ever evaluate your own son when he gets to declare for the NFL draft and you still do analysis? Of course I would. If we're still going, if I've got a son going to the NFL.
Well, you'd have to have a son first.
I'd have to have a son first. Our firstborn's going to be a girl. Yeah, of course I would. If I was in this position, I'd have to put a first round grade on my own son. Gotta hype up the fam. It's like David Carr on the NFL Network, like always overrating Derek Carr. It's like, I wonder why he thinks Derek Carr is 10 spots better than everybody else. Keegan says, I played 3 snaps against JT Tuimoloau at a camp in high school. I'm just glad I didn't end up on my back. Hey, yeah, that's not bad. Not bad. Didn't end up on your back. He's a beast.
We have Alex Harkey from Oregon.
Austin Ash says, I played with Khalil Mack and Akeem Mesidor in high school. Oh, dude, so good. So good.
Shout out to our TikTok.
Yeah. That made the TikTok. So, yeah, if you guys are on TikTok, I do have a TikTok that Anna is kind of helping make shorts. She's been killing it with like the little images and the graphics and the editing on it. So it is that franchise guy on TikTok. So if you guys are on the platform, go follow over there. And speaking of follow, we are at a high in total views. So Twitter, you guys keep following. We keep getting some new subscribers. We keep creeping up to it. I don't know that we're going to reach it unless you guys come through in the clutch, man. It's the fourth quarter. We need you guys to step up clutch. If you're watching this and you're not subscribed to the channel, I would love to hit 115K by the end of it. It would be really something to celebrate, hitting some of those benchmarks. And I know there's some people watching this through the Twitter stream that aren't following the YouTube. So come check it out. Follow the content. Much appreciated.
Alex Harkey, did you hear me say that?
Yes.
Guard from Oregon went to the Chargers.
The Chargers they're taking all the linemen. They saw what happened last year. They're like, give us all the linemen. They're taking a bunch of like high floor options, it feels like. Just like experienced guys, whether it was Slaughter or the guy they just took, Alex Harkey. Doesn't suck. Just not traitsy, right? Like they're just taking kind of Jim Harbaugh types, like just rah, let's get nasty. I don't know if he's ever going to start, right? But he played tackle, probably projects best as a guard. I did write him up as a guard. But yeah, I overall, I thought he was a compact assignment sound blocker, compensates for an unfortunate lack of length with a filled out upper half that gives him enough play strength to stay competitive. So just scrappy dude at Oregon. Probably needs to kick inside. And I do like those tackle converts because you're seeing him, you got some fog of war. You get to see him at a different position. If he's not a great athlete at tackle, maybe that gets, it's just better at guard, not left on an island out at tackle. So maybe he surprises. Maybe one of these guys surprises. That's kind of what you're hoping for. Super chat from Carp Fish. $5. Should the Cardinals sign Taylor Decker? And this draft looks really good. Thoughts? Yeah. I mean, yeah, the Carson back pick is what it is, but I feel like other than that, you could have done worse for sure. And yeah, if you could get Taylor Decker, I would like that. Absolutely. Offensive line would be starting to come together much more. That's the main problem with the Jeremiah Love pick is it's like that needs to be the ceiling raiser. You need the floor of an offensive line before you take a running back. And they did not have it when they took Jeremiah Love. Now they took Basantis. If they could get a right tackle, we could start to be in more business. Oh, Micah Morris? I didn't like Micah Morris's tape. After his combine, people were putting him on day 2 of the draft. I'm like, hold on, guys. Hold on. Watch the tape. He's big, 6'5", 330, draftable player because of the testing, but I thought he played soft. I did. I didn't see really any urgency or demeanor in the run game. I genuinely think there are guys that are told that they have to be an offensive lineman, because this was me. This was me when I was in high school. It was a big guy, and it was like, you're an O-lineman because you're big. And I was like, I don't want to be an O-lineman. And then you just kind of go down that path, but you just never really have that mean streak. I'm gonna be honest, man. I wasn't a great player because I didn't have that like nasty, I'm gonna line up 65 times and try to kill you mentality. I didn't see that with Micah Morris. I think he plays really passive, slow off the ball, bad tape, big dude though, tested well. I wish the best for him, and maybe they can get some more of a mean streak out of him. Boosted says, why does the Jags draft genuinely feel like Trent Baalke is sitting in the draft room giving James and Liam advice? Hate it as a Jags fan. But TBD. Yeah, I agree, dude. They are going way off the consensus. Also, I don't know why I put the like it back up on Micah Morris. More of a fine, whatever pick. Item is a 7th to priority grade. Kaber says, would you ever do RB pass protection grades for deep dives? Stay tuned. Stay tuned, my friend. I got plans for it. So yes, it's in the mix. I can't remember exactly how I was planning on doing it, but I had that in my for 2026 notes to mix that in. So keep an eye out for that. Jason says, I played with Kalen Black in middle school and high school. Really cool guy. I intercepted him in practice once, so that's a cool thing I can say now. I'm curious if it was like a running back pass or if he was a quarterback in high school. Dan Halligan says, I've been watching your channel for 4 years. Finally became a paid subscriber. Thank you, Dan. Appreciate it. Enjoy Studs and Duds. Enjoy the draft guide, the exclusive content there. Thanks so much for the entertainment and analysis over the years. Go Seahawks. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Ontario Thompson. I think he was the D tackle for Washington that tested like a freak. Yeah, he was my top watch on the radar D tackle. Didn't get to his tape, but I kind of wish I did. I definitely assumed he would get drafted with this physical profile. And he's someone to keep an eye on because this is that scheme that loves athleticism and moving guys around. I think, honestly, even though I didn't get to his tape, I love this as a fit for Atlanta. 4.73, 40-yard dash, just explosive, 6'2", 306, like good movement at that size. So just using him on stunts and leaning into the scheme. Maybe, wasn't the best at winning one-on-one reps or stuff, but makes a ton of sense at this point in the draft for a player like that. Upside, right? And after that, Keegan signs up as a member. So shout out to anybody signing up for memberships. Get the draft guide, get Studs and Duds. You guys can check out the Patreon as well, where you get all that stuff and more. We're in the home stretch, man. 209. So we've got 40. Math is hard. 43 picks left. 252, I think, is the final number. Yep. We're getting there. Where are we going for dinner tonight? Ruth's Chris?
Maybe. That's where you want to go. I think that's up to you.
I do love Ruth's Chris. Ruth's Chris is the best value steak you're ever going to get.
I mean, it's not cheap.
I know, but it's like every time.
I think my Sam's Club sous vide steaks are the best value steaks here.
She makes a freaking good steak, man. Brady signed up for the membership. Welcome aboard. Thank you.
Matt Gublin, center from Michigan State.
It's Gulbin, but I like Gublin. Gublin. Yeah, good pick. Honestly, a lot of Tyler Biadasz in his game. Just scrappy, like, experienced but not super athletic center out of the Big Ten. I thought he was certainly draftable and someone that could fight his way up a depth chart and surprise. Not horrible, for a center, not horrible measurables. 6'3.5", 304. The arm's like just short of 32 inches. But yeah, like 28-inch vertical jump, 101 broad jump. Like very average athlete, but better tape than that. Connor just signed up as a official booster, a channel member. The channel membership's definitely ramping up. Really appreciate you guys. It's kind of a new deal. Like, I'm kind of getting used to having that. Like Studs and Duds is going to stay as a membership thing, so you guys will get that, and that's a huge benefit for you guys. But there's a lot of potential for exclusive content through memberships. So really appreciate you guys there. And Studs and Duds is still like totally relevant content, by the way. Like if you didn't get to check it out, like we're about to enter a dead space in the NFL, but Studs and Duds, like that's not going anywhere, right? Like that is reacting to player performance deep into the like depth charts, breaking down how guys were playing, especially if you're sitting around waiting for a deep dive to drop. Like you can get some good analysis in there. So go check it out. We got a little lull in the action here.
A little bit.
So we probably have like 10 more picks to go, and then we're in the 7th.
I think we should ask what stadium we should go to this year.
Yeah, it's a good question. So chat, what stadium should we get to this year? We try to get to, now with the baby on the way, I don't know if we're going to make it happen, but if we go somewhere, chat, where should we go? What are your favorite stadiums you've been to? Seattle, the new Buffalo Stadium, maybe. Kansas City, we got to get out there. That might be a good option. We got some family in Kansas City. I just read Jaron Deddy says, Marcus didn't succeed at football because he didn't have oily hips. You are correct. I am stiff as a board. My three cone might be in the 10s. In the double digits.
I'm seeing lots of Mile High, lots of Seattle.
Denver, you're lower on Denver. I want to go to
Denver.
You would go to Denver?
We still need to go to Vegas.
I feel like you have a perception that Denver just reeks of pot like everywhere and you just don't want to go.
I've never said anything.
I'm speculating. I don't think it's the case. Now, if we went to a Boulder, Colorado game and went to go see the Sanders family, maybe. Yeah, I think
Cincinnati. We've been to Cincinnati.
we have been to Cincy. I'll go back to Cincy any day of the week, but we are trying to cross off the list. We've already done that. I've been to a Browns game. She has not.
That's not high on my list. Gabriel Rubio, Notre Dame DT.
Great name.
Steelers.
Great name. I didn't get to him. Gabriel Rubio, huh? Okay. Wasn't on my radar either. So let's look him up. Let's see what we can find on Gabriel Rubio. So, we have family out in Denver too, so that would make a lot of sense. I would say Denver and Kansas City are strong.
You have family in Denver?
Yeah. Although they may have just moved. They just moved to Florida. Well, no, we have Chris and Christina are in Denver. Yeah. But yeah, Tom and Julie just moved to Florida, I think. But
ooh, hurry up because I finally have my first analysis coming up.
plus, aren't any of your like 700 cousins? I mean, we can probably go anywhere in the country. We can find they're all in Chicago. She's got 700 cousins. They're all in Chicago. I'm kidding about 700, but you got about 200?
Yeah.
It's nuts. I mean, her mom is one of 16, so yeah, big Chicago family on her side. We got our first specialist, Ryan Eckley.
Do you want to do your Rubio first?
Yeah, we got to do Rubio. So sorry, I got distracted. I punched it in, and I don't know that anything came up. Oh, there he is. Okay, so yeah, Brugler did not get to him either, so I can't. As long as if Brugler didn't get to him, I don't feel bad. because nobody gets to more than him. But 6'5", 321 pounds, big dude, 5'2", 640, 26. Not a great testing profile, but big man out of Notre Dame. So I would say the Steelers taking a Notre Dame nose tackle is pretty par for the course. They've probably done that about 40 times in the history of their franchise. I would bet that's not that far off. All right. We got a punter.
Okay, let me tell you about him.
Oh, you did punters too, huh?
I did punters too, a few.
I'm going to turn this up a little bit.
All right. He's Michigan State Spartan. He's a redshirted junior. 6'2", 207 pounds.
Okay.
Originally from Florida. I had him on my top 2 punter list.
Let's go.
He was 2025 Big Ten Punter of the Year. 2025 All-American. 2025 First All Big Ten. He has an average punt of 47.6 yard, which is the number 1 in his school history and in Big Ten history.
Oh, whoa.
Let's see. He led the Big Ten punting in both 2024 and 2025. So he's your guy. If you wanted a punter,
I want to know who you have ahead of this guy. That guy sounds like a freaking monster.
well, he's my number 1, but I was saying in my top 2.
He is your number 1.
Yeah.
All right.
That's my analysis.
I mean, it sounds like a certified steal to me.
Certified steal, I'd say.
Nailed it. Can we need claps in the chat, guys. Sorry, my mic is probably really loud. Claps in the chat. Bravo. We need more specialists now. I need more of that. That was great.
In the meantime, the Patriots took Nnamdi Abazor,
Is he?
Sioux linebacker.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's Abazor maybe, but I like this because that's 100% a Pokemon name is Abazor. Like I could totally see that being like a Gen 7 like grass type. We're all nerds. It's fine. I made a D&D reference on my draft grades video. I don't care. What are you going to do? Not follow me? A lot of you guys are already not doing it. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Yeah, he's a developmental linebacker. I watched him in tandem with his teammate that went 4th round, I think. Can't remember what team that his teammate went to, but good speed. Fills holes when they asked him to. They kind of moved these. They played like that. So they played at that 3-3-5 system, that college-y 3-3-5 system. And both him and Orr, what was his teammate's name? Nnamdi Orr? Elam's Orr. So if they wanted them, they would like line them up on the edge. And then some plays they would bring him back to play in both the middle linebackers. So they kind of both those guys moved all over the place. So they didn't play an NFL style linebacker role. So there's a lot to learn in terms of that transition, but he's got speed to the ball and he tackles. So he's going to be a good special teamer, traits based, developmental guy. Very, very much par for the course here. Oh, I forgot to take Owen Heineke off the board. I never did that. He went back to school. Owen Heineke. Former lacrosse player that is new to. He's going to be an interesting guy to watch next year. Owen Heineke. All right. Are you thirsty, Teddy? Teddy's panting.
All right, the Bears. They took Jordan Vanderberg. Georgia Tech D-tackle.
Yep. Did they let Brett Coleman make the pick? I know Brett Coleman was all over Vandenberg. Brett's going to like that one. He's probably fired up on the stream, but yeah, I like this pick for them. I would even come close to saying I love it. So he's still raw for a 24-year-old, which is never great, but I did have him 4th, 5th round grade. The dude tested like a monster. He's 6'3", 310. He's got really good play strength. He can handle blocks. His run defense stuff, like you can see it's in there. Like he's got play, like pro-ready NFL strength, 35 bench press reps. Like this guy clearly does not skip out in the gym. And why was he such a late? I think he had a reason why he was a late bloomer. I think I had it written. Maybe I didn't find I thought there was maybe a reason he was a late bloomer, like he switched positions or something like that. But either way, just inconsistent tape for sure. Not like a huge pass rushing skill set. Georgia Tech ran a ton of stunts, so he didn't really get to develop the like pass rush plan and all that stuff. But he absolutely can. You can throw him in there, I think, as like give him 5 or 6 snaps a game and just go nuts, and then hopefully he can work on the technique. But yeah, he's a great 6th round pick because he could turn into a starter. Like he's got real tools. It's not necessarily likely, but definitely worth it. So super chats. Droid says, sorry, Droid says, bought NFC South studs and duds and only got 11 minutes on the Bucks. The Bucks, unfortunately, had such a rough second half of the year that there wasn't too much to change. Like a lot of their guys got hurt. It didn't feel like too many guys stepped up. Things went south there in the NFC South. So yeah, unfortunately, I'm not gonna force any like players in there when stuff's just not going well. But sorry if you were disappointed. You'll still get plenty of studs and duds. Thanks for the super chat, and for buying studs and duds as well. Matt Long. Oh, sorry, Ducky. Yeah. You were sleeping. I wouldn't want someone 50 times my size stepping on me when I was sleeping either. Matt, what's up, Matt? I haven't been able to pop into the stream until now. Here's to being the best analyst out there. Appreciate you, Matt. Dylan Freeman, $2 super chat. Top 3 concerts each of y'all have seen. You the GOAT. Have I even been to 3 concerts?
We're not big music people.
No.
Talk about Caden Curry first, and then we'll come back to that.
Yeah, Caden Curry makes sense. He is like kind of a run defense oriented. Like, I mean, JT Tuimoloau, they took him out of Ohio State. Caden Curry was like a worse version of JT Tuimoloau. He's a depth filler. He has like a rip move that works as a pass rusher. He's okay. Like day 3 depth off the edge, nothing too nuts, but should make the team and get you some, give you a drive here, a series there, and not be lost out there. He's just probably not going to be much of a playmaker. He can set a hard edge, occasionally win as a rusher, but probably not going to give you too much. So concerts, let's see.
Well, our favorite is Ed Sheeran.
Yeah, we saw Ed Sheeran. Unbelievable. So good live.
You saw Imagine Dragons, I think.
I never saw Imagine Dragons. I saw...
Who did you see?
Well... Was that... I've always wanted to see Imagine Dragons. I like Imagine Dragons. Someone was... When the Super Bowl was here... I can't remember if it was Imagine Dragons or someone...
You told me Imagine Dragons.
For the Super Bowl story?
Yeah.
It might have been them. So when the Super Bowl was here in Minneapolis, it was record cold, and that's why we're probably never getting the Super Bowl again, because we got it, and it was like negative 20 degrees. The city put all this money into like Nicollet Mall, and like we were gonna have this dope setup, like this outdoor like Super Bowl like street with live music, and food trucks and, you know, breweries and all this cool stuff. And it was great. They had like, they were doing like running BMX bikes off a jump. Like it was sick, but you couldn't spend more than 10 minutes outside. And they had these concerts lined up. I think it was Imagine Dragons. It could have been someone else. I caught one song. I'm pretty sure it was Imagine Dragons. They played one song and they were like, okay, we'll be back in 10 minutes. Got to go back inside because he couldn't play his guitar because his fingers were like, he was getting frostbite. So he would like play a song and would go inside, like warm up and be like, okay, we'll be back. We'll try to get another song in. And then I'm going to go to the hospital. I was like, oh my God, Minneapolis. Like, Jesus. If we do get it, it's all going to be at Mall of America next year for sure. Or the next time for sure. Hey, Harold Perkins to the Falcons. I love that. Honestly, it's kind of a steal, dude. I think he could be an impact player in this system. I do. I really like this. Certified steal is maybe a bit of a stretch, but as far as 6th round picks go, it's pretty damn close. You can see when you watch him play, you can see why LSU had him as an edge. He's 6'1", 220 pounds. So like no one's going to really take him seriously as an NFL edge rusher, but you can see why they were like, let's see if we can get him up to 240 pounds and be like a Hassan Reddick. And that never happened. He could never get over 230 pounds. And I think his frame is pretty maxed out. But, dude, he is fast and bendy. And you can see when they blitz him, like, dude, this is one of the best blitzing linebackers you'll find. But he slowly started to, hey, Packers got a kicker. We'll have to... We'll have to ask. Well, you'll give us the analysis for sure. But Trevor's a Florida fan, so we'll see if I'll have to ask him if he's a good kicker too. But I wouldn't. I mean, you're a better special teams analyst than Trevor Sikkema, I would say personally. No shot to you, Trevor, but I'm taking her over you. But anyway, they blitz a ton. Someone asked like 20 minutes ago, where's a great fit for Harold Perkins? My idiot self didn't think of the Falcons, but I'm glad the Falcons thought of it because that's an A+ fit. I really like that. And I feel like there's an opportunity in that linebacker room. Oh, to finish my thought, they started putting him in zone coverage and playing more linebacker stuff. I felt like there were some moments on tape where you could see he was starting to get it. So he's got a ton of potential. I think he should have been drafted a lot sooner than this. So I'm excited to see what he can do. All right. Packers get a kicker.
I'm sorry to say he was not in my top 3 kickers.
Not a surprise.
But they just didn't have a lot of info on him.
Okay.
So maybe he's a hidden gem. He was a Florida Gator. He's a senior. 6'1", 201 pounds, originally from Maryland.
Okay.
He did go to the Shrine Bowl this year, but I know you did not watch the kickers at the Shrine Bowl.
Sure as hell did not.
He made 27 out of 28 PATs in his career, so...
I was hoping that was going to be his field goal percentage.
No. Career best was a 56-yard field goal. Field goal. And he has the program record at Florida for the most 50-yard plus field goals in a season. He didn't have a lot of accolades.
Okay.
But he sounds like a solid guy. Wouldn't have been my pick.
Hate it! No, I'm just kidding.
I would say it's fine. Like it.
Better kicker options that were out there.
Better kicker options were out there. In my humble opinion.
I'm gonna attack. I don't know if Trevor probably won't respond, but I know I think they're doing a show, but I'm curious what he thinks. He's pretty dialed into Florida.
And then we have Jaden Williams, an OT from Ole Miss that went to the Cardinals, first pick of the 7th round.
All right.
In just a second.
Oh, sorry. Who was it?
Jaden Williams.
Jaden Williams. What position?
Sorry, hold on. Jaden Williams is an OT from Ole Miss.
Okay, I did not get to him. wasn't on the watch list either. So let's see about Brugler. I'm waiting for it to show up so I can see the proper Jaden spelling. I feel like there's a lot of Jaden different spellings for it. All right. Oh my god, my search function is not working. The anticipation for Jaden Williams' analysis has never been larger. All right, Brugler had him written up. OT 23. 7th round of priority free agent grade, 6'4", 307. Tested well. 5 flat 40 time, 29 and a half vert. He had a 4.80 shuttle, 7.6. Oh, sorry, guys. I'm just really excited to tell you about Jaden Williams here. Well, for what it's worth, he was enough on the radar that Brugler wrote him up. He says, Williams is still maturing his confidence and consistency when it comes to trusting his technique and accessing his strength, but the physical traits and want to are there and worth developing in camp. So, developmental lineman, as expected there. Reasonable pick. What'd you say?
Anthony Smith.
Okay. Did not watch Anthony Smith, but I do have him on the radar. I think he is a freak athlete. Let's see. Yeah. 6'2", 197. Ran a 4.4 flat. 6'9", 4.3 cone. I always love to see those 3 cones under 7 is a good number for a wide receiver. Yeah, I wrote down broke out and produced with some really good production as a vertical threat at ECU, but it was in his 6th college season at ECU. So level of comp was bad, late breakout, but he's got speed, he's got verticality, and I feel like Dallas, if they are missing anything there, it's like a true like speed vertical threat. So I feel like he probably fits in that room just fine. And cool stuff. Let's check some super chats here. So, Dylan Freeman says, "Oh, the top 3 concerts." I feel like we got to that. You like country. You've been to some good country music.
Zach Brown Band.
Yeah, Zach Brown Band was another good one. All right. So Darth Arashi says, I played with Demetric Felton and Brennan Jackson. That's some speed. Or no, Brennan. I'm thinking of Brennan Thompson. Cool. Brennan Jackson was an edge that went to the NFL. Played against Jalen Phillips and Javelin Guidry in college. So you played college ball. Good for you. Played against Trey Lance. Too many to name in one chat. Yeah, I mean, if you were playing D1 ball, you probably got a nice list there. That's sick. Thanks for the super chat. Thami says, Gabriel Rubio has a profile on NFL Draft Buzz. So they wrote him up. It was on the radar there.
TJ Hall.
Nice. That was one of Garrett's guys.
To the Saints.
To the Saints. Makes sense. So yeah, TJ Hall, not a fast player. Ran low 4.5, so that's always kind of a tough barrier for entry for these guys, but kind of your classic Iowa corner where he's got good instincts, good zone IQ. He had a really good 3-cone. He's got some twitch to him, even if he's not fast. He's a little bit like long and slender to be a true slot, but that's probably where his game plays best. So we'll see. Like maybe he can compete in the slot for the Saints who need a slot corner. But I definitely like him in an off-zone style system. Like that's kind of the fit. Whenever you're talking about a corner that doesn't have great speed, put him in quarters where you're already playing 10 yards off. It's more about your 10-yard split than it is about your 40 time. And TJ Hall's 10-yard split, I would imagine, is still pretty good. Let's see. Yeah, 162 is okay. Nothing great, but like it's actually one of the lower 10-yard splits. But you can see with the 3-cone and the shuttle, like he's got some short area explosiveness. So we'll see what he can. We'll see if he can compete in an ever increasingly interesting defensive back room in New Orleans. All right, Brady says, love the content. My only source of football content, LOL. Also, I don't understand Seattle picking a wide receiver at all. Go Hawks. Yeah, I think they've got room, right? I mean, for a day 3 pick, there's a drop-off after Torrey Horton, I feel like. Because you've obviously got your top 3, but then you got Jake Bobo. You've got Cody White. There's room. There's room to come in and compete. But I hear you. Certainly not a need, but if they really like him for one reason or another, you're not really drafting for need at this point.
Okay.
Especially a deep Super Bowl roster like that. Have they taken an edge yet? No, that's interesting. Seattle has drafted no players on the D-line. I think that's quite interesting.
Your next pick is
Toriano Pride to the Bills. Speed. 4.3, if you're a corner that played in the SEC and you run a 4.3 like he did, you're almost guaranteeing yourself that someone's going to draft you because you're going to be able to... Any tackles. So I'll give him that too. But yeah, I mean, you're bringing him in to cover kicks with that 4.3 speed, and let's see if we can get, better anticipation, better processing. The coverage wasn't anything special with him. You don't really feel the 4.3 when you watch him. It's like, yeah, guys are getting open against him, but you're gonna get drafted with those types of traits. So makes sense. Jan Grimm, 249 check. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Says, thank you for your service this weekend. You should make checking your grades from years before for members. I think that video is going to be too big to do just for members. But I will be making that video for sure. Maybe even as a video to fill the space between deep dives, between now and deep dives, because that's a highly anticipated one, because I normally wait. Well, historically, I've done it after 2 years, and then I didn't do that video this year because I want to get on a 3-year cycle because I think it allows more time for the draft classes to breathe. So that video will be coming, absolutely. Phil says Curry was a special teams dude on each unit. Yeah, that's another added benefit to Caden Curry. He'll play special teams. He'll be a rotational. Like, he's an easy... you go back to the questions about draft theory. Do you draft floor? Do you draft upside? You got to fill out... You got to have a couple Caden Currys on your team. You got to have a guy that is never going to be a starter for you, but he's going to play his ass off on special teams. You don't want to be the Packers and have a horrible special teams. I think the reason the Packers special team struggles so much is because they take all these... track guys out of Alabama that ran fast that have no interest in playing special teams. You gotta take some just gritty, tough working dudes at times, and he's gonna do that for the Colts, and then, give you 5 snaps a game on the DN. A man who likes cars. 10 euro super chat. Checking in from the UK. Great name. Great name. Love it. ETA on the first draft deep dives. I'm assuming you mean the draft grade deep dives. Also to the guy and his wife fighting cancer. Stay strong. My girlfriend just finished her fight with lymphoma, so sending our luck to you. Congrats to your girlfriend, a man who likes cars. So we are going to get dinner tonight from our kind 150 super chat yesterday that was buying us a date night. At least that's what I want to do. I don't know if you're like going to go fall asleep for the rest of the night, but if you go to sleep, I'm going to go get some steak at Roost Chris or something. But yeah, we usually go get go get a nice meal to celebrate an incredible draft stream. So that's probably the plan. And then it's just kind of feel it out when I get home. Like, obviously been live for 16 hours. So sometimes it's better to just rest up, let the voice recover, and, get started in the morning. But they usually take about 5 to 6 hours to produce for me. So they will be coming out as soon as possible. I'm going to be working as hard as possible to bring those guys to you guys. And there's a chance you see it in your feed within 12 hours of the draft ending. So we got Jack Endries, Texas tight end. Nice value at this point. Jack Endries can play. I think he's a tight end too. He's not the traitiest guy. But I definitely had him a little bit higher than this. I had him 4th, 5th round. Decent athlete, decent blocker, like all across the board. I compared him to Noah Gray, who's been exactly that for the Chiefs. A really nice, solid tight end too. But also, like, with tight ends, it's worth noting, like, I feel like unless you're a do-it-all guy, which it's rare, I feel like you either want the guys that are F tight ends, that are Kenyon Sadiqs, Eli Stowers, that are like, okay, yeah, he's not going to put his hand in the dirt and be our blocking guy, but he's going to force personnel problems, be, this mismatch problem, be that great athlete that's this awesome receiver. Or you want a guy that's, like in line, 255 pounds, blocking his ass off, moving dudes off the line. Jack Endries kind of falls in the middle, like Noah Gray does. And it's in a Shanahan-style offense, that guy's kind of homeless in terms of position. So it's like, he's all right for that kind of offense. But with Noah Gray in Kansas City, they move those guys around a little bit more. But anyway, he's a good football player, just kind of limited physical tools. Tyree West from Tennessee. I feel like I had another Tennessee D lineman on the radar, but not him.
He's also listed as an edge. Okay. So, yeah, he was not on my radar. Tennessee's funny because they rotate so many different guys that you wouldn't be surprised if an NFL team fell in love with any of these guys. So let's check out Tyree West here. Dane Brugler also did not, did he? Yeah, Dane Brugler's got a profile on him. So 7th round grade from Brugler. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. He's a hybrid end, 6'2", 283. So think of the Pascal role, that heavy-handed defensive end. Brugler says he was a career rotational player in college, which, to be fair, everybody at D-line, James Pierce Jr. was a career rotational player because they just have a little hockey line philosophy with their D-line. It makes it hard on these guys. They don't get a great chance to develop because they never get in a flow with anything. But he says he's got body twitch, heavy hands, can eat up some interior snaps. So, yeah, your base end type. No way. Do you remember him? Mm-hmm. From the Gophers.
I never, ever, 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 ever thought there would be a day that Ethan Kalikmanis would get drafted. And I'll be honest, I'm not saying this. I didn't get to his tape. I know Connor Rogers. I talked to him a little bit about this. He's turned a corner. He's started to figure some things out. So I'm not saying this. I'm fine with it as a pick. I remember him as a Gophers fan, and it was awful. He had no idea. Oh my God, Ducky. God.
Ducky hates the pick.
Ducky, not a fan.
It's okay, Duck. It was just me.
Hey. It's okay, bud. Ducky. Relax. Yeah, I told you, he's a little jerk. Do not wake that man up from his nap, he says.
Back to Kelly.
Yeah. So, hey, good for him to get enough good tape out there to be considered drafted. I hope it works out for the guy. Like, good for him. But when I watched him on the Gophers, it was, pulling my eyeballs out, to use the TFGism. Yeah, he had to go. So good for him for turning things around at Rutgers. He's got a great arm. So backup QB, camp arm type. Let's see what he can do. I'll give the man a chance. I couldn't bring myself to watch the tape. I thought for sure he'd be a camp arm pickup. But hey, good for you, Cal McManus. I can't believe seeing that name come across the screen right now. I'm happy for him. I'm genuinely happy for him because, dude, it was bad. It was bad.
And then Robert Spears Jennings, safety out of Oklahoma.
Yep. Fast as hell. Robert Spears Jennings. Knew he would get drafted. This is go cover kicks and we'll try to teach you how to play football type of deal. The speed's real. Like, you load up the tape and you're like, yep, not a surprise that guy ran 4.32. Like, when he does, like, make a decision and go, like, it's pretty exciting. So hopefully they can get him coached up and put him in a position to play some defense, but at least covering kicks for special teams. The Steelers' special teams is getting better, man. You got Spears Jennings is like one of the best special teams prospects in this draft. They took Wet Gen out of Iowa. So sometimes you just got to address special teams, Packers. All right. So couple super chats here. Gator Chomp says the kicker we got is he's lights out. I wasn't nervous when he kicked, which is a huge compliment. So, all right. Thanks for the words of.
Like I said, I think he's gonna be solid.
Okay.
There just wasn't a whole lot on him.
Okay. I'm game for it. We said it like yesterday. We were like, did the Packers draft a kicker? And I'm like, wait, yes, they actually probably should draft a kicker. So I'm glad they did. I hope he's good. Brandon DuPont says, what is going on with Deion Burks and Isaiah World? Yeah, good question. So Deion Burks should be drafted. Absolutely. I think, it's not a surprise he falls to day 3 because he didn't produce. But with that athleticism, the tape is not bad. It's. I hate speculating like this, but anytime you see a guy like that talented, was at Oklahoma, didn't really get involved, you wonder about maybe preparation. And this is not a source. It's just there's questions about why he didn't produce. It's possible that they uncovered some stuff that. You never know. You never know what the deal is. But the fact that he did not produce is the reason that he is here. But I do think he should get drafted. Isaiah World's coming off the ACL. So it's not crazy that he's falling. Like, he's not going to be able to really do much this year. So I get that, but I do think Isaiah World should be drafted. But it's not like Isaiah World's tape was great. So, a developmental tackle that is coming off the ACL, and depending on what the medicals were on him, which I've heard it's pretty bad. If the medicals we saw Jermod McCoy fall to the 4th round. Not that crazy to think Isaiah World could go undrafted. But he can move, man. When he's healthy, Isaiah World can move for a big guy. So I would take him late 7th. Yeah. We're just going to take a real quick break to get the dogs outside. Jaron Kanak. He's the fullback, right? He's an interesting player. Yeah. Yeah, he's fun. So he was a linebacker in, well, definitely 2023, but I think even 2024 he started a conversion from linebacker to tight end. Yeah, fun 7th round pick to be a fullback if they want one. He's just under 6'2", 235 pounds. Ran a 4.52 and is in his second year playing offense. And he caught everything. So he's a guy that's kind of doing what he can. He knows he's athletic, but he's kind of been a positionless player. And he's just kind of this weird, I would use the word homeless player again, like positionally speaking. But he's got some stuff to like. He's got some run after catch. He's got good hands. If he can get better as a blocker, you could maybe use him as a move piece. And certainly a special teamer with the speed and the former linebacker experience. So love that. I would honestly say he's just a fun 7th round pick. I'll give a love it to Jaron Kanak. So we got Saints. JT Saints says, should the Saints trade back in and draft Nussmeier? That would be fun. Wouldn't necessarily be a good fit for him with Tyler Shuck there, but I can't believe Nussmeier hasn't been drafted. Do the Packers have another pick? They have to. They have one more. I would love for Nussmeier to be the Packers pick. I would love him as a backup. I would not be surprised at all if we see that, if they have another pick. So we'll find out there. I'm surprised the Packers haven't taken a wide receiver yet either. Their depth is questionable after they traded Wicks away. But from AZ, loving my Lions draft so far. Sorry, Marcus. Keep up the grind and amazing content. I appreciate it. Thank you for the super chat. And I'll survive. I do enjoy the Lions, even though a lot of people would probably think that's not true. I do find myself pulling for the Lions. I was pretty bummed that they couldn't pull through those 2 years when they were so close. Because I find myself pulling for all those dudes. From Mason, did Nussmeier pee in the league cereal? That's a new one. Maybe that's what happened. Alan Iverson says, one time for the game tonight, Nas Reed. Let's go, baby. Dude, how fun is Nas Reed, dude? Let's go, Wolves. Let's get her done. Let's go up 3-1. Actually, there's a Wolves game downtown tonight. So maybe we don't want to go downtown. I don't know.
You want to go to the Wolves game?
No, I don't want to go to the Wolves game. We spend all the money we made this weekend. It's probably like $3,000. The Wolves have the most expensive ticket in the NBA. Like, Wolves fans, you guys wonder why I talk about how badly Minnesota needs a championship. I don't think people understand that don't come to this state. Like, it's such a good sports town, and people are so desperate for anybody to win that the second, like that Twins playoff game we went to when they won a playoff series, it was like electric baseball energy. Wolves, Vikings, like you name it, man. Like when you just smell hope, it's like nutty how good the fans are here. But when you're bad, they don't want nothing to do with you. Like, it is, bandwagon's not the right word, because they're gonna, like, they just pay more attention when you're good. But I guess bandwagon maybe is the right word. But
Landon Robinson, a DT from the Navy, went to the Bengals.
Cool. Yeah. Talk about people that you're cheering for. Landon Robinson from Navy gets to go to the NFL. Always cool to see the military programs putting out NFL caliber players. Landon Robinson's a fun prospect, though, dude. Like, not what you typically, I think, would think of with a Navy or Army like prospect. Like, Landon Robinson's a freak athlete, dude. Here's what I would say. When you watch him play, he's kind of Aaron Donald without any of the play strength element that made Aaron Donald so special. Like, just strictly speaking, like 6 foot, 287-pound defensive tackle, like the same dimensions. And the way he can move is Aaron Donald-esque. It's just when Aaron Donald put a finger on you, you went flying backwards. And Landon Robinson has no play strength at all to speak of, like, whatsoever. So I like the idea of him. And the Bengals D line is super deep now. But, like, I do worry that he's got the functional play strength to hold up in the NFL level. Like, I don't know how well he's going to do against the run. I don't know how much power he's going to have. He can kind of convert some speed to power, but it's interesting. I really thought he would go to like the Rams or the Falcons or maybe the Texans, like one of these really stunt-oriented fronts. Like I see him maybe in like a Braden Fisk type of role. That's not necessarily what the Bengals are all about, but with this type of twitch for an interior player, it's worth taking a shot. And I actually had him, I think, 4th to 5th. Let's see. Yeah, 4th to 5th. He was my DT 18. So definitely a value to get him this late. Jackson Kuwatch. He was on my radar. Out of Miami, Ohio. So he's 6'4". He's got height. Ran a 4.64. Good testing. Really good 3-cone. So I wrote, he crushed his pre-draft process, which may have bought his ticket to be a late day 3 traits-based developmental type of prospect. So draft athletic linebackers to play special teams and see if they figure things out. That's about all I got on that one.
By the way, the Packers do not have another pick.
That's a bummer. Okay.
You're done.
I'm done. My fun is over. Bye, guys. All right, so the YouTube Steam is dropping, but we actually are at a high for the night. 3,700 viewers. So this is the last time I'm going to say it. I'm trying to reach a subscriber goal of 115K. We are 140 short, but I know there are almost 3,000 of you on Twitch watching me, on Twitter watching me right now. I know there are at least 200 of you that do not subscribe to my YouTube channel. I know it's true. So if I caught you red-handed and you like my content, you like my stupid tweets, and you want to see my full draft grades, and you want to support the channel and help me accomplish a goal that I really would love to hit, please just take a second, go over, click the link on the Twitter, pull up your YouTube app, whatever it is, hit subscribe. It's free to do. Content's free. The analysis is free. And let's see if we can get to 115K. That is my final plea. But thank you for tuning in regardless. This has been a hell of a weekend. And we're getting there, man. We got another 30 picks to go. We got 23 picks to go. Let's see if we can get that subscriber count up. All right, VJ Payne. Freaky testing profile. I do wonder, there was a lot of people talking about maybe Payne switching to outside corner. We'll see. I think for Aaron Glenn to turn him into a press man outside corner, I actually think he's got some potential there. I do think he was one of the worst players I watched in this draft just as a safety. Like, really no anticipation, not a whole lot of physicality against the run, not a good tackler, took bad angles, like didn't even play up to the 4.4 speed. Like, I thought he was really stiff to trigger. I do think in a press man role, there's some potential there. So I wonder if they want to convert his position. All right, we got a like 15 subscriber bump there. On the last plea there. So keep it up. But I'm curious to see what they do with VJ Payne, for sure.
So we have Brandon Cleveland of NC State, a defensive tackle to the Raiders.
Okay. I don't think I watched him. No, but he was at the top of my watch list as a really balanced profile and potential like plug and play like depth piece. So we were talking about the Raiders need some guys that can help on the D line. I actually think, even though I didn't get to the tape, I think this probably makes a ton of sense because he had like, decent production. He's 6'3", 305, and the testing's like really balanced. The grading profile was balanced. I feel like they coach guys pretty well in that NC State program. So if you just need a guy that's like, look, our DT group sucks. Like we need long-term, we got to churn in some better D tackles, but we need someone that can just play 15 snaps for us right now. He might be able to do that for you. So I think that was probably a good pick there.
Here's Heidenreich
To the Steelers.
to the Steelers.
So we got 2 Navy guys off the board. So Heidenreich had a lot of fans. He had an incredible testing profile. I got a lot of people asking me, what do you think of Eli Heidenreich? A lot of Christian McCaffrey comps with the white running back, tested well, played, caught 900 yards of offense. I see him as a wide receiver, as a slot wide receiver. I do. I'm curious to see what position he's going to play. I really wanted to like him. I really wanted to be with everybody else, hyping him up as your favorite sleeper. I was so kind of painfully underwhelmed by his ability with the ball in his hands. Like, if the idea is he is this gadget playmaker type, he didn't make guys miss. He didn't have vision. He didn't really do anything for me. Where I liked him was in his routes and in his hands. So I really think let's just make him a receiver. Let's have him compete with Roman Wilson for the slot wide receiver job. And yeah, he's got some experience technically as a running back, but not really. I mean, they were wing T offense. I don't even know if he actually took any snaps for them. I mean, I'm going to check this here, but I would set the over-under of actual registered running back snaps for him. I would set the over-under at 49.5 snaps last year. Let's see. Can you type? I don't have my keyboard. Can you just type Eli H? And it should come up. Oh, shoot. Hold on. One more time, please. Do an E. Do an I. There's a lot of Eli. There we go. All right, here we go. Snaps by position, 2025. He had yes, I was spot on that. He had 19 snaps as a running back. 19. So that's not a running back to me. He's, to me, I'd put him as a slot wide receiver. Like, he didn't even really do anything as a true running back, because they were a true wing T offense. So that's how I saw him. Don't even really see him as a true gadget player, even though that's how he was used. I think he runs good routes and catches the ball, and that's something he does that you can draft him for. But all right. Got a couple super chats here. Adrenaline, thank you. You've been popping in all the time throughout the weekend, so thank you to you. Glad my last chat made you laugh. Video idea for future when Rodgers retires. You should do a tier maker of all his receiving weapons over the years. I like it.
When is Rodgers going to retire?
Yeah, in 7 years, we'll make that video. Yeah, no, that's fun. It's very fun. Just go down memory lane. Reese, favorite 3 picks not made by my Dolphins. So, yeah, good question. So, a couple of picks that just immediately come to my mind. I think Avion Terrell to the Cardinals. Just really, knock it out just from value, good pick, but also the narrative behind it is phenomenal. Got to call Ruben Bain to the Bucks. Got to say that. And Yeah, I mean, I want to answer your Dolphins getting Rodriguez and Lewis. Like, that would make my top 3, but if it can't be by your Dolphins, Carver Willis to the 49ers. Seriously. Like, I know it's a bit that I love the guy, but to get that player in the 4th round with what I think about him and how he fits their system and fills a need, I will say Carver Willis and stand by it. I will really bang the drum for that they got a quality starting lineman in the 4th round. So there's your 3.
So I don't know the football.
I don't know the football.
I don't know the draft prospects as well as you, but this Cardinals thing is blowing my mind still. Because I don't like Kyler Murray. I think he's so mediocre.
Yep.
And to get rid of mediocre then for something...
Right.
What are they doing?
Yeah, I'm with you.
What is their plan?
I'm with you 100%. And it's frustrating because if I'm a Cardinals fan, I didn't think the Cardinals were that far away, honestly. Like, they had so many injuries last year. They got some good draft picks last year. Like, man, just to cut Kyler Murray, I still think they were best off with Kyler Murray, and I think the Vikings are pretty excited to have him for nothing while the Cardinals pay him to play for someone else. But even then, you kind of like burn this relationship with Jacoby because you don't want to pay him, and I get it. Like, it happens. It's the NFL, big money, all that. Jacoby's a career backup. I think Jacoby has a case that he should get decent money.
But it just seems like mediocre.
Mm-hmm. I mean, their plan is 100% next year's quarterback class. Like, them and the Jets are looking at the idea. Like, right now, it looks like next year has a tremendous quarterback class, but we thought that was going to be the case this year, and it wasn't. So you never know. But that's what they're counting on. Now, the Carson Beck thing, we've been over it, but I can't explain how you literally just wipe your own ass with the 65th pick in the draft. Like, I can never endorse that. Like, you could be here in the 7th round and take Garrett Nussmeier instead, who's a better quarterback prospect than Carson Beck, and have a quality starter with the 65th pick at any number of positions. So, yeah, I'm not familiar with Ethan Onyanwa out of Ohio State. Offensive tackle. I swear Ohio State did not have any offensive linemen worth watching because I checked like 5 times because you go through watching all these Ohio State players and I'm like, should I be doing any of these offensive linemen in tandem with, whether it's the running backs or the wide receivers, the tight ends? And nobody really popped up. So I didn't get to the Ohio State O-line this year, but let's see where he was on the beast from Dane Brugler. Priority free agent grade, 6'6", 330, good arm length, didn't test well. So Brugler says his inability to win a starting job on an average offensive line at Ohio State is an obvious red flag. That's pretty harsh from Brugler. Brugler's usually not pretty harsh. He says, but his size and raw ability are worth bringing into camp and potentially adding to a practice squad. So you got a guy that couldn't win a starting job in college. There's Tim Keenan. Okay. I was like, what's going on with Tim Keenan? This is a great pick for the Rams. I think Tim Keenan, can still play some ball. I mean, he is what he is. He's a true nose tackle. He has no juice at all. But I think he can still get out there on early downs and do some dirty work for you. I'll say this. The math for me, Caden McDonald as a top 40 player and Tim Keenan as almost Mr. Irrelevant. I'm not saying certified steal. I'm just saying love it. Because I don't think he's a difference-making player. Now, obviously, McDonald's a better player, but they do the same thing. McDonald just does it a little better. That doesn't quite make sense to me. I think if you wanted a true nose tackle, Tim Keenum makes a ton of sense and good depth for the Rams. So I think that's a good pick. Okay, I think we just got another Jags player that it was completely off the beaten path. I have no idea who Zach Durfee is. Played at Washington, but I have no idea who that is. So let's see. Let's look up Zach Durfee. I don't get it. I don't get it with the Jags, man. I don't understand what's going on, where they're finding these guys. Like, you can say, oh, they're smarter than everybody, but when all these guys are completely off the radar and nobody's talking about you and 150 different analysts came together and made a consensus board and you are nowhere to be found, like, look, you better pray you're the smartest man in the room, but this is quite the strategy. This is what we need, is the bold strategy.
Let's see if it pays off for him.
Soundbite for him. But all right, Durfee, 6'5", 247, 4.58 vert, or a 4.58 40-yard, 39-inch vert. Like, pretty good testing profile. But man, if you're that kind of athlete and you played at Washington and no one's talking about you, like, that's pretty rough. Brugler says struggles to play through contact and has underdeveloped shed skills. So play strength concerns. Probably a reason he skipped the bench press. But he's got athletic twitch and developmental upside. So I can take the love it off the screen for him.
Patriots took a quarterback.
Baron Morton. Yeah, So I didn't end up writing up Morton because I watched those Texas Tech wide receivers and I was like, man, that quarterback sucks. And that was it. Maybe if I really dove in and watched his play-to-play processing, but left a lot on the board with a couple of vertical threats in that offense, and I was just kind of over it. But, he was on the radar. So developmental quarterback type of guy. I don't understand why you don't take Nussmeier. Like, the idea of taking him over Nussmeier, I kind of wonder if there's like something with the family, like a Shador type of deal where some of these teams are like, conflict of interest with the NFL family bloodlines type deal. There could be some, like, just not wanting to step on people's toes. Like, there's a lot of like tight connections in the NFL. So if you're a lot of coaches that like you love the Nussmeier coordinator family tree, like maybe you don't want to take the son and then like, I guess, like, not like him. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I'm just purely speculating. Like, he should have been drafted by now. Maybe the medicals on the whole, like, he had a cyst on his spine that they had to remove. Maybe the doctors behind the scenes were more worried about that than got out publicly. That could certainly be it. Gavin Gerhardt. Wait, this isn't... there's no way this is a relation to Toby Gerhardt, but Vikings fans will love to see the name Gerhardt pop up across their screen. I do not believe that Gerhardt here was on my radar. No, he was not. But Vikings did need a center, so I hope he's good.
And then Andre Fuller.
Andre Fuller is a nice player. Goes to the Seahawks here. Not the trade-siest guy, but like one of the rare corners in this draft. I like this for them. One of the rare corners in this draft that is over 200 pounds. Like, all these guys are just not really worrying about getting big and strong. And we saw this from the Seahawks. They took, in my opinion, the best run defending corner in the draft earlier when they grabbed Julian Neal, so there are, of the 27 corners that I watched, wow, there's 2 cornerbacks over 200 pounds. And the Seahawks got both of them. So they value that run defense on the outside. And I definitely think both these guys can do that. Fuller had like decent man coverage tape. I think for where they took those guys, I think Fuller and Julian Neal are very solid picks for them when they needed some cornerback depth.
that how you say it?
Yeah.
He's probably loving this because he got drafted in the 7th round, but he's getting all this attention because it's in Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm.
So he's giving interviews and everything.
Oh, nice.
That's exciting.
That's great. Yeah, and I think Navy's pretty close to Pittsburgh, isn't it?
I don't know about that.
I know it can't be that far away. It's probably a quick private jet ride by the Steelers. But
Oh, yeah, it is pretty close.
yeah, where is it?
4-hour drive. So it
Okay.
has to be a
He
pretty
probably
good
just drove down. Or they flew him they just put him on a military plane.
Yeah.
Just get him down there.
Oh, somebody said he is from Pittsburgh, too.
Oh, sick.
Super fun for him.
Yeah, cool. Easy player to root for. That's for damn sure. All right. We're getting there.
We have 20 picks left.
Let's get it.
I think we could... Oh, Seth McGowan, running back from Kentucky, just went to the Colts.
Yep. Nice. Good value. Yeah, McGowan, I talked about this earlier in the show, but he reminds me of Antonio Gibson minus the whole receiving side of things, which is kind of the best part of Antonio Gibson's game. But he's a big, quick-footed, athletic running back. I actually preferred him to Mike Washington Jr. a little bit, but both those guys were kind of neck and neck. And I think they were actually teammates together last year, and then they had the Kentucky reference. We love Kentucky. But yeah, I think this is a really good value. I had him early day 3, so to get him close to Mr. Irrelevance, nice. They could definitely use backup running back play in Indy too. They keep kind of missing on the Jonathan Taylor backup, but Seth McGowan stylistically is he is athletically and can move like Jonathan Taylor. He's just not as good, but that does make sense if you just need a guy stylistically to be similar. DJ Giddens has been kind of a flop. Just hasn't really been able to get focused as a pro, and then they have nobody else. So I would say handcuff, fantasy handcuff, absolutely, because we know the running back is going to produce in that offense. And I think he's going to beat out DJ Giddens for the RB2 spot. So I would almost go as far as saying certified steal, considering it's this running back class. I think they got one of the few running backs that can kind of play a little bit, but it's not like he doesn't have issues in terms of vision and being a little overaged. he's 25.
And then you have Max Llewellyn.
Mm-hmm. Llewellyn's kind of a where do you play him kind of guy for me, because he's not a great athlete. He's actually not a great run defender for an Iowa defensive end. He's high cut. He's 6'6", 258. He's got shorter arms. He really does struggle against the run. Really technically sound pass rusher with quick feet. Really productive player. But is he ever going to be a good enough pass rusher in a 4.81? Not a great testing profile at all. I didn't really know what to do with him. I did have a 5th round grade on him just because his tape is pretty good. But I don't think you're playing him on early downs. And I don't know that he's ever going to be good enough that you're yeah, this is a designated pass rusher that we can count on. So I just don't know that there's necessarily a good enough spot for him to play consistently in the NFL. So I hope he overcomes that and can be a decent pass rusher. But I don't know. Kind of a weird player to watch, to be honest. But again, he got after the quarterback at college. I just don't know against NFL tackles if it will translate or not. You're up.
Let's do. We're gonna skip ahead one to Parker Hughes if you have analysis on him.
I think I do. What position was he?
He's linebacker, and then we'll come back.
I have no Parker Hughes analysis.
All right. Well, then here we go. Did I put up? I think I put up Tommy Doman, right? The graphics.
Yeah, it's on there. You're up.
Okay. So he is currently a Florida Gator, a red-shirted senior, but he played.
I hope he's not. He just got drafted by the Bills.
Well, he was red-shirted senior. Also played at Michigan. He's 6'4", 218 pounds. He's my second punter, so good choice.
Yep.
He was PFF's 2025 All-SEC team. He was in 2024 All-Big Ten third team. He made the Shrine Bowl in 2026. His longest punt is 71 yards, and he finished...
How long?
71 yards.
Holy crap.
And in his final seasons, he had 17 inside the 20 for punts. He also completed his master's in entrepreneurship.
Hey, how about that?
But good selection. He was number 2 for me.
There you go, Bills. You got yourselves a boot. So what's the grade? Love it?
Love it. Honestly, at this point, maybe even certified.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Great pick.
I'm just laughing at the mid Tennessee. Like,
It's mid.
it's mid. Yeah, Parker Hughes, that's mid. Oh, that was a Jags pick. Of course the Jags pick is the guy I've never heard of.
Yeah.
What is going on? Can the Jags just draft somebody that I've heard of after studying the draft for 4 months? What is happening? Where are they getting their player? Like, where is their player pool coming from? I don't understand. And maybe they just like had the best draft of all time because I haven't watched most of these guys. But like, what the hell? I'm so confused. Also, is it Parker or Paker?
Oh, good question. It's Parker.
It might as well be Paker Hughes. Good God. All right, let's see. Where was he on the beast? It is Parker. All right. Was not watched by Dane Brugler. He is 6'5", 228. He ran a 4.39. So there you go. That's how you get yourself drafted, everybody. But yeah, undersized. Played at Middle Tennessee State. Was on nobody's radar until he ran a 4.39, I would imagine. So we'll see.
All right, the Bills.
I will throw a hated on there because I just hate what the Jags are doing. I don't understand. Armaj Reed Adams. Let's see what I wrote on Armaj Reed Adams. I feel like I didn't hate him. He was I didn't love him. 21st guard, 7th to priority free agent grade. Yeah, so big, clunky guard. Ran a 5.28 that isn't quite strong enough for a guy that doesn't move well. But strong upper body at 6'6", good length to help attach those arms, but is generally a clunky athlete who struggles to play with the right level of balance to stick with blocks long enough to find consistent success in either phase. At 24 years old, limited athletic upside, and just so-so tape, he's kind of a what you see is what you get lineman who will have an uphill battle just standing out long enough to emerge as a solid backup in the league. So we'll see what he can do. We will see what he can do.
And then the Seahawks.
There's only so many.
Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, to be fair, looking at my board, he was the best guard on the board. All of my top 20 guards have interior offensive linemen have been drafted. So to be fair, And the only other guy I watched that is still there is James Brockermeyer, the center from Miami, who was my dead last interior offensive lineman. So I would say doing pretty good in that department.
We have a Minnesota boy to the Seahawks.
Oh, he got drafted. Cool. Someone was asking about him earlier. I didn't think he stood out in the Gophers games I watched. I didn't actually get to his all-22 analysis, but he was on the radar. I feel like it just like balanced profile, like rotational type, like quote-unquote higher floor, lower ceiling, day 3 type of guy. So hopefully he can crack the rotation. But I definitely don't see a lot of upside with him. But it's fair enough. They finally drafted a D lineman. Yes. So let's see some super chats. From Julius Wyatt. Not football, but I played Jalen Brown in high school, and he dunked on 2 of our guys in the game. Shocker, he's an NBA All-Star now. Go Atlanta Hawks. Nice. Very cool. On Deer, $3 super chat. Thoughts on the Bills draft day 3? Did Bean cook? I feel like I really liked the start the Bills got off to. The names aren't coming to me right now, but I definitely was talking about them getting back on track. And they took Elam's Orr, and then they took the Bell, the wide receiver. I liked those picks. We were talking about how I wouldn't be surprised if those guys are bigger impacts than the guys they took on day 2. So they got back on track on day 3.
Aiden
Fisher, he was someone that didn't test great. Indiana had a bunch of these guys. Like, it's really no secret like how they were good. Honestly, they had a bunch of physical outliers that were good at football. Like, they were the college version of the LA Rams. Like, the Rams build their team for the most part. Like, they'll go after their physical freaks, but the Rams are the NFL team that they're like, testing, athletic scores, like it matters, but we don't really care if your tape is good. And Indiana built at the college level that version of it. And Aiden Fisher like sees things well. He's like, leadership, like all the stuff you want to see. However, he's not that big, 6 foot, 231, ran a 4.7, 640. Like, and I think it kind of shows, like, he's just not that good of an athlete. 4.51 shuttle is really not good. So, like, he can play ball. I think drafting him is acceptable. I had a 6 to a priority free agent grade on him. And just as a backup linebacker and, someone's going to give it his all on special teams, it's fair play. We are all caught up on super chats. Let's get a dog. Which dog wants to come up here? Both of them are passed out. How about Ducky? Ducky, can I grab you? Are you gonna? You're definitely gonna yell at me, but let's give it a go. Hi, hello. You want to go on a show? I kick you a little bit. Yeah, kick you a little bit. Mess with you a little bit. Oh, you didn't like that. Come here. Okay, now he's mad. Now he's nervous. Teddy, come here. Teddy, you get the call. You show your brother how it's done. Come here, bud. Yeah. All right, Teddy it is. Sorry, Ducky. He's like, what? Why did you just start kicking me? What? So confused. Hey, Teddy. It's all right. Now he's gonna get jealous because I have his brother, and then we'll get Ducky. But yeah, we gotta wrap up this stream. This might be your last little stream, buddy. Yeah. All right. What's the chat talking about? Low tier trashes. I haven't seen Ducky yet. No. He was up here for a while earlier in the stream. We started the stream with him, so you can see him at the very beginning. Yeah, we'll absolutely take Teddy. Yes, they're both Pomeranians. They're very different. Teddy's kind of like thin and tall, and his hair doesn't grow out all poofy. And Ducky is a little chunkster. No, Ducky has like burrowed himself deep under there, and he's like, you better not try to grab me right now.
Wisniewski.
Hey, he got drafted. Good. A lot of Wisniewski had a lot of fans in the draft. I definitely had him as like a mid-day 3 kind of guy. He's instinctive, man. He took the ball away a bunch. He played at North Dakota State, South Dakota State, one of those I can never get straight. Apologies to our Dakota brethren to the west. I love it, man. I think he's got a chance at, fighting for a starting job. I don't think he's got a crazy upside. He's big. He's not that fast, but he knows what he's doing back there. I honestly was a little surprised he wasn't a more physical run defender for how big he is at 6'3", 220. I actually thought the play strength and the way he took on blocks was not bad by any means, but I kind of was hoping it would be a little more dominant, and it wasn't. But the way he sees things on the back end, like he'll play special teams and compete for a job. I think it's definitely a good pick. I had him 5th to 6th round. So Patriots took Jam Miller.
That's a name.
Yeah.
That's a Key and Peele name.
Yeah, definitely a Key and Peele name.
Jam.
Jam Miller. Jam Miller, or Jamarian Miller, he is a college version of Miles Sanders, where he's got great traits, 5'10", 5'10", 210 pounds, great tester, Alabama running back, like you name it. No vision, no instincts, really no tape that gets you excited at all. I couldn't believe it when I saw Chris Sims had him as high as he did. I was like, wait a minute. I mean, you thought Singleton had like bad tape. I mean, Jam Miller was even an exaggerated version of that. So I don't see it. I don't think he makes the team. I don't think he's a football player. Like, I don't think he's a good one. So I guess I'll say I've got questions, but I did technically say he was draftable, so I guess we got to say it's fine. Just definitely a guy that I would have just not really used a pick on, to be honest. We just got Arlo became a member for 3 months. Thank you, Arlo. Says, how do you feel about the Packers draft? On an unrelated note, I'm disappointed in the Bears. Yeah, the Bears had a bit of a roller coaster draft. I think Dylan Thieneman is potentially going to be a all-pro safety for you guys. Like, I think he has a potential to be, especially in that system, which is a perfect fit for him. He has a chance to be one of the steals of the draft, and a lights-out pick. But I will say, as a Packers fan, I am thrilled that the Bears still have no defensive line. And I think as good as a safety is, that's... You got to have a D-line, man. Like, no one's afraid of the Bears' defense as great as your free safety is when you can't rush the passer. Teddy Cam? Okay.
I'm going to take one last one.
Okay. How many total picks are there? Isn't it 252?
257.
257. All right.
I'll be really fast.
Sounds good.
Let me know.
Yes, one quick BRB. All right, look who we found. We got him. He's like, why did you wake me up? Yep, we got Dougie in the house for the final 10 picks here. So we got Miles Scott out of Illinois going where to? Patriots? No. Broncos. I don't think I watched Miles Scott. So we might have to just move on. Yeah, he was not on my radar.
The Patriots took
Quintavious Hutchins out of BC. So they go close to home. Hutchins is not bad. He just has really unfortunate measurables. 6'2.5". So he's short, 238 pounds, really light, and arm length's all right, 32 3/4. But I mean, I would just say picture what Ezeraku was last year, where he kind of got them, not the most physically gifted dude, but got the most out of it. Take that and just turn the knob down, like way down to the point where you don't know that he's got enough tools to work. But he got the most out of what he had at Boston College, and he's close to home. So he's kind of like a hometown, give the kid a shot type of deal. But yeah, we'll see if he can do it. It's at a pass rush, that edge rush position. It's just physical tools are king, man. Like it matters. That's the position it matters most is edge. So yeah, neither ESPN or PFF has a profile on Miles Scott, so I don't feel guilty about having nothing on him. We can probably check. I just got to set Ducky down for a sec. Let's see what his profile looks like here. So Brugler wrote him up. That's why Brugler's good at this. He was the 26th safety for Dane Brugler with a priority free agent grade. So 6 foot, 203 pounds, good size, 4'6", 240, good agility scores. So he said Scott has only adequate range, processes well, burst and ball skills to impact plays, was a wide receiver for most of his life, and he's yet to hit his ceiling as a defensive back. So that's fascinating. Sounds like an enigma. I like that kind of deal. Like, he changed positions, looked, pretty solid, still learning. So we'll give the kid a chance. And we said he went to Denver, right? So they got a pretty good eye for safeties back there. So we'll keep an eye on him. Should I just torment Teddy and just drop Ducky next to him?
No.
Teddy is looking right up at me like, why did you set me down and pick Ducky up? These guys get so jealous when we start snuggling one of them. They will literally sit there and do nothing for 5 hours, but the second you pay attention to one of them, it's like you've wronged every fiber of their being by not paying attention to them.
Carson Ryan from BYU.
There you go, Echo. There's your boy. We got him drafted. So we did talk about him earlier when Echo gave a super chat asking about him. Shorter tight end, decent athlete. I didn't get to his tape. He was the top tight end on the radar list, but figured 6th round grade, figured he would go, and here you go. Broke out last year. Really nice year. Just maybe to mean, in very limited looks at him, like watching other players play against BYU, maybe just didn't look like the smoothest athlete, but he's still younger, 4 years of experience. So the Browns have taken definitely some developmental day 3 tight ends here because they got, I think it was the Cincinnati kid. So they got some good athletes to work with in there. Crackjack says, remember when FSU was littered with, when the draft was littered with FSU players? Yeah, dude, the Florida State program came and went, man. I can't say came and went. I mean, they got a good history, but they have definitely went.
All right, here it is. Nussmeier
To the Chiefs?
to the Chiefs.
Wow. He could start day one for them with Mahomes. It's a great spot for him. I mean, it's a great value for the Chiefs. It felt like Nussmeier either had to go. I think there was some of the Shador going on there where it's like he's too good to take for some teams, which sounds weird, but when it's a quarterback pick, it matters. Because if he's good enough where he wins a starting job, and then it's like, we like him, but we don't think he's a Super Bowl winning quarterback because he's a little bit, not the strongest arm. So he kind of either had to go where there's Patrick Mahomes and there's no question like who the starter is, or he had to go to a team that's like, we're going to start him and give him a chance, like where Tyler Shuck was at last year. So this is a great fit in that sense. And if he gets an opportunity, maybe he does start out the gate. I mean, I don't think that's best for any rookie, but maybe Mahomes goes down for a couple weeks in 2027, and you get to see Nussmeier. He looks good. Maybe the Chiefs flip him for a third-round pick. That's a good scenario here, and I think if you're the Nussmeier family, you should be pretty happy about that as a landing spot. So I would actually say certified steal on that. I had a day 2 grade on Nussmeier. Because I didn't do the quarterbacks video, I'll talk a little bit more about what I saw. He clearly, like, coach's son, like, can make reads quickly, can get guys lined up. Like, he's got all of that, like, field general processing stuff. It's all in there. He's a very aggressive decision maker. Like, he forces reads. There's no doubt. Like, he's got to rein it in a little bit in terms of risk assessment, but it's the Jordan Love thing where you might live with some forced reads and then be excited about the 5 times over where he's like hitting throwing windows with anticipation that so many quarterbacks won't even challenge. He's got great pocket presence. That's what I love about him. Throws on the run as well. And he played injured this year. His 2024 tape was much better. So, I had a day 2 grade on him. And I would not be surprised if he develops well here and ends up somewhere else and like 4 years from now is starting for someone. So, could be a Brock Purdy scenario. End of the 7th round, start somewhere. And then Rayshon Benny, yep, that makes sense. Reunited with Jesse Minter. That's a value, man. That's actually a steal at this late. I mean, Rayshon Benny I don't think is ever going to be a starter, but as a 3rd D tackle, I absolutely see it with him. He was my number 11 defensive tackle after LT Overton got bumped to interior D-line for me. But he did make my top 10 defensive tackles video. We actually have the cut-ups on him. But, yeah, just kind of a lot of balance in his profile. Didn't get to rush the passer a ton. I think he might have some more upside there. But I think he's got 3 down, like DT3 written all over him, which is 100% worth it here. I mean, I think that's worth a late 3rd, early 4th. So,
Did you have any highlights on Nussmeier?
I did not. All right, let's take a look at Super Chats. I knew Echo was coming in here. Echo says, I got so much crap for saying Carson was going to be drafted. Let's go. Your BYU guys are coming off the board. Good for you. Happy for you, Echo. Thank you. Jaron Deddy, what 2027 QB do you think looks good just from seeing it like offhand? It's an interesting class. So let me pull up the list and just kind of give you the snapshot thoughts on if I saw some of these guys. Like, Arch definitely came on late. I'm really excited for Arch. Dante Moore, I wasn't super sold on. I wasn't surprised he went back. DJ Legway, I saw him like 2 years ago. Like, that dude's arm and his traits are absurd. I hope something clicks for him. Sellers, I wasn't super moved by. Jaden Maeva, I thought sucked. Let's see. Interesting. The mock draft database website seems like they're going to a subscription model. I might have to get that because I use this website all the time. I saw a little bit from Julian Saiyan, Super Saiyan. And I thought the arm was live. Got, did pretty good with those wide receivers. I'm always a little bit apprehensive with Ohio State QBs. I am, but I think we saw some potential there. So it does feel like it's still like all potential. Even Arch, it's like all potential, but the traits on all these guys are nutty. And if anything clicks, I mean, yeah, Manning, Moore, Legway, Sains, Sellers. I'm not familiar with Mestemacher from Oklahoma State.
We have, I probably am going to pronounce this wrong, but Uar Bernard from Nigeria.
Yeah, so this is one of those 2 international pathway programs. You knew the Eagles were going to be considering this. They did this with Jordan Mailata, and to say that was a slam dunk pick would be the understatement of the year. All-pro left tackle. Yeah, the Eagles developed D linemen really well. I love this. I'm not going to say it's like a steal, but like both him and I'm curious if the other one goes from Kenya, I think, both in the international pathway program. I don't know why you wouldn't draft that because the testing profile was absurd. I honestly don't know that he's played organized football, so it's like I get it why you don't draft that, but I believe you get to stick him on your international pathway program bonus roster slot for free. You get an extra player in there to be rostered and athletic upside off the charts. So get him in and work with him. Why not at this point? Especially if you're the Eagles and you probably don't have a lot of roster spots left. So Bernard as a defensive tackle, and then out on the edge, you have Josh Weru from Kenya. I'm curious if he gets drafted as well. But yeah, ran a 4.63 at 300 pounds. Unbelievable. I think Ducky's falling asleep. His eyes are still open. I'm curious if we get to 7 hours on the stream first or if the draft ends first. Probably 7 hours on the stream because that was 2:52. I don't think we're getting another 7 picks in the next 6 minutes.
Probably not.
One can hope. One can hope. How'd our Twins do? Did they?
They're just throwing it away. Oh, they scored 1 point.
Oh man.
It was 0-6 the whole game.
They were playing so well, but they are on a very cold streak right now. But I was about to check something, then I forgot. Oh, subscriber count. I don't think we're going to hit my goal, unfortunately. But thank you to all of you that have subscribed up, and I hope you enjoyed the draft grades videos. And one last call out, if you are not subscribed to the channel, we do have 3,900 on Twitter right now. Like, I'm just saying, man, if you enjoy the Twitter, if you enjoy my stupid tweets, and you don't watch my content, you can check it out. We're going to have very thorough draft grades coming at you guys over the next 4 days or so, breaking it all down, getting in the weeds, and then the deep dive series, season preview series, just around the corner as well. have a goal of 115K subs. We are now 149 short of that. So I know there's 149 of you, 3,900 viewers that aren't subbed to the channel. So check it out. All right, we got a pick here. Keyshawn James Newby. That's quite the name. Out of New Mexico. Not on my radar. Let's scope this one out. Keyshawn James Newby. Was it Eagles again?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so they just go back-to-back edge. So traits-based. So they're taking true traits-based developmental picks. Take a couple dart throws at the edge group that is very much in need for them. They did get Grenard, but this is kind of what the Eagles do, and they stay good in the D line for a reason. So hopefully develop these guys. He's smaller, 6'2", 240, soaking wet, 238 in all actuality. Ran a 4.53. So there you go. He did finish with 33 career sacks, playing at Idaho and New Mexico and Montana Tech. So small school guy that won with the speed as an undersized guy, and see if we can work up the pass rushing tool belt there.
So lots of people talking in the chat about Nussmeier and not Jordan Love, Justin Fields.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Nussmeier's better quarterback, I think, than Justin Fields, but it's close. I would not be surprised if Nussmeier beat out Justin Fields immediately. But Fields is on a one-year deal anyway, so it doesn't really change anything. Fields is inevitably going to create some discourse anytime his name comes up, but he has officially entered the, I think I might have even said Gardner Minshew, but I mean, Fields has entered the Gardner Minshew level of just bridge backup quarterback.
How many teams has he played for?
Fields or Minshew?
No, Fields. He's getting up there.
Yeah, this is his fourth team. Bears, Steelers, Jets, Chiefs. And that's the typical backup QB, right? You bounce around. That was Fitzpatrick was always that guy, although I don't think Fields is as good as Fitzpatrick was. But Jacoby Brissett's played for like 7 teams. Minshew's probably on his 5th or 6th team. That's where Fields is at now.
Never will be as good as Andy Dalton.
Yeah, he's no Andy Dalton. That's for sure.
All right, Evan Bierston.
Northwestern guard. Not a bad player. Probably a career backup, but not a bad player. 7th-year player. Center potential. The Ravens do need a center, so he's got potential to play center, even though he was a guard in college. He's 6'3", 300 pounds, so that screams center, making the move inside. But he turns 26 years old in September. The COVID eligibility stuff is just nuts, man. 26-year-old rookie, but for a team that does need a center, maybe he'll compete there. Certainly didn't have bad tape. It's just, you can understand why a 26-year-old that was never like great might fall, but might not be a bad pick. Might not be a bad pick.
And then Deion Burks, a wide receiver from Oklahoma.
All right, he got drafted.
To the Colts.
To the Colts. All right. So, Burks is fascinating because you watch his tape and you just sit there and you're like, why is Oklahoma not throwing this guy the football? Because he's got legit 4.3 speed, great route runner, can beat press. Not bad hands. I wouldn't say his great hands, but he largely caught the ball when they threw it to him. And it's just like, get him in a new situation, a team that believes in him a little bit more. I think he could produce. So, there's opportunities in Indy for a wide receiver 3 to kind of... Sorry, I might have cut off your typing there, babe. I just wanted to look at... Yeah, the Colts depth chart definitely has opportunities for him. You have Nick Westbrook-Akine, Anthony Gold, Laquan Treadwell, Ashton Doolin are wide receivers 3 through 6. So Burks doesn't have to be a slot guy. I think he can be. I think there's a world where if Burks really works out, he could potentially win an outside receiver job in that room. You've got a big-bodied Alec Pierce already. So as like a Z, I think Burks has the speed to be more of a vertical threat. Like they didn't use him that way, but I think he could do that more often. He didn't really show the field stretching ability at Oklahoma, but maybe. He's obviously not taking Josh Downs' slot job unless they let Downs go, which is possible because they're paying big bucks for Alec Pierce. So there's avenues, whether it's, Downs maybe does hit free agency. I don't know. I would pay Downs, but I don't know where they're at with that. Or maybe it's an outside wide receiver job. So I think that was great value. Michael Dansby out of Arizona. I didn't end up watching him because I got through the entire Arizona secondary. Or did I watch Dansby and not the other guy? No, I did not watch. Arizona's entire secondary was on the radar in this draft. Is he for sure Arizona?
Yes.
He is. All right. I didn't realize there was another guy because I also had Aiden Garnes was on my radar because I already wrote up both safeties and Stukes. And then I didn't realize that their outside corners were also on the radar here. So let's see how Dansby projects. It'd be funny if this is another 200-pounder because that's all the Seahawks have taken is just the big corners. But let's see here. So he was number 100 on the Beast for cornerbacks. More of a slot guy, maybe. Okay. I mean, interesting. 5'11", 185, no testing scores. And I don't really remember. I mean, I watched 3 games of that Arizona secondary. I don't really remember anything standing out. It's not like I was looking for him, but maybe the Seahawks are onto something here.
All right, the Broncos have the final 2 picks.
All right. So who would be a great Mr. Irrelevant?
Yeah, who's left
Yeah.
on your board?
Yeah, let's check. I'm going to set. Well, we'll stick it out with Ducky. I just put him down. Yeah, he's probably getting hot. All right, say goodbye, Duck. Bye.
That is not his voice.
All right, I'm scrolling to see highest available here. See, my top 100 all got drafted. Lewis Bond went. See, did my top 150 all get drafted? That might be a first. No, Eric Rivers is the top player available. That would probably not make sense. They got enough wide receivers. Jordan Hudson, another wide receiver. Xavier Harris has off-field stuff, so not a surprise for him to not get drafted. Multiple pretty serious arrests, so that's not surprising. Latrell McCutcheon Sr., I think, out of Houston, is an athletic developmental corner that's still available. Eric McAllister, probably not going to get drafted because the injuries are so bad, but he's a fun wide receiver. Dante Corleone. It's a lot of these names had injury stuff.
Well, their first pick is Dallin Bentley, a tight end
Sure.
from Utah.
Sure. Yeah. It's a good pick. Bentley was my number 11 tight end. 5th round grade. Really athletic guy. Late breakout, I believe. Didn't really get on the field until if I'm remembering this right. Yeah, he's 25 years old with only 1 year of starting production, but he's not bad. So, I would say I love it. They need some tight end help. He's got upside, dude. So why not at this point? He can move. He can catch the ball. It's a good starting point. He's not a bad blocker either, so I like that.
Your chat is overwhelmingly talking about Pavia.
Yeah. Yeah, Pavia would be the Mr. Irrelevant pick for sure. Yeah. He's a 5'9", like stocky, like super cocky quarterback that was a Heisman finalist and like had some tweets about like F the haters and like, and he was like calling Indiana frauds or something. Like he had some tweets that rubbed people the wrong way. He went from like everybody's favorite underdog to villain like real quick. I describe him as a player and as like a character. Like if you just fused Baker Mayfield and Tua together.
Interesting.
Yeah. He's got like some combination of all the best and worst traits of Baker and Tua. And I got to give Brandon Perna credit for pointing that out, but it did strike me when I was watching him. I was like, they're kind of the same thing. But yeah, that was Perna's take on it. Shout out Brandon Perna. So I don't want to steal that from him. But 3 super chats from Jaden. Vikings fan, would love to hear you make a positive case for Banks. I need something more than beer to look forward to this season. I think the positive case for Banks is pretty damn straightforward. If he stays healthy, he could be one of the best players in the draft. I don't think it's as bad of a pick as Vikings fans are making it out to be. It hurts more because Mekhi Lemon and Thieneman were there, and I think they were the more obvious picks. But they desperately needed D-tackle help. His skill set with Brian Flores behind him, if he can get and stay healthy, he has Chris Jones upside, and I am not afraid to say that. So it's a pretty easy case to make. It's just Minnesota sports fans are terrified of injury-prone players for good reason. So I understand that the trepidation. That was close.
A Red Murdoch.
Oh, that is the perfect Mr. Irrelevant. Let's go. That's a great way to end the draft. Okay, I love that. That's one of my favorite Mr. Irrelevant picks. That's awesome. I like that Sean Payton leaned into it. Like, Sean Payton got there and was like, wait, hold on. How can we entertain the people here? Who's the perfect Mr. Irrelevant pick? We tried to find a good answer. This is it. Red Murdoch is, number one, just a great name. Great name. But he's slow and probably not going to be like a starter in the league. Maybe he surprises because he looks to hit more. Like he has like the hit power rating on Madden is going to be like in the high 90s. Like this dude, when he tackles, lights people up, and he legit like forces fumbles. I think he forced like 14 fumbles in his career, but he can't really get sideline to sideline. He's not really a cover player. He's stiff and slow. But what I like about him, I actually thought he was draftable because just as a kick cover guy, if he forces one fumble every year, just running full speed down the field and just targeting the football, that's actually like from a wins above replacement, like analytical mark, like game-changing plays, that's actually worth like maybe as much as like 1/10 of a win on the year, because that's how big a forced fumble on a kickoff can be, or a punt. So if he can do that for you, that's worth it. So just awesome Mr. Irrelevant. Love it. Certified steal. No, I love it. We do have a couple super chats before we wrap this thing up from Drew. Who is your best tight end left for the Packers to get in a priority free agent role? I like that question. There's options for sure. Someone I would love to see them bring in, R.J. Maryland, or Lake McCree. 2 guys that I thought were draftable. Lake McCree catches everything. I could see them liking him with how well he catches seams. RJ Maryland, fourth-year player out of SMU, which it's funny we have to say fourth-year player is like a young prospect, but ran a 4.52, was on the up and up, tore his ACL in his junior year, and then played all of last year on a knee brace that was clearly hampering him a little bit. But I like the trajectory and the upside there with him. So I would target both those guys, honestly. Great question. And I think they could really use another tight end in that room. So I'll keep an eye for those names. I'd be pretty stoked. Monty says, interesting pick given that they've held on to Caleb Loner all year despite being totally inactive. I mean, yeah, it's a pair of, you're talking about the developmental Utah tight end. So they've gone back to the Utah well. Porque no los dos, right? Like, two is better than one when you're looking for dart throws. Let those guys go at it and compete for a roster spot. Mason Cole says, thanks for a great day 3. Thank you for the super chat, Mason. Monty again. Few I thought they would get through free agent and draft without addressing linebacker. Thank goodness. Devin Lloyd, eat your heart out. Yeah, I don't know that Murdoch is really reasonable to like be on the field for them, but he'll fill out the depth chart for sure. So amazing, you guys. Amazing weekend. The super chats, the views, all of it. Just can't thank you guys enough. I say it all the time, but you got all the options out there, and for these streams to do as well as they did, it means so much, and I'm flattered. Teddy might be the last stream for you, but we'll see. Maybe he'll surprise us. Maybe he'll be that 7th round pick that hangs out longer than we think. We'll see. But we love Teddy. We love all of you. And I'm going to say my goodbye. So draft grades are coming at you guys. Please do like the stream if you haven't yet. Subscribe if you haven't yet. All that. But we're 7 hours into this thing. I'm ready to hit end on this stream, go get some food, and collect myself and get back for the draft grades. So certainly not the end of draft content, but the end of a great weekend. So thank you, everybody. Love you all. Cheers.